back after these messages.
Very soon.
Very soon.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Les saluda Martín Berlanga. En esta era digital, las tarjetas de presentación de negocios son cosa del pasado. De hecho, la mayoría de las personas que las reciben las pierden en cuestión de minutos después de haberlas recibido. Y con esto, su negocio ha perdido ese cliente y seguramente esa venta. En NowMedia hemos diseñado un producto que está cambiando la industria y lo llamamos videotarjeta de negocios, la cual es un video especialmente grabado con tecnologías de vanguardia en nuestros estudios de televisión profesionales. Y está diseñado para ser enviado de manera rápida y sencilla usando su teléfono inteligente, tableta o correo electrónico a sus clientes, proveedores, empleados o a cualquier persona con la que usted necesite estar en contacto de manera instantánea. Y la mejor parte es que funciona perfectamente con lo que usted ya tiene, además de ser ideal para usarse con cualquier aplicación de mensajería instantánea o sistema de correo electrónico que usted ya está utilizando. Llámenos hoy al 832-384-9588 para ordenar su videotarjeta de negocios o envíenos un correo a videocar@nowmedia.tv.
Regresamos a Tecnocastes, gracias a la gente que nos escucha en el radio, en el 91.5, 95.3 de frecuencia modulada en Houston y además en el 90.5 de frecuencia modulada en San Antonio. Próximamente nos vamos a escuchar en la Ciudad de México.
Wow, ¿en qué estación?
No te puedo decir todavía, pero bueno, sí te puedo decir, pero ya sabes.
Sé, ¿no?
Pero próximamente lo escucharemos en la Ciudad de México. A la gente que nos escucha en radio o que nos escucha además de las plataformas digitales, en iTunes y todo ese rollo, Google Podcast, nos van a poder escuchar en frecuencia modulada en México. Pero bueno, ¿qué crees?
¿Qué creo?
¿Qué crees, Pedrito Riverol? Ahí te va, fíjate. Verizon, y déjame decirte, antes de que entre con esto, vamos a hablar de Verizon Wireless. Me junté con ellos esta semana por el lanzamiento de la red 5G, ¿sí? Y les platiqué del tema que tuvimos de los estafadores
de WhatsApp.
Exacto, los estafadores que estaban haciendo tranzas a través de WhatsApp usando su nombre en el episodio 272. Puede ver todo lo que pasó. Y no, hombre, me dijeron, mándanos por favor eso, ¿cómo es posible? Vamos a tener a nuestra gente de Global Threats. Tiene un departamento que se llama Global Threats. Y van a empezar a investigar estos gandules, ¿eh?
Qué bueno.
O sea, imagínate. Entonces le dije a la gente de Relaciones Públicas, oye, mira, tenemos un programa, entrevistamos a la gente, esto pasó, y dijeron, mándanos, por favor, ya se lo mandamos.
Ay, qué bueno.
Entonces están viendo qué sucede, están hablando con la gente en el consulado de Guatemala, o sea, están moviéndose, lo puedo entender perfectamente bien. Pero bueno, fíjense, quiero platicarles que Verizon Wireless lanzó esta semana la primera red celular en Houston, que es la 5G, ¿de acuerdo? Entonces, una de las cosas que invitaron a NowMedia Radio, a Tecnocaster, nos enviaron a ver este demo. Y por ahí, Jonathan, tenemos el video. Fíjese que hicimos una prueba de velocidad, un speed test, en la calle de lo que es Verizon Wireless en el 5G. Y aquí lo tenemos en pantalla. 1.6 a 1.7 gigabytes de lanzamiento. Mira, ahí lo tienen. A ver, que lo podemos poner, Jonathan, por favor. Entonces, mire, ahí estamos haciendo el speed test. Fíjese, el speed test es una plataforma muy popular. 1.6 directamente en la calle para poder descargar 1.7, mire, lo que puedes descargar. Ahora, esto es 25 o 50 veces más rápido que el Wi-Fi de tu casa.
Wow.
¿De acuerdo? Ahora, la velocidad de upload, son 65 megabits, que sigue siendo lento, pero es 2 veces más rápido que el Wi-Fi de tu casa. No sé en cuánto anda la descarga en celular en México, Pedrito.
Varía muchísimo la zona, Juan. Es muy inconstante, pero a veces llegas como a los 20 megas, a veces no tienes nada, entonces... sí, efectivamente la 5G va a transformar muchas formas en las que interactuamos con la tecnología.
Sí, fíjate. Y luego nos bajamos una película 4K utilizando Netflix. Sabes que ahora Netflix te permite descargar las películas para cuando te subes al avión o lo que sea, puedes llevarlas contigo. Entonces, if we can put the next video, Jonathan, por favor. Hicimos una prueba de descargar una película 4K, o sea, una película 4K completa. Ahí la tenemos, mire. Estamos en la calle, vea, estamos ahí cerca de Richmond y Westheimer, aquí en Houston. Fíjese, la persona que nos está haciendo el demo, vean ustedes, está bajando la película Shadow, la baja y fíjate, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segundos.
Ay, no, qué padre.
6 segundos, una película 4K. En la calle.
Envidia.
Qué padre.
O sea, en la calle. Entonces, me pareció impresionante la velocidad y la capacidad que trae esto. Ahora, como dice Pedro, y estoy de acuerdo con él, es una tecnología que va a revolucionar. O sea, el acceso a Internet de por sí es importantísimo para todos. Ahora imagínate el acceso a Internet de ultra alta velocidad, en donde puedes realmente hacer un montón de cosas. Porque ahora la inteligencia artificial que está basada en el Internet tiene una respuesta prácticamente inmediata. Con lo que tú hablabas con el Alexa, con lo que hablábamos con el Google Home, etcétera, los dispositivos no hacen el trabajo. Graban la voz, lo mandan al Internet, se decodifica, se envía un comando a ese dispositivo y es cuando responde. Ahora imagínese Google Home o Alexa en un teléfono como estos, en donde va a ser inmediato muéstrame un video de YouTube, bájame esta película, haz esto. Y para todo lo que tenga que ver tecnología aeroespacial, médica, etcétera, que está basada en telemedicina, por ejemplo, imagínate lo importante. Yo hablaba con un doctor hace poco y decían que una de las cuestiones que ellos creen que va a traer el 5G es el poder operar a distancia, la telemedicina, ¿sí? Porque ahorita el Internet que tenemos de la masa, el del común y silvestre, los que tenemos acceso a Internet normal, tú no puedes operar a una persona con telemedicina porque la latencia es mucha. O sea, cuando mando el comando, a ver, muévele y 5 segundos después responde el aparato, pues se te va el bisturí y olvídate, ¿no? Pero si esto es de nanosegundos o microsegundos, entonces lo que estás hablando que existe una ida y vuelta importante y es una de las cosas que va a fomentar este tipo de tecnologías. Otra cosa, por ejemplo, es lo que veíamos, los automóviles que se quieren manejar solos, los self-driving cars. Una de las cosas que necesitan es acceso a Internet constante para estar, porque el coche a lo mejor no tiene la capacidad de procesamiento para ir determinando los obstáculos. Cuando tú le pones a un coche una tecnología 5G que puede lanzar información, tenerla identificada en microsegundos y que el coche reciba el comando, le estás dando un cerebro a un coche y le estás dando autonomía a un coche que en este momento con la tecnología LTE, que es la tecnología normal, no lo puedes tener. Entonces, yo sí pienso que este tipo de tecnología es una tecnología muy importante, que estamos todos contentos. Ahora te voy a dar la mala noticia.
Sí, ya me la imagino.
No todos los teléfonos son compatibles con la 5G. Y a mi pesar.
Ya sé lo que vas a decir.
Señoras y señores, jóvenes y señoritas de la tercera edad, el iPhone 11 que acabamos de comprar.
¿Qué acabas?
Que acabo de comprar.
Porque acabamos
¡Compré dos!
Huele a muchos.
¿Huele a dónde?
Dices acabamos, digo, huele a muchos.
Bueno, yo digo a los que los compramos conmigo en la audiencia. Estoy tratando de compartir mi dolor.
De ser inclusivo, sí.
Exacto.
Es que la rockstar es medio, ya sabes cómo. Hola, Lore, ¿cómo estás?
Hola.
El iPhone 5, el iPhone 11, el 11 Pro Max, todos los iPhones, ninguno es compatible con la red 5G.
Pues lo siento por ti.
Solamente Oye, los Androids.
Dios, ¿eh?
Por eso mi marido no me lo quiere cambiar. Justamente por eso. Me dijo, vamos a esperarnos al 5G.
¿Quién es tu marido?
Mi marido.
¿Quién es mareado?
Al pobre lo moreo con tanta cosa.
Víctor es un santo.
Sí, entonces le dije, hay que comprar el iPhone 11. Y me dijo, no, hay que esperar al 5G. Y yo, ¿cómo que hay que esperar? Sí, hasta el que sigue. Y yo, Ok.
El iPhone 11, señoras y señores, ninguno de los iPhones que existen en el planeta Tierra es compatible con la red 5G. Solamente, a mi pesar, y le tengo que dar la razón a Pedro Riverola Arellano hasta la Ciudad de México, los Androids. Samsung S10, Samsung Note 10, el B50 y el Moto Z2, Z3 y Z4. Entonces, Pedro, si tú tienes el 9 o el 10.
No, tengo el 9.
Entonces ya valió también.
No valió, no.
Ah, el 9 también está. No te oí.
Todavía
El 10.
falta para que llegue a México, ¿eh? Pero no hay que perder de vista que, por ejemplo, el mercado de Samsung y de Motorola es más grande en Europa, y Europa va mucho más adelantado en 5G que cualquier otra región en el mundo, ¿no? Entonces, esa es una de las razones por qué estos teléfonos ya están más adelantados que el iPhone, ¿no?
Pues sí, pero es una reverenda...
O sea, ¿qué quiere decir? Que
Oye,
el año
no,
que entra
pero-
que yo compre mi nuevo iPhone te voy a decir hello.
No, porque tú estás con AT&T y AT&T no lo lanza.
Oye, pero está bien, Juan. Yo no sé cómo se correlacione la velocidad de internet con los costos. Yo nada más me puedo imaginar con los goles que me meten mis hijos ahora con el exceso en datos con una red normal. No sé cuándo va a llegar esto a Canadá, pero me parece muy bien que los iPhone todavía no
Bueno,
sean compatibles con esto, ¿eh?
Si me permiten ponerme un poco más ñoño, o sea, la tecnología 5G es uno de los mayores retos que ha enfrentado la industria de las telecomunicaciones. Hubo un periodo cuando empezaron a hablar de manejar espectros más altos de frecuencia para poder transmitir más rápido, donde la tecnología que se necesita para todo esto arruinaba prácticamente a las telcos. O sea, estuvimos durante un periodo con la posibilidad de que no pudiera llegar la 5G a nuestras manos, por así decirlo, porque no era costeable. La diferencia de épocas anteriores, el ticket promedio y el costo que implicaba, más bien la ganancia que implicaba mantener la telefonía celular era abismal, ¿no? Las telcos hicieron lo que quisieron con nosotros durante años. Pero si se fijan ahora, simplemente son un medio, ¿no? Ya consumimos sus infraestructuras para consumir datos que ellos no se ven beneficiados, ya no utilizamos SMS, prácticamente no usamos llamadas. Entonces, la ganancia que tienen la telefonía se reduce drásticamente. Y el hecho de que se tuvo que cambiar la forma en la que se acciones para poder soportar 5G es algo así impresionante, ¿no? O sea, los grandes carriers como Nokia, Siemens, todos esos productores que tenían cajas negras carísimas, tuvieron que pasarse a tecnología de cajas blancas prácticamente. La mayor parte de la 5G se necesita reducir las distancias entre torres. Entonces, va a tener que crecer de forma exponencial la cantidad de torres que van a tener que existir, porque las frecuencias es como el AM y el FM. Si ustedes saben que en AM podemos escuchar prácticamente, por el tipo de onda, podemos escuchar transmisiones desde el otro lado del mundo, pero en FM a cierta distancia desaparece. Exactamente es lo que pasa con 5G. Estamos usando frecuencias tan altas que no pueden traspasar edificios, se ven afectadas por el sol, por el clima, por la temperatura. Entonces, cada iniciativa de las telcos para irse a 5G implica un desarrollo tecnológico impresionante.
Sí. Y quiero decirles algo de lo que dijo Pedro después de este corte comercial, porque vimos las torres en la calle de Houston, nos enseñaron en dónde estaban, y les platico ahorita regresando al corte. Vamos a un corte comercial, no se vaya. Regresamos a Tecnocasters por NowMedia Radio.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Les saluda Martín Berlanga. En esta era digital, las tarjetas de presentación de negocios son cosa del pasado. De hecho, la mayoría de las personas que las reciben las pierden en cuestión de minutos después de haberlas recibido. Y con esto, su negocio ha perdido ese cliente y seguramente esa venta. En NowMedia hemos diseñado un producto que está cambiando la industria y lo llamamos videotarjeta de negocios, la cual es un video especialmente grabado con tecnologías de vanguardia en nuestros estudios de televisión profesionales. Y está diseñado para ser enviado de manera rápida y sencilla usando su teléfono inteligente, tableta o correo electrónico a sus clientes, proveedores, empleados o a cualquier persona con la que usted necesite estar en contacto de manera instantánea. Y la mejor parte es que funciona perfectamente con lo que usted ya tiene, además de ser ideal para usarse con cualquier aplicación de mensajería instantánea o sistema de correo electrónico que usted ya está utilizando. Llámenos hoy al 832-384-9588 para ordenar su videotarjeta de negocios o envíenos un correo a videocard@nowmedia.tv.
Regresamos a Tecnocasters y antes de despedir a Lore Galán, queremos, bueno, ella tiene que irse por ahí. ¿A dónde vas, Lore? Digo, para empezar a determinar a dónde vas.
¿A dónde se
Ay,
¿Ya
perdón,
se fue?
me
No,
oí.
yo sé, dije, ya me dejó hablando solo.
Ay, nos dejó plantados.
Sí.
No voy a ningún lado. Estoy en casa, de hecho, de una amiga. Me invitaron a cenar, entonces muy amablemente me prestaron una habitación para poder grabar el programa, pero pues ya están todos los invitados ahí, solo me están esperando a mí, así que me voy a tener
O sea que te arreglaste para la cena, no para el programa.
No, así soy yo todo el tiempo. ¿Qué te pasa?
Es tu estado natural.
Claro.
Eso. Mi querida Lore, te mandamos un abrazo con mucho cariño y nos vemos el próximo viernes, si Dios nos lo permite.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, los quiero. Nos vemos el próximo viernes.
Listo.
Bye.
Saludos.
Chao.
Eso, te fijas. Ay, bien, Lore. Sale, bye. Bueno, fíjense, con lo que decía Pedro era muy importante. Las torres, yo las vi, Pedro, ¿eh? Las torres 5G, los transmisores 5G son de este tamaño. Me los enseñaron para que la gente haga de cuenta de este tamaño. Deben de medir unas 7, 8 pulgadas, unos 15, 20 centímetros de alto, por unas 3, 4 pulgadas, unos 10 centímetros de ancho. Y ya los están poniendo en los postes de luz. O sea, los postes de electricidad, los power lines, están poniendo los transmisores 5G. No son las torres monstruosas que estamos acostumbrados a ver, que son las LTEs. No, estos los ponen en las calles. Y sí son blancas, no son negras. Son como rectángulos, no, como triángulos.
Qué padre.
Como triángulos blancos. Y están en todas las direcciones. O sea, tiene uno hacia donde tú estás. O sea, tienen cuatro transmisores para como que sean como los 4 puntos cardinales. Y entonces exista una señal en donde sea 360 grados, ¿no? Pero una de las cosas que nos platicaba Verizon es que obviamente tienen que poner muchísimas torres de ese tipo para poder cubrir toda la ciudad. Entonces, por ejemplo, en Houston solamente está restringido a la galería, por ejemplo, está restringido al Energy Stadium, está restringido a los lugares importantes como Rice University, Downtown. O sea, en Downtown tienen muchos porque los edificios son muy altos, entonces tienen que poder pasar la red completa. Entonces, el deployment, no sé cómo sea la palabra en español, ¿tú lo sabes? ¿El qué?
Despliegue.
El despliegue, gracias, Pedrito. El despliegue de esta red es bien costoso. Ahora, no son las grandes torres, como te decía, sino son muchos. Haz de cuenta que estás comprando un montón de ruteadores Wi-Fi en toda la ciudad y lo estás poniendo ahí. Ahora, una de las cosas que me dijo Verizon es que lanza en Houston el ruteador 5G para casa. Entonces van a lanzar un ruteador de este tamaño, una cosa así. Entonces capta la señal 5G y la vuelve Wi-Fi en tu casa.
Ay, qué bien.
Entonces te vas a poder mover de casa o de cualquier lugar y entonces te llevas el ruteador Wi-Fi y entonces lo pones a donde vas. Si vas de viaje y entonces tienes tu Wi-Fi.
Ay, qué increíble.
Entonces, brutal, ¿eh? O sea, brutal. Esto es la tecnología 5G.
O sea, ya no va a estar uno peleándose en los viajes por el Wi-Fi.
Ya no se va a pelear uno, pero sobre todo, ¿sabes qué? Que si te cambias de casa, no tienes que esperar a que llegue Comcast o la compañía de cable que ustedes tengan y a ver si ya tengo servicio. Y cuando llegan y pongan, aquí nada más llegas, conectas el aparato, se conecta todo lo demás a Wi-Fi. Es así, es cut the cord, ¿no? Entonces me parece que está brutal.
¿Sabes también qué cosas se van a habilitar, Juan? Vamos a tener mayor capacidad de transmisión de datos. Entonces, toda la parte de lo que le llaman el IoT, el Internet de las Cosas, va a poder producir demasiada información. Por ejemplo, hay pruebas en Europa donde han puesto detectores de disparos en las colonias, ¿no? Entonces los barrios tienen pues bocinas inteligentes, por así decirlo, micrófonos inteligentes, donde logran descubrir el patrón de un disparo. Entonces eso ha ayudado a hacer las zonas más seguras. Entonces todo ese tipo de patrones que ahora no podemos correlacionar porque no tenemos la información,
Claro.
entonces va a empezar a fluir de una forma muy interesante. Entonces, lo que va a poder salir de todo esto, ciudades más seguras, energía más eficiente, tráfico más fluido, los autos autónomos, la telemedicina, eso lo va a habilitar de una forma impresionante. O sea, pareciera que solo es un número en la letra, o sea, es un número más a una tecnología, pero realmente va a cambiar la vida de muchas personas esto.
No, de todos nosotros.
Y ese cambio así tal cual, como lo está diciendo Pedro, ¿como en cuánto tiempo se va a ver? Así tal cual todo lo que acaba de decir.
Verizon nos dice que va a tener el país completo cubierto con 5G en el 2020, o sea, en un año.
O
O sea, en
rápido.
12 meses va a estar cubierto todo el país 5G. Es una de sus primeras iniciativas. Ellos me decían que ahorita lo más importante, ahorita tienen 18 ciudades en los Estados Unidos con 5G.
Ujú.
Houston es la número 18. ¿Sí?
¿Y la número 1 cuál será?
No. O sea, es la número 18 en cuestión de que acaban de ponerla. O sea,
ok.
mercados como Nueva York, Boston,
Entiendo.
Chicago, pues, los opcionantes, ¿no?
Ujú.
Pero Houston es la ciudad número 18 en los Estados Unidos con Verizon Wireless que tiene la 5G. Yo no creo que las otras compañías celulares han lanzado el 5G.
¿Por qué estará tardado en las otras?
Yo pienso, es que es un despliegue es brutal el esfuerzo.
Pero
que tienen que
ahí,
hacer.
por ejemplo, AT&T, si no se pone las pilas, puede perder un chorro de
AT&T,
gente.
Fíjate, me llegó un comunicado de prensa de AT&T hoy en la mañana diciendo que la mejor red de Wi-Fi va a ser la de AT&T, que se esperara a la gente, etcétera, como una reacción
Pues es que es lo que te digo.
a lo que pasó con Verizon, ¿sí? Pero sí, lo que dice Pedro es importante, o sea, es decir, por ejemplo, las cámaras de la ciudad, en donde puede uno recibir un montón de información, uno puede tener las ciudades que tienen propensión a actos terroristas como Londres, con este tipo de tecnología pueden monitorear prácticamente cada cuadra en tiempo real.
Ajá.
Sí, porque el delay.
Mandar alertas.
El delay. O sea, ¿tú has visto alguna vez Houston TransStar? Hey, Jonathan, could you get me Houston TransStar online? See if we can get the website so we can show the audience. Les voy a enseñar las cámaras de Houston en tiempo real. Sí. O sea, les voy a enseñar las cámaras en Houston en tiempo real para que vean el delay que hay. O sea, pasa un coche en el freeway y son 45 segundos en lo que tú lo ves.
¿Qué pasó?
¿Sí?
Ajá.
Entonces, el tema es que con este tipo de tecnología pasa algo y te enteras al segundo y medio por la velocidad que tienes, ¿no? Esa es una. Ahora, por ejemplo, ahí tenemos Houston TransStar. Could you give me one of the cameras, Jonathan, por favor? Mire, eso que ustedes ven ahí en la pantalla, Houston TransStar, es prácticamente las cámaras de la ciudad de Houston en tiempo real. Ahora, fíjese cómo está parado el tráfico, ¿de acuerdo? Could you put it full screen? Y entonces parece que si fueran fotografías las que están pasando porque las cámaras se tardan mucho. ¿Ves? ¿Te fijaste? ¿Te fijas?
Sí, van así como en
porque
cámara lenta.
Es el delay que tiene la cámara en transmitir por la red LTE de celular la información completa a nosotros que estamos viendo ese usuario, o sea, o esa velocidad. Entonces, los detectores de tráfico, por ejemplo, tienen delay. Sí, el tráfico que tú ves en un mapa tiene un 45, 60 segundos de retraso por todo lo que es el delay de los sensores, ¿no? Pero una de las cosas que sí me gustaría que Pedro nos dijera, porque Pedro nos iba a platicar de esto, es sobre realmente cuál es la realidad del 5G y no todo lo hermoso, ¿no, Pedro?
Pues mira, como platicábamos, esto depende mucho del ancho, del espectro de la frecuencia en la que se va a desarrollar, ¿no? Entonces, va a haber, como por ejemplo, ¿no? Anuncian 4.5, ¿no? Antes de anunciar 5G. Entonces, va a haber tecnologías donde, dependiendo la zona, no va a poder desarrollarse o alcanzar los anchos de banda que se esperan. Definitivamente van a ser más rápido que que 4G o LTE, pero como comentaba hace ratito, influyen muchas cosas, ¿no? Como la cantidad de edificios, como el clima, hasta los árboles llegan a afectar, digo, por el espectro en el que se mueven estos tipos de datos. Entonces, digo, va a ser más rápido, pero también, ahorita algo que preguntabas, ¿por qué AT&T? AT&T lleva uno de los avances más rápidos de 5G, pero no lo ha sacado porque en realidad no hay todavía como muchos estándares resueltos en cuestión, por ejemplo, de tecnologías. Digo, esto me gusta porque he trabajado mucho en eso. Toda la parte de 5G tiene componentes que le llaman, pues son componentes de funciones de red, ¿no? Entonces, cada torre va a tener la capacidad de recibir ya sea un ruteador virtual o algún tipo de analítica virtual. Entonces, va a depender mucho de la zona donde esté las capacidades que se van a ofrecer en esas torres. Y como tú dices, son cosas como más pequeñas, pero muchísimo más pobladas en el espectro, ¿no? Entonces, va a haber, hay como cerca de 3 tipos de 5G que hay, y todos dependen de, pues, la zona y las capacidades que van a tener de acuerdo a las propiedades físicas de la región para que van a poder explotar toda esta tecnología, ¿no?
Sí, está impresionante este tema del 5G. Yo creo que es un avance muy importante y bueno.
Oye, y la gente como yo, por ejemplo, que tenemos este iPhone, el 10, ¿no? Y que no queremos cambiarlo porque supuestamente en el que sigue, porque el 11 no tiene el 5G, en el que sigue sí va a haber. Pero entonces, ¿qué hacemos? ¿Nos quedamos tal cual o lo cambiamos al cabo? El otro que sigue no se va a poder tampoco.
¿Cómo? No te entiendo.
O sea, el tuyo, el que tienes ahorita, no soporta, no tiene el 5G.
Tiene, o sea, sí, no, pero a ver, claro, el que yo tengo es 11, pero no funciona en la red 5G porque el teléfono no tiene el chip para recibir el 5G.
Exactamente. Entonces, por ejemplo, digo yo, bueno, el que va a seguir del tuyo, ya lo irá a traer.
Sí, yo creo que sí. Yo creo que
sí. O sea, que si vale la pena,
pero
que si la gente está como yo, pues mejor me espero.
Pero necesitas estar en una red celular que ofrezca 5G en Houston.
Sí, claro.
Y AT&T, que tú estás en AT&T,
por ejemplo,
no
Verizon
la ofrece.
Exactamente.
¿De acuerdo?
Entonces, pero también no pierdas de vista, Gaby, que o sea, no es que se vaya a desaparecer las tecnologías previas y los teléfonos dejen de funcionar. En esencia, yo no creo que necesites descargar una película en 14 segundos. La 5G va a ofrecer beneficios como a mayor escala, más allá de tan solo la telefonía celular, ¿no? Entonces, o sea, como que no hay que perder de vista eso. A mi parecer, yo creo que con las velocidades que tienes ahora en redes 4G o LTE, eres sumamente funcional. El hecho de que quieras, bajar una película en 15 segundos, pues está súper bien cuando vas a subir el avión, ¿no? Pero antes como que no es mayor tema, porque el streaming es normal. Pero, los beneficios que va a haber alrededor, ¿no? Es de lo que platicábamos hace rato, yo creo que es el mayor beneficio de la 5G.
Sí, en realidad no es todo el teléfono, ¿no?
Claro. Vamos a un corte comercial. Vamos a terminar de cerrar este tema del 5G y vamos a hablarles de una aplicación nueva que se llama Web Watcher para todos aquellos padres responsables, como Gaby Barrio Nuevo, que tiene que auditar al Chiquiriquis. Regresamos.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Les saluda Martín Berlanga. En esta era digital, las tarjetas de presentación de negocios son cosa del pasado. De hecho, la mayoría de las personas que las reciben las pierden en cuestión de minutos después de haberlas recibido. Y con esto, su negocio ha perdido ese cliente y seguramente esa venta. En NowMedia hemos diseñado un producto que está cambiando la industria y lo llamamos videotarjeta de negocios, la cual es un video especialmente grabado con tecnologías de vanguardia en nuestros estudios de televisión profesionales. Y está diseñado para ser enviado de manera rápida y sencilla usando su teléfono inteligente, tableta o correo electrónico a sus clientes, proveedores, empleados o a cualquier persona con la que usted necesite estar en contacto de manera instantánea. Y la mejor parte es que funciona perfectamente con lo que usted ya tiene, además de ser ideal para usarse con cualquier aplicación de mensajería instantánea o sistema de correo electrónico que usted ya está utilizando. Llámenos hoy al 832-384-9588 para ordenar su videotarjeta de negocios o envíenos un correo a videocar@nowmedia.tv.
Regresamos a Tecnocasters, gracias a la gente que nos escucha en el 91.5, 95.3 de frecuencia modulada y el 90.5 en San Antonio. Gracias. Bueno, quería yo decirles lo siguiente. Nada más para cerrar, un tema del 5G, una de las cosas para la gente que se dedica a acceder su computadora de manera remota, esto va a ser fabuloso. Porque ahora, por ejemplo, con aplicaciones como TeamViewer y esas aplicaciones donde te puedes llevar el trabajo a tu casa y estás trabajando desde un iPad, o bueno, no de un iPad no, porque no son 5G, pero desde un Surface o alguna vez que sea, desde un Galaxy Note o alguna de esas iPads, tabletas que son compatibles en 5G, uno va a poder comunicarse a su oficina y poder conectarse sin problema a los servidores de su oficina, a su oficina, y entonces vas a poder hacer un montón de cosas, ¿no?
Sí, vas a poder trabajar desde tu casa.
Bueno, siempre uno podía, hace mucho tiempo que puedes trabajar desde tu casa, pero ahora puedes trabajar desde
tu vacación.
Desde la playa,
Ajá.
vas a poder trabajar desde la playa, vas a poder trabajar desde el coche, si alguien va manejando y tú...
Ay, Dios.
Dale.
Bueno, del coche sí, pero de la playa no.
¿Por qué no?
Oye, hace un par de años visité Río de Janeiro y para aquellos que no conocen Río de Janeiro, las playas no son privadas. Entonces, todos los hoteles terminan en una calle y después todas las playas son públicas. Entonces, pues ves de todo, ¿no? Desde
todo.
abuelas en chiquini hasta gente de traje abajo de una sombrilla con el pantalón arremangado y su laptop trabajando. Se me hizo de las cosas más lindas que me ha tocado ver, que puedes estar sentado frente al mar trabajando.
Así
Oye, ¿y probaste la guaraná antártica?
No.
¿Cómo, Pedro? Ir a Brasil y no probar guaraná antártica. Buenísima. Para la gente que no sepa, es un refresco. Que está hecho de guaraná. No, bueno, vete a Chamagaucha y pides una guaraná.
Ah.
Es como un refresco, es como un refresco.
¿Bien dulce o qué?
Tiene un sabor como de manzana, pero diferente. Muy rico, ¿eh? El guaraná. I love it. Muy bien. Bueno, ¿qué onda? ¿Vamos al siguiente tema o qué?
Ajá.
¿Platicamos lo que sigue?
El de los hijos.
A ver, tú que estás ahorita en temas de adolescencia, que yo ya voy, vas que chutas, ¿eh? No, hombre. Ya voy, vas que chutas.
No, hombre, está bien chiquita Sofía.
No, pero...
Bueno, ya sé, ahí vas, pero todavía no.
Ya, vamos. ¿Tú qué edad tiene tu pequeñito, Pedro?
Tengo un pequeñito de 16 y un pequeñito de 8, entonces...
No, bueno, estás en esas, o sea, estás en que tienes que quedarte despierto durante los viernes.
Pero el de 8 está todavía chiquito.
Bueno, es que Max 16, ¿no?
Sí.
¿Y ya trae novia?
Pues no que me haya dicho.
Ay,
Que yo sepa.
Y ya, fíjese, Pedro, ¿tú te quedas en las noches esperándolo o ya no?
No, todavía no está en esa edad, Juan. Todavía no sale, no es libre todavía de su persona.
Bueno. Entonces, para personas como Pedro, que tiene hijos de 16 años, como las tuyas que son, ¿qué?
19 y 17.
O sea, también estás ¿tú también ya te quedas despierta anoche?
Pues más Víctor. Yo, acuérdate que mis terapias de sueño son muy importantes.
O sea, tú te jeteas sabroso.
Pues le digo, ahí te ves. De repente lo ayudo. Pero sí, la vez pasada Víctor llegó casi a las... Era 1:30.
Hombre, es tardísimo.
Pues para mí sí es tarde.
1:30 de la mañana un viernes.
Sí.
Había etapas en las que llegaba a las 7 de la mañana.
Sí, ya sé, pero bueno, él no es tan wild.
No, yo no era wild, yo me quedaba desayunando. Pero a ver, entonces, para la gente que tienen hijos adolescentes, este Web Watcher me pareció una aplicación importante. Jonathan, could you bring it up, Web Watcher, please, whenever you have a chance? Fíjese, ahorita tenemos 6 cosas que afectan a los adolescentes, ¿sí? Que son los depredadores en línea, cualquier muchacho o muchacha que tenga síntomas de algún tipo de suicidio, ¿sí? Cualquier tipo de conducta inapropiada, el cyberbullying, el sexting y lo que es el uso de alcohol y drogas, ¿no? Entonces son las 6 cosas que es como que afectan a los adolescentes. Y más, ahora, les hemos dicho a todas las personas que el teléfono inteligente es un reflejo de la vida de las personas, ¿sí? Nuestros teléfonos tienen lo bueno, lo regular y lo malo de nosotros, en general, ¿sí? Lo que podemos considerar bueno, regular y malo,
Okay.
¿no? O sea, a lo mejor el malo para ti es que tienes un texto de tu pequeñito que le caíste gordo ya y eso es malo para ti, ¿no? Pero hay otras personas que pueden tener cosas muy feas en el teléfono, ¿no? Pero, y en el caso de los adolescentes es lo mismo. O sea, en los adolescentes, mira, me platicaba... Jonathan me platicaba. Jonathan Maisek was telling me this, remember? Me decía que ahorita una de las modas fuertes es que el acoso es por Instagram.
Jonathan es de la edad de mi hijo, ¿verdad?
Claro, Jonathan, how old are you? 19? 19. Bueno, 19 años. Entonces, Jonathan me decía que uno del acoso, del harassment, es en Instagram, mucho en Instagram. O sea, las chavitas que no tienen, que les gusta andar, pues no sé, de alguna manera más descubiertas de lo normal a esa edad, publican fotografías y todos los adultos más grandes o la gente mayor les mandan mensajes privados y qué bonita estás y ya sabes, ¿no? O sea, la niña que no tiene cerebro y que pone fotografías de tipo, ¿no? Y el señor inapropiado que le manda, oye, qué bonita estás, ¿no? Entonces, ese tipo de acoso se da mucho en redes sociales, pero además se da por textos, se da por mensajes de texto, se da por correos electrónicos. Y esta aplicación Web Watcher lo que hace es, en primer lugar, le da a los papás la capacidad de monitorear de manera discreta, ¿sí? La actividad de sus hijos por intervalos de 5 minutos o menos. Y entonces le da una bitácora, un log, un registro de todo lo que puede ser identificado como conducta riesgosa. O sea, lo que el software detecte como conducta riesgosa. Sin embargo, me parece que este tipo de aplicaciones ayudan mucho para que no existan esos sobresaltos, esas sorpresas de repente en donde haya problemas, ¿no? Entonces, fíjese, 1083, me imagino que es una suscripción mensual. Me han preguntado muchas personas de la audiencia cómo puedo monitorear las actividades de mis hijos. Lo traemos por eso, Web Watcher. Es una aplicación que tiene varios costos. Por ejemplo, es $10.83 al mes, costos de $39.95 al mes, $59.95, o un plan de 12 meses, $199.95, donde incluyen cierto tipo de features, cierto tipo de cosas en donde pueden ustedes monitorear a sus hijos, y me parece que es algo muy positivo, ¿no?
Todo eso a mí me encanta, pero creo que también, lo más importante para mí es la educación que les des, o sea, la enseñanza, hablarles de todo lo que les puede pasar.
Por supuesto.
Eso es más importante que nada.
Por supuesto.
Y claro, aplicaciones como esas ayudan un montón.
Pero ¿sabes qué? Perdón. ¿Sabes qué? El tema no solamente es la educación. Claro que la educación es la parte más importante, es el 70% del tema, ¿no? Pero quizá el 30% del tema es que a veces tú no puedes estar influyendo en el ambiente en el que tus hijos se manejan, ¿no? O sea, mi hija Andrea, por ejemplo, tiene un compañero que la escuela no sabe qué hacer con él. Y tiene 7 años, ¿no? Entonces,
sí, pero al tener una buena comunicación con tu hija,
claro,
estás sabiendo
me entero.
eso. O sea, para eso voy.
Pero si el niño, este muchachito, hace algo inapropiado en la escuela, pues me entero cuando ya pasó, ¿no? Antes de que pase, ¿no?
Y has oído de la otra aplicación, también es muy buena, no es nueva, pero es buena. Life 360.
No, platícame.
Bueno, esa está muy buena también. Es más que nada como un tipo Find My iPhone, pero más padre en el sentido de que la instalas en los iPhones de tus hijos o en los teléfonos de tus hijos. Y entonces ella te va diciendo si tu hijo ya llegó a tal lugar que tiene que llegar. O lo padre es que aunque él no vaya manejando, si va con algún amigo, si van a exceso de velocidad, o sea, te va avisando.
Te va monitoreando cómo van las cosas.
Ajá.
Claro.
O sea, eso está como también padre.
Pues mira, yo pienso que es muy importante el estar pendientes. Yo no sé, Pedro, ¿estarías de acuerdo a instalar algo así para Max?
Definitivamente sí. O sea, por ejemplo, la casa tiene monitoreado el tráfico, tiene bloqueos, o sea, y eso lo platicamos desde hace años, para aquellos que nos siguen desde el principio, de cosas como, pues no pongas la computadora o sea, nada más en su cuarto, trata de que tengan en un lugar abierto, y gradualmente se van a ir ganando los privilegios de tener un poco más de privacidad, ¿no? Porque también, pues, ya están creciendo, pero pues, más que nada, como tú decías, o sea, la educación es una cosa, el medio es otra, y yo no sé si estamos exagerando en esta generación o qué, pero al final, pues tienes que estar cuidando a los hijos, ¿no?
No, y antes cuidábamos a los hijos de una manera física.
Ujú.
Ahorita tenemos que buscar la protección de los hijos de manera digital. Entonces, bueno, no se trata de hacernos drama ni nada. Le estamos dando 2 aplicaciones, Live 360
Ajá.
y Web Watcher, como para que la gente entienda la importancia de monitorear a los hijos, de monitorear su tecnología, el saber qué están haciendo constantemente. No se confíe de YouTube Kids, por favor.
Ay, no, ni les gusta mucho.
No, bueno, los tuyos. A las mías les encanta YouTube Kids.
Sí, es que a Andrés nunca
bueno,
le gustó.
Bueno, entonces ya YouTube Kids lo tengo prohibido porque el contenido, o sea, es que te vas con la
Sí,
finta
sí han
de que
dicho. Ajá.
te vas con la finta de que YouTube Kids sí tiene contenido para niños y te encuentras unas cosas que dices, wow. Entonces, preferible que ven el YouTube y estás monitoreando el canal que están viendo que YouTube Kids, que bajas la guardia y no es cierto, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a un corte comercial, regresamos. Vamos a regresar con preguntas de la audiencia, las preguntas de ustedes, y ya despedimos este programa. Regresamos, no se vaya.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Les saluda Martín Berlanga. En esta era digital, las tarjetas de presentación de negocios son cosa del pasado. De hecho, la mayoría de las personas que las reciben las pierden en cuestión de minutos después de haberlas recibido. Y con esto, su negocio ha perdido ese cliente y seguramente esa venta. En NowMedia hemos diseñado un producto que está cambiando la industria y lo llamamos videotarjeta de negocios, la cual es un video especialmente grabado con tecnologías de vanguardia en nuestros estudios de televisión profesionales. Y está diseñado para ser enviado de manera rápida y sencilla usando su teléfono inteligente, tableta o correo electrónico a sus clientes, proveedores, empleados o a cualquier persona con la que usted necesite estar en contacto de manera instantánea. Y la mejor parte es que funciona perfectamente con lo que usted ya tiene, además de ser ideal para usarse con cualquier aplicación de mensajería instantánea o sistema de correo electrónico que usted ya está utilizando. Llámenos hoy al 832-384-9588 para ordenar su videotarjeta de negocios o envíenos un correo a videocard@nowmedia.tv.
Regresamos a Tecnocasters rápidamente. 3 preguntas de la audiencia porque se nos está acabando el tiempo. Le prometo que la semana que entra traemos más preguntas. La primera es Carolina MI03 de Instagram. Dice, Juan, ¿ya no sale su segmento de Univisión 45? Bueno, ahorita por lo pronto los segmentos de tecnología van a salir por Fox 26.
Okay.
Sí, por lo pronto para que Fox 26 Houston, ahí nos vean con Keeping You Tech Savvy. Por lo pronto en English.
Muy bien, muy bien.
¿Sale? Luego dice Maurio Salem en Instagram, nos dice, ¿qué tal, Juan? Entonces la red 5G al aire, ¿qué tan fuerte es su cobertura? Ayer revisé y aparentemente aún no está disponible en Tombo. No. Les tengo rápidamente las partes en Houston donde está. East Houston, Uptown, Greenway Plaza, Museum District, Rice Village, de Galleria Mall, el Energy Stadium, de BBA Compass Stadium y Rice University. Y bueno, la semana que entra voy a contestamos la pregunta de Tere Bagwell, donde dice que cómo desactiva la localización en mi iPhone. Teníamos un video para ti, Tere, pero se nos acabó el tiempo. Entonces, la semana que entra te contestamos la pregunta iniciando el programa para que le demos paso a tu pregunta. Ya nos vamos. Señor, usted puede seguir a Pedro Riverola Arellano en Riverola en Twitter. Ahí lo tiene usted en pantalla, @Riverola. Pedro, muchas gracias. ¿Algo que quieras agregar rápidamente?
No, saludos a todos, nos escuchamos la semana que entra.
Si Dios nos lo permite. Mi queridísima Gaby Barrenuevo, ¿algo quieres agregar?
No, nada más darle las gracias porque nos escuchan y que nos sigan escuchando y nos manden sus sugerencias, comentarios, preguntas.
Que nos manden todo, claro que sí. Y bueno, su servidor Juan Guevara Torres, experto en tecnología, con mis compañeros Tecnocasters. Nos vemos y escuchamos la próxima semana aquí en NowMedia Radio. Gracias y que tenga usted la mejor de las noches.
Bye.
back again for another installment of Guests in the West show. We are here going to be having a few guests on as we leverage the use of technology via Skype and have them in live session format. But we wanted to start off, big announcement happening today right now on the irs.gov website. Now, that's not a joke. That is legit. That is very exciting news for people that have heard about the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Relief Economic Stimulus Act that was recently passed by Congress. And so people are entitled, and families, to a little bit of relief. And so we wanted to be able to take you through that process this morning and be able to show you how you can be able to get that. So people that filed back in 2018 and 2019, more likely than not, based on the website's information, don't really need to do anything. However, you can check up your status. They just launched that part of the website here today, so we're going to take you through that process. So if you go to irs.gov, G-O-V, you can come in on the main page, and the first tab you're going to come to is Get Corona Tax Relief. In there, you're going to scroll down, and you're going to see an area that says individuals and families. That's where you're going to want to go. And right there, in the second one down, it says Economic Income Impact Payments. When you click on that, you're going to come to two areas. So number one, did you file in 2008 and 2019? If you did not, then you would go where the non-filers are. It tells you exactly the two bullet points that qualifies for non-filers. The next one, though, for most people that filed in 2018 and 2019, or didn't do 2019 yet, but did their 2018 filers, you click on the Get My Payment. This will let you know exactly the status of the payment that you're going to get, whether it's going to be via check or direct deposit. So when you scroll onto that, it'll say, the next box, when you hit Get My Payment, it'll say Get My Payment again. And then it'll take you to, of course, a warning that this is for the U.S. government only. And from there, you can then put in some of your information to be able to track down where your filing is, your refund's going to be coming, whether via check or a direct deposit. Now, from a speed perspective, I know that they were planning on putting a piece in the website to be able to put your direct deposit information down, your routing number, your account number, in order for you to be able to then have the payment directly sent to you. So if you're single and that's how you filed your taxes, $1,200 is what's coming to you. If you're married, that you filed jointly, that's $2,400 that's coming. At the same time, there's some income restraints. So if you make over a certain amount, whether you're single or married, then it'll start reducing that amount. Again, the easiest thing is when you go into this Get My Payment, it's going to have you put in your social security number, your birthday, your address with your zip code, and then it'll take you to the next prompt, and then that allows you then in a secure way to be able to do that. Now, one of the things to identify, there's a lot of scams going on out here. Number one, the IRS does not make phone calls. They do not have a call center. Number one, I wouldn't waste my time. Do not try to make a phone call on this. This is going to be completely online. If you need some assistance, talk to your tax person that you've been working with. Talk to someone that's in financial services. Talk to your local bank. A lot of them are getting familiar with this. Now, number one, nobody's familiar with this. The IRS just made this website. This part of the website didn't even exist, right? Remember, the CARES Act was just passed here recently in 2020. So it's nothing that anyone was really ready for. No one was planning on sending out $1,200 or $2,400 to folks. You can see that there's a delay. There's going to be a lot of people using this, so you have to be patient. So number one, when it comes to scams, they're not going to send you any direct emails. They're not going to send you any direct phone calls. If the IRS wants to get in touch with you, they will do it via mail. That is the way that they communicate to you. And they'll have all your necessary information to identify you in that certified letter. And so I want to be able to make sure that people are safe when you go onto this. Remember, it's irs.gov. It's important that we make sure that you go to the right website and you can check out how you're going to get paid. This is unprecedented, folks. Never in my history, Now, I look kind of young, but been filing for 20 some odd years now. I have never seen where the IRS is just giving out relief. They're giving out money. And so this is a great opportunity for a lot of citizens. I know for some folks, they need more, and my heart goes out to you. But there's only so much that we can do. So that's one area. The next thing that I would say when it comes to reaching out to from a business perspective is they also have on that website if you are a business. So again, when you're going to the irs.gov website, that front page right now is be able to allow people to navigate where they can get relief, right? So it's right there, get coronavirus tax relief. And then right there when you scroll down in the middle of the page, it's going to have whether you're an individual or family. That's what we're talking about this morning. Those that are individuals and families, they have money coming to them. The other one are businesses and other nonprofit organizations. They have the ability to also get some tax credits. Now, it's not going to work the same as it does for individuals. So in other words, if you're a business owner, you are not going to be getting a separate, not refund, a stimulus check for your business. There are some different things that are available to you, mainly offered through financial institutions to be able to allow you to continue to process payroll during the temporary shutdown, and or potentially getting some loans with really low interest or no interest to be able to let you still stay in business. So again, when we go here, for those of you that are watching online, Jonathan, our producer, was able to pull it up, and so you're able to see that. If you're listening to this in podcast format, number one, don't be doing this while you drive. Pull over, go to irs.gov, and then navigate through the website. Folks, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm available to kind of walk you through some of these things. I know this is a little bit complex for some folks just because they've never had to do this before. This is a new situation for a lot of people. If you're in Social Security, if you're on disability, if you're on veterans benefits, if you're a railroad worker, you don't need to do anything. The stimulus refund check will automatically come onto your next deposits. And so it's already been processed and paid out to you. And so you don't need to do anything. It's going to happen that way. If you are receiving Social Security disability checks, Social Security, railroad worker, or a veteran. So we want to be able to make sure that people that look closely if you're in that scenario, so that way you know exactly kind of where it's going to be coming from. It's crucial to be able to make sure that you're doing it in the right way. So after that, the one thing that I would say for a lot of business owners, because that's a part of our audience out here and the Guests in the West show through the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, we want to promote businesses and business owners. And so for a lot of business owners, you need to reach out to your local bank, your credit union, and you need to see what you can get for your business, whether you're a one employee shop or you have 500 employees or 1,000 employees. It's going to be important for you to talk to your personal banker. And if you don't have one, you might want to go find one, right? So if your local bank is just telling you to go call a 1-800 number, my suggestion was go find a better bank. There's a lot of banks that will give you real customized service these days. And they're going to be able to walk you through. There's some different programs offered through the CARES Act, and that's going to allow you to be able to have payroll, pay your employees while you're in this temporary shutdown mode, or you might have to, they're wanting to be able to see what they can do to be able to allow you to just furlough employees and not have to fire anybody, so thus reducing the level of unemployment claims that we're having right now. Now, I will be honest, folks. I know it's tough out there for some folks. We had 17 million claims so far for unemployment, and so we know that it's hitting a lot of American families hard. That's the highest amount that we've ever seen. Now, just to compare that, in the Great Depression, there was 150 million people all that lived in the United States. We are over double that. We have about 330 to 350 million people that live in the United States. And so our workforce alone, people that are actively looking for jobs, is about 150 million. So the high level of claims is, of course, concerning. The CARES Act is to hopefully give you a little bit of sense of relief And I know that for some of the unemployment checks, they're a little bit higher than they were in the past, just because of the situation that a lot of people are going in. The other thing that I would say for a lot of folks, if you're finding yourself in a tough place financially, it's time for you to be able to reach out. If you don't have a personal relationship with a banker or a credit union, it's an opportunity for you to reach out to a financial advisor, a credit repair specialist, to be able to help you navigate this current situation. There are a lot of folks, I would say, don't get emotional with your things. There's nothing wrong with putting your house up for sale and moving down and downsizing and going to an apartment. In situations like this, where we find ourselves in tight spots financially, we might have to take a step backwards, even a step sideways, in order to make sure that we can navigate the new finances that we might find ourselves in. I recently saw a report by New York Times that people have completely changed the way that they're spending. Spending is completely down in obvious places like travel, hospitality, entertainment. There's no sporting events going on right now. And so for a lot of people, they're going to have to, and they've adjusted, all that spending that they're no longer spending in those areas are all going to grocery. And if you've been to the local Costco or the H-E-B here locally in Houston, then you know that people are just making sure that that's all that they're focusing on, right? They're making sure that they have lots of toilet paper in their house and food. By the way, I think some people are just chowing down on canned tuna. I've never seen the shelves so empty before. But with that shift in spending, people need to have a look at what's going on. Now, one thing that I would say for a lot of folks, if you've saved well, you can tap into your savings. For other folks, if they have like a 401k or an IRA, there is some relief there. There's no 10% penalty tax by the IRS if you decide to take a withdrawal from your 401k or your IRA. Now, just note that you probably want to talk to your tax accountant or a financial advisor before you decide to liquidate that, so you know the actual impact that's going to have on you, because you still need to pay the taxes of withdrawing it. You just don't get paid. You don't have to get penalized 10% on top of it. There's a lot of different things that are going on out there. And so I think for a lot of people, it's an opportunity for them to look internally, what's going on in my own financial house. Personally, where are we in that situation? Then, if you run your own business, which a lot of our audience does, what can you take advantage of now in order to put yourself in a great position going forward? Folks, we know that this is unprecedented times, so you want to go to the right places, right? So I would avoid anybody reading things for news on Facebook or on Instagram or on Twitter. You got to go right to the websites, right? You got to go, if you're concerned about your health, go to the cdc.org. And also for this particular situation, I would go to the irs.gov website to get all the facts of what's actually going to be available to you. So appreciate you letting us walk you through that. I want to be able to make sure that we help people navigate that, since it's such a pressing and important topic of conversation. We're going to take a quick break, hear a word from our sponsor. Again, want to thank NowMedia Studios for opening up during this time. And we're going to come back and hear from our first guest. So let's first hear a word from our sponsor. All right.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Joe Sherman here, your host with Mutual Omaha. Again, want to thank NowMedia Studios for being open. They are an essential business communicating really essential information. So that's why they're an essential business in helping not only us communicate to you from business to business perspective, but us be able to communicate important information. Top of the hour, talked about the CARES Act and how the irs.gov, you can now go onto the site and track down that refund or that stimulus package that is available to you. The other one that we want to be able to announce to you guys, it's very exciting, is NowMediaRadio.com is now available 24/7. So if you've missed an episode of Guest in the West show, you can now catch it there, NowMediaRadio.com. It's going to be showcased at 11 o'clock. There's also, feel free to see some of the other feeds. If you are bilingual, Spanish, you will find yourself with a myriad of great content there. Some other of the hosts. And so it's very exciting to be able to make sure that you can access this information at your convenience, and it's going to be going 24/7. So looking forward to watching that. Next, you can, of course, then watch this live as well via that feed. Seeing myself live is really weird. So feel free. Again, that website is nowmediaradio.com. Now we're going to take a shift, everybody. Excited to have our first guest on the show today. Megan, we went through the technical difficulties. We got her on. And so, Megan, welcome to Guest in the West show.
Hi, Sherman. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for taking the time. Appreciate your patience this morning as we leverage technology to get you on here.
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm excited to have you on. Why don't you share your story a little bit with some of the folks that might not know who you are and what you guys do over there?
Sure, absolutely. I started Tell Your Tale marketing in 2005 after working with a couple of different global organizations. And I really liked the agency life where you can work with a lot of different types of organizations. And I wanted to champion the entrepreneurship that is certainly available when you start your own business. So Tell Your Tale marketing helps companies boost their visibility through graphic design, web development, public relations, social media, and professional writing. Now, especially relevant today during the COVID-19 pandemic, we're helping companies stay in front of their clients and prospects, of course, maintaining the 6 feet of distancing. If you are a business-to-business or B2B organization, there are marketing strategies and tactics to use to show others how you are still relevant in this economic and health crisis that we're facing right now. For business to consumer B2C organizations, especially those that have relied heavily on local foot traffic, we're helping those companies really rethink their business model and take more of their offerings online. So I think everyone has heard, especially about restaurants and the difficult situation that they're facing. But one thing that we're seeing them do, and we're helping them with, is take their expertise online through online cooking classes. So this helps the restaurants position themselves as industry leaders and stay in front of their current customer base as well as new ones. And, this gives their patrons an opportunity to still have that date night or still get together with friends that do it virtually and have fun. And then the restaurants are able to couple whatever that menu is for the class, have that delivered to the patrons. So they're still selling food, they're still staying in front of their customers. And then after we get over the COVID-19 curve, the first restaurants that those patrons are going to think about are the ones that stayed in touch and the ones that provided that really good relationship. So there are definitely ways that businesses can keep money coming in the door, which everyone needs. You can continue building your following and really reap those benefits now as well as in the future. And Tell Your Tale marketing, we really like helping companies come up with those creative programs, plan them, and execute them.
That's a great way to be able to make sure that businesses stay relevant during this time. I know that realtors have that common phrase of location, location, location. Sounds like there at Tell Your Tale Marketing, it's all about communicate, communicate, communicate. What are some ways that folks can get in touch with you? I know if you're watching, Jonathan was able to pull up your website while you were chatting. What's the best way for folks to get a hold of you these days?
I recommend first look at our website, Tell Your Tale, and that's TALE.com. Our blog has a lot of insight and tips, concrete examples of how people can reach out to their own customers and prospects, many of which are either low cost or they're free. That's a great way to connect with us, learn about us. I encourage listeners and viewers to connect with me on LinkedIn. It's Megan Frazier Salt. And as always, people can always call our office. We're willing just to let you bounce ideas off of us, ask questions. You don't have to sign a heavy contract. There's nothing like that. We want to help people. Our phone number is 713-864-1344. Again, feel free to give us a call. I'm a firm believer in we are stronger together. And I hope that everyone listening or watching today will join me and prepare now for the growth, the economic progress that is ahead.
All right, wonderful. For those of you that are watching, Jonathan will pull that up on video format of the direct contact in order to get in touch with Megan. So, Megan, what's some of the things that you're excited about? Because I know that a lot of businesses can be a little bit concerned during this time, but what are some of the things that you're positive and excited about that's going on over there?
In any economic slowdown, I think a lot of people are a little bit hesitant. They don't know what to do. And I'm seeing a little bit of this now where professionals are holding back and worrying, when in fact you should do the opposite. This is the time to push forward on marketing. There are discounts that your organization can take advantage of to position you forward. And say again, it's all about staying visible in front of your clients and prospects. And again, as Sherman, you said, communicate. A lot of the print shops they're not having as much business come in either, so they're willing to broker with you to give you a better discount on printing and sometimes even mailing. A lot of the Facebook advertising can be very, very cost effective and allows you to really focus in your reach in terms of your customer demographics, location, but also interest. So some of these things are proven best practices in any time. But because so many other people are pulling back, it gives all of our organizations a huge opportunity to push forward and be able to really take advantage of the void that's out there, because other people, your competition likely is not doing this. So push forward now so that you have more visibility and engage with your customers now. Even simple things like reaching out to your customers and prospects by phone, it almost sounds antiquated, but people are craving that personal interaction. And I've encouraged our own clients to do this. It's not a hard sell. Pick up the phone and call your clients and your prospects and ask them, how are you doing? What can I do to help you through this economic crisis? And listen to them and be genuine. Make sure you follow up. It's a huge opportunity to get to know where your clients and prospects are and think through new ways that you can help them. And when you're genuine and you really follow through, people remember that.
Yeah. That's really good advice. I think it's powerful that you identify that there's a lot of businesses that are pulling back on marketing when, as you said, now's the time to go all in and make sure that your voice is being heard. Now, I know that you're a very active and strong member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. Tell us a little bit about your relationship there and why you're a member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce.
Sure. We joined a number of years ago, in large part because I had been invited to attend some of the women driving business events. And I found those events really, really fruitful in terms of connecting with other female business leaders. So for the viewers and listeners who may not be familiar with women driving business, the Houston West Chamber started Women Driving Business 15 years ago. And it is an event series that connects female business leaders, Greater Houston. We found that women network differently than men. And so Women Driving Business is a great platform to really connect women with other women. And these are the prospects that I want to be in the room with, the decision makers. In addition to that, these are also wonderful mentors and sources of inspiration, and especially in a time like what we're facing right now, who wouldn't want that? So I would definitely say the Houston West Chamber and Women Driving Business have been really smart investments for our business.
That's great. I appreciate your membership. And of course, I think you're the chair of the Women Driving Business events. And so really appreciate all your dedication there. Final thoughts, Megan, with us as we have a lot of business owners that are viewing this. What's kind of your last words to them this morning?
Again, Sherman, I encourage people, don't hold back. Look at the ways, even if they are more cost-effective ways than what you would traditionally do, market, get out there. You can do it, so much of it virtually. Don't hesitate to reach out to your customers and your prospects. Call them, send an email, look at social media and how you can target them, and really provide your services or your products that are specifically relevant to essential businesses right now. What do people need in the COVID-19 pandemic? How can you tailor your offerings to them? And again, push that marketing out. Time is critical.
Wonderful advice, Megan. Really appreciate you coming on the show and sharing your thoughts with us. As a reminder, folks, check out her website, tellyourtale, TALE.com, and you can learn more. She is still open for business, helping businesses to be able to navigate this space and be able to stay relevant and be able to make sure that they are staying top of mind of all their consumers and clients. So really appreciate your time today, Megan.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, hear a word from our sponsor, and thanks again for tuning in. We have another guest here, and she's back from the past.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Mutual of Omaha here in the NowMedia studio. Wanted to be able to just connect again with you folks. Very excited about some of the great things that's going on out there. There's some really great businesses that are there to help you out. Really enjoyed Megan's thoughts here, and I think it's powerful for businesses to have a look at what they're doing to reach their clients in some of those free formats that she talked about. Hint, hint, that would be social media. She even mentioned connecting with her via LinkedIn. Also, I think for a lot of businesses, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, there's a lot of different tools out there that you can be leveraging in order to stay relevant and in top of mind of individuals. And it's about sharing your story, or as Megan talks about it, telling your tale. Making sure that you can share what your business is all about. So I want to be able to thank Top of the Morning here. This program, Guest in the West Show, doesn't get done by on its own. So behind me in the studio, we have Jonathan and Juan. Juan being the founder here of NowMedia and Jonathan, and we're excited about all the work that they're doing, moving us to a new studio, at the same time making this available 24/7 at NowMediaRadio.com. And so feel free to go check out that website, see all the other hosts and other shows that are being produced out of the studio. They're in business to be able to help you stay relevant and helping you navigate that space of content creation. The next, of course, we can't get this done without all the wonderful members of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, and most importantly, at that chamber, Karina and Devin. They are the two that really help organize and line up all the various guests that are going to be on the show. And so we're extremely grateful for all their hard work and being able to organize that all behind the scenes. So they're the names that they don't get a lot of recognition because they're not here in the hot seat, right? But they're behind the scenes making sure that all things go well and sharing with us what's going on. So that's why I wanted to just take a shift before we're getting on our next guest. We're just waiting through technology to get them through and make sure that it's all lined up. So one of the things that you can do is go to the Guest in the West, Houston West Chamber of Commerce website. That's hwcoc.org, and you can check out all the upcoming events. Now, for the entire month of March and April, they shifted a lot of their events to virtual, and so you'll be able to see right there in the middle of the page at the top, there's events, and then there's a calendar, and you can see here in that calendar where all the events are happening in the entire month of April. And so what you can see the different hyperlinks. You can see that today on the 15th we have the West Houston Outlook committee meeting, and that's gone virtual as well. So you can click on that. You can see what that committee is talking about, what they're planning to do, and that can be something that is of interest to you. It's all going to be done via Zoom and phone calls right now, just based on their stay-at-home orders and being able to make sure that we keep everyone safe. And you're going to want to be able to see what different events are happening. I know they moved their networking to a weekly format every Thursday from 4:30 to 6:30. It's typically themed. Last one was wacky hair on the Zoom, and had some really fantastic hair. People had birds' nests in there. Other folks did other crazy things. I didn't shave my hair, by the way, for that. This one is Meet My Pet, so that way you're encouraged to bring your pets on. I know for a lot of folks that run Zoom and various video conference calls throughout the day, they end up having to put their pets outside or upstairs and kind of get the fence or close the doors on them. And so this is a great way from a networking standpoint. You can show off your pet and let us know what's going on. All right, so I think we're getting the motion that we're ready to go. Okay, yeah, we'll come back and take a commercial break, and we'll have our first guest on, or the next guest. Sorry, Megan was our first guest. Have our next guest on, and so let's hear a word from our sponsor.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Welcome back, everybody, to Guest in the West show. Sherman here with Mutual Omaha. You're listening to. We're here at the NowMedia studio, and we really want to appreciate all those that have made this possible. So one of the things that I wanted to be able to just take a step back, because I know a lot of folks have some concerns where things are financially. That's one of the things that at Mutual Omaha we do in a very powerful way. Our approach is consultative in nature, and we help people navigate this financial journey of their lives, if I can get a little poetic there. But what we find for a lot of people, they have, it's really like a bridge. It's suspended in two areas. One's going to be your risk management, which is going to be your insurance. It's things that you're going to be able to protect against the what-ifs of life. And those are things like life insurance, disability, critical illness, health insurance, those things that are important to you in your time of need. Next is then on the other side of that bridge is the offensive side, your ability to grow any money that you decide to save. So really think of that as like saving strategies. It could be as simple as putting, 5% away, $50 a month, 20% of your gross income is where you might want to get to. And then what you're going to want to do then is, as you have some investments, you're going to allow them to grow and get more risk as you have different things put in place. But one thing that I would say, like any good bridge, in order to keep it standing, you have to have both sides of that being fully utilized, and making sure that you've had the conversations with a professional about what would your plan be if certain things happen, making sure that you can navigate some of that space of risk management. At the same time, let's plan for the future. Good things will happen, and as you save and protect yourself, you're going to be able to put yourself in a great position to be able to deal with some of the obstacles, or be able to invest in some of the wonderful opportunities that's going to happen out there. And so I think a lot of people, they'll find a lot of value in having a conversation with someone, especially during this time. There's a lot of volatility, a lot of ups and downs in the market right now. Doesn't necessarily mean that what you have your money in is going up and down. And so if you aren't being communicated with on a pretty regular basis via email, phone calls, text messages from your financial professional, from your banker, you might need to have a look at if you're partnered with the right individual. Now is the time to be able to make sure that you're being heard and you're being checked on from your financial team. And so at Mutual Omaha, that's one of the things that we pride ourselves in, is making sure that we give you as much value and customer touch as possible. So again, feel free to check out our websites. You can contact me directly via phone, 713-690-5533, extension 225. I'm proud to say that our company was able to navigate this quicker than the government. We already had some advisor stimulus package put in for our advisors, new and veteran. Those have been with us for a while, in order to help them kind of smooth out what's going on right now. Leveraging technology, we put a lot of investment over the last decade in making sure that we can connect with our clients in a digital format in a way that's really impactful and meaningful. So we're excited about the position that we're in, from a perspective that we're excited in that we're ready to help our clients in this digital way. We're not excited that we're here. However, as an insurance company, we are well positioned to navigate these kinds of storms. Insurance isn't a sexy, rah-rah, exciting, but it is in times like this where we have guarantees, we have opportunities to create stability and really create those streams of income, and help people plan for the what-ifs that are occurring in their lives, and helping them set up for a fantastic future. So again, if you want to get in touch with us, feel free. You can email me, sherman.on@mutualomaha.com, and we really appreciate people coming on. So we're ready to go. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to have our guest on and be able to hear what they have to say on how they're helping businesses. So let's first hear another word from our sponsor.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Welcome back, everybody. Sherman here, Guest in the West show. I'm here from Mutual Omaha. We're excited to have Pierre Luigi on from Network Box. Pierre Luigi, can you hear us well?
I can. Good morning.
Good morning. So how are you doing during this time of stay-at-home orders and COVID-19?
I'm trying to adjust to the new situation. It's not completely new personally, because I did used to work from home once in a while, but now staying at home, I feel a little bit of a prisoner. It's not easy.
Yeah.
I think the most, the thing I hear from all the people I talk to, friends or colleagues or otherwise, is that we feel prisoners. We feel like, I just want to go out. and we can. So we're adjusting the routine, we're adjusting the work schedule. Try not to become complacent, because you don't have to travel, get up an hour later, don't take a shower while you're working, things like that. Trying to keep it as a normal routine, even though it's not normal.
That's really good. I know for a lot of people, finding that routine when they're fully staying at home now and kids are off of school, it's trying to find that good routine. So what are you guys doing there over at Network Box right now, Pierluigi? Are you guys office? Are you still working and working with clients?
We are working with clients, yes. Luckily, I should say, our industry not only has not been impacted by the situation in a way, it's a very necessary industry right now. Not just IT in general, but security particularly. We closed the office around the first week of March for a reason, good or bad that it is. Because I am from Italy, I heard the news coming from my family. I kind of figured what was coming. So I organized the office early on to send everybody home. So we started working remotely at least a week, probably 2 weeks before the order was given by the local authorities. It wasn't we didn't have to do really anything. We were already organized to work from home anyway. It's just that now everybody's at home. The phones are forwarded to the respective cell phones, and we have been extremely busy. When I say busy, I mean 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, because all of a sudden, everyone wants a VPN. All our clients want VPNs. So we've been working really hard. All hands on to set up the clients, to allow them to move their workforce at home.
That's amazing that you were able to see that, and that's just the power of that. This pandemic has gone to global reach, and so I'm glad that you were able to navigate your team and get you guys safe before it was even an order of Harris County, the Houston area. What are some of the things that you're working with a lot of these businesses now that this time it seems like you guys are even more busy in helping clients navigate what's going on?
Well, the absolute majority of work that we're doing is VPNs, or at least what we did in the first couple of weeks after the stay-at-home order was given. It set up everybody in order to be able to work from home. There is a danger in a situation like this that you are in a hurry, so you try to skim on proper procedures and not do it right. So we kind of try to convince our clients to still do it properly by using things like two-factor authentication. Right now, more than ever, because it's not just 2 or 3 roaming users, but it's your entire workforce working from home, proper security setups are important. So two-factor authentication was one of the things we really tried to insist. Obviously, it's all the day, it's the client's choice whether they want to adopt it or not, but it is, I feel, our duty to recommend best practices. Two-factor authentication, for those who may not know what it means, is when you're logging on to the VPN, you use your password, but you also use a token that is given to you and changes every minute, so that if somebody steals your password, they still can't get in because they don't have the token. Okay. So that has been the vast majority of the work. Strangely, now that things have settled, because the offices are empty and things are calm, many clients who had pushed back projects of renewing the infrastructure or changing things around feel compelled to actually do it now because there is no office. Right? So if they have to go and say, for example, replace a firewall, actually there's no better time than now because they're not going to interrupt anybody, even in the middle of the day. They don't have to do it at 3 a.m. Right? So we are starting to do several of these upgrade projects that we had for other reasons the clients have been postponing, maybe because they were watching and trying to see what was going on, what was going to happen. And now they see that they're settled, they're working from home, things are moving along, and so they have time.
That's amazing. So a lot of businesses are finding that those infrastructure upgrade projects are finally being fully implemented now that they have some quote unquote some downtime. And it's great that you're able to help a lot of businesses navigate security in these times. What are some words of advice that you give to a lot of business owners right now in making sure that they are staying secure with their employees that are working from home?
I'll tell you the same things I told all our clients. First of all, one client asked me if he had to buy computers for all of his employees. Now, an inexpensive computer, even a Google Chrome, will cost you a few $100s. You don't have to buy a $3,000 laptop, right? But consider the consequence of not doing that and allowing somebody to use their home computer. Home computers, statistically about 80-85% of them have already been taken over by hackers. It's a known statistic. Most of them, 80-85%, are part of botnets. So there is malware on these PCs that the owner doesn't even know about. They're used often by the entire family, probably by children who browse game sites, which sometimes are riddled with malware. They don't have the same kind of maintenance and tools that you would adopt inside an enterprise, and therefore, if there is something on those computers, you may not even know. Right? So allowing people to use your remote users, use the personal as in the home computer to connect it to your office can be dangerous because it's equivalent to grabbing an infected laptop and bringing it into your network. It's just not a good idea. I don't think I need to say too much for you to understand that it's just not a good idea, right? How much can you lose if one of these computers is truly infected and that infection comes into your lab? You can lose your entire company. You can be hacked, you can lose your data, you can lose everything. Is it really worth saving $300-400 on a small laptop versus the security that comes from an enterprise laptop, meaning one that you set up with your enterprise software and rules and policies and software and updates and patches, and you send it home knowing that it is clean and knowing and hoping that they don't use it for their games, of course, and therefore most likely there is no threat coming in through the VPN. Okay? The other recommendation is do not be tempted not to use a VPN. Right? You could think of very easily open. It's called RDP, the protocol that Microsoft uses to connect remotely to a computer. Remote desktop protocol. It's a dangerous protocol. You can't open it to the internet. First of all, it has had several vulnerabilities. So if you haven't patched your computer, those vulnerabilities will be exposed to the internet. But aside from that, you're literally exposing to the internet a login and password. So you are just inviting hackers to sit there and try to brute force attack the password. It's protected with VPN. Do not give up into the temptation of doing things hastily because you have to rush on. Right? Do it properly and stay protected. And we have the technology to do it. It's not difficult, really. There are a lot of solutions. Obviously, NetworkBox has a solution of its own. Ours is integrated with LDAP. It does support two-factor authentication, whatever, right? But there are other solutions too. A modern SSL VPN with 256 bits of encryption is a very strong protection for your traffic. Use it.
So that's some really good advice to be able to help people navigate what's going on out there. And it sounds like you and NetworkBox team are able to help a lot of businesses make sure that they're staying secure, keeping their own employees safe while they're online and working, at the same time making sure that their clients' information is being kept secure. As we pull up your website, what's the best way to get folks to get a hold of you, Pierluigi, and your team if they need some of your assistance when it comes to navigating their own IT?
Can I ask you to actually, this is not, the website is networkboxusa.com. That is not our website.
Gotcha. Networkboxusa.com.
If you don't mind changing to the correct one. And networkboxusa.com. The best way is to actually go to the correct website. There's a contact button, a contact form that you can use that goes to our marketing and sales team. And I'm sure they will be happy to contact you back. Otherwise, you could call the office. The phones are forwarded to us, 832-242-5757. So we are answering the calls. It's not like we closed the office. There's no one physically there, but the company is working. Just eerie and strange that we're working. I haven't seen my colleagues for a month and a half. But we're still working, right? So we're all there. You call the office and somebody will answer. Yes, thank you. This is the correct website.
Wonderful. So for those of you that are watching in video format, Jonathan's pulled up the correct website. It's networkboxusa.com. And as you mentioned there, you can contact them just right there from the website. At the same time, all their phone lines are being forwarded to the team, and they can help assist you in what you're looking for. Final thoughts, Pierluigi, for people that are chiming in today, either listening or watching this video format. What's some of your thoughts for them?
There are so many thoughts. Please, we keep hearing from the news some news that say that it's just a flu. Some news that say that it's terrible. Last night I had another conversation with my son, who keeps saying he's 25 years old. By the way, he's not a child. No, it's just a flu. We need to understand that whether it is just a flu or not, the real problem isn't how deadly or how bad it is. The real problem is how massive this thing has been that has overwhelmed the hospitals to the point that hospitals are having to decide who dies and who leaves. If I go to the hospital and near me there is a very young fellow and they have to decide because I don't have enough beds and machines, guess what they're going to do? They're going to abandon me on a bed and they're going to save the other guy, and probably rightfully so, right? So it's not whether it's deadly or not, it's how the entire infrastructure is being taxed by the situation. Staying at home isn't because we will never get infected. It's because we're trying to spread the load, if you will, right? And avoid having 3 million people in the hospital at the same time. The situation is a lot worse than it looks. And in Texas, we haven't seen how bad it really is. Probably because of we already live in a society that is socially distant, per se. In Texas, we don't really have many contacts with other people. You get in your car and you drive and you get to the parking and you walk upstairs, you probably haven't seen anybody the whole time. So in places like New York, which is very similar to Italy, people take the subway all the time. They go to crowded places all the time. The density of population is so much higher. You've seen what happened. There are 20,000 people dead in Italy. They don't have enough cremators to dispose of the bodies. And sorry if that sounds gruesome, but that's what it is really, right? That's what we're trying to avoid. Right? That's why we need to stay far from other people. I may get it and survive it, maybe, right? But what if I end up in the hospital and they don't have a bed and a ventilator for me? Because they have 10,000 people to take care of all at once. Let's give time to the medical establishment to create a cure, a vaccine, something, whatever it is, that at the point we will be able to know that if I end up sick, I probably will survive, right? And maybe at the point it will become like the flu. And that will be fine. And maybe we will get herd immunity. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a doctor to say that. From as an, so I'm not trying to give you a medical thing here. I'm trying to say as a responsible individual in the society, I stay away from other people because I don't want to overtax the system, which is already collapsing.
Very, really good words of advice, Pierluigi. Appreciate all that you and your team are doing out there to stay home, stay safe. Really appreciate all the work and advice that you gave to some businesses out there to be able to make sure that they're staying safe and compliant, and most importantly, making sure that they're protecting themselves. I think ever more now with businesses working from home, you identified that already a lot of personal computers are already might have some malware on there, and so they're not in a very safe space. So really appreciate you coming on the show and sharing with us your thoughts today.
Thank you. Very welcome, and thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody. We're going to take a quick break here. A word from our sponsor. Thanks again, Pierluigi, for coming on the show.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Sherman here, Guest in the West show, host, and from Mutual of Omaha. Want to be able to thank again our producer, Jonathan, who navigates getting the people on with leveraging technology at the same time, being able to pull up some different formats, some video content, some of the people's websites, puts up the banner. If you're watching this in the video format, at the same time, want to remind folks, NowMediaRadio.com has now gone live 24/7. There's also some other great shows. There's some Spanish-speaking hosts as well, and then you can catch every day at 11. The Guest in the West show. So if you've missed an episode, don't worry. You can come watch it here on the NowMediaRadio.com website. Also, the other thing that I would say, you might have a stack like I do of business cards. They are just garbage, folks. So make sure that you have something that's relevant that you can send to people, that when you're out there and you're connected to people digitally and they say, hey, send me your contact info, send them something a little more powerful than here's my phone number and email address. You can send them a link that has your own video business card. That's one of the things that Now Media specializes in, is helping people have really what I'd call the 60-second commercial. It's a link that has your information, talks about who you are, what you do in a powerful way. The video business card really is a powerful way for you to be able to leave a lasting impact and impression on others. So feel free to just check out the NowMediaRadio.com website. Again, want to thank Karina and Devin, who worked tirelessly to be able to line up the right people, members of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce on this show. And also want to be able to make sure that you go out and see all the virtual events that's occurring for the Houston West Chamber. Check out their website, hwc.org. And that's it, show. That's the wrap. Thanks again for coming and listening, folks. Have a great day. Good morning, everybody. Sherman here, sales director with Mutual Omaha. We are here as Guests in the West show, collaboration between the Houston West Chamber of Commerce and NowMedia Studios. So I want to remind people we are actually, NowMedia is going live on NowMediaRadio.com. You can go and check them out and look at their feed and be able to see previous episodes of the Guests in the West show, plus other hosts that are conducting various topics of interest. And so hopefully you can go take the time, check it out. We're really excited about that, being able to live stream that in video and also in audio. Excited for our lineup today. And so we're going to be able to take the time to be able to hear from some experts in the industry of what's going on out there, and give us some different advice, some tactical advice to folks as you're looking at this. So for those of you that missed last week's episode where we talked about how to get your coronavirus stimulus package for yourself as an individual or a family, please go check that site out. We actually walked it really through step by step on the IRS.gov website, and so I know a lot of people are going to find that really valuable, as only about half of the Americans out there receive their stimulus checks as of last Wednesday. So I'm excited for the guests that we're going to be able to have on today. And so from what I understand, Doug's ready to go. So we're gonna bring him in and hear what's going on over there at Action Coach. Doug, can you hear me okay?
Hey, Sherman, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Hey, well, thanks again for coming on the show. And why don't you introduce yourself for the few people that might not know who you are?
I wish it was the case, Sherman. Thank you. So yes, the name's Doug Winnie. With Action Coach, I'm a business accelerator. I'm somebody who figures out what needs to be done and make sure it gets done in the right order. Most business owners don't understand there's actually a recipe to grow a business, and you get the same results baking a cake. If you follow the recipe, you get consistent results. Same thing when you follow the recipe to grow a business, you get consistent results. So been doing it now. I got 10,000 coaching hours behind me. I've built other businesses, a couple other multi-million-dollar businesses. This is a multi-million-dollar business I built from scratch as well. Third multi-million-dollar business I've built. The other two I've sold, and retired about 12 years ago and got into coaching just 10 years ago, and haven't looked back. It's a great opportunity to help business owners, whether they're striving or thriving or surviving or whatever the right words are. It's just what's the market like, and how do you get it, how do you really take advantage of what the market is? So really appreciate being here, Sherman.
Well, thanks again for coming on. And one of the amazing things I know that you and your team were doing was really adjusted quickly in helping a lot of your business owners and also prospective businesses out there being able to thrive. So what are some of the great things that you guys are doing there at Action Coach during this kind of stay-at-home COVID-19 situation?
Well, it really boils down to helping people communicate, right? So, it could be a restaurant, and maybe some restaurants are even closed, right? Because they're inside of a mall or something. Communication to your existing client base is critical. So I consider whether people are investing into growing their business or just in a networking session, everybody's a client of ours, whether they're paying for it or not. And so communicating to them what to do, whether that's be first in line to get the Paycheck Protection Program forms filled out, or get an e-blast out to your current clients, or call every single client and let them know you're in business and what you're doing, or that you're not in business and what you're doing. It's just I got dentists who are clients that just can't work. What can they do? Making sure they know there's things to be done during this time. Chiropractors aren't in business either. Dentists aren't in business. Well, should they talk to each other? Should every dentist out there call every chiropractor out there and say, hey, we both have the same client base. How about we start working together to share our clients, because our clients that go to the chiropractor also have mouths, and those that have mouths also have bodies and backs and things. So it's a huge opportunity, regardless if you're open or not. Some people are looking at it as opportunity. Sadly, most look at it as kind of a disaster. So communication is probably the most important thing. We've done a few more things, like we have a daily happy hour networking session. 5 o'clock to 6:30 every day. We're doing live networking. We're streaming it on Facebook, letting people advertise their business for free, no charge. A little bit of coaching, a little bit of education in those sessions as well. Plus, we're doing interviews and sending out the interviews to our 12,000 person database. We're doing a lot of things to help business owners stay in business because, well, if nothing else, get the mindset right. It's interesting. 30% of businesses are likely to fail in the next few months, and the market won't go away, but those businesses will close, and those that stayed in business will get that 30% or so that the other businesses didn't take anymore. So some will be flat, some will disappear, and some will actually grow. So they'll be up 30% by the end of the year if they plan for it. Not everybody's thinking that way, though.
And so that's an interesting concept that you bring up is a lot of businesses, when you coach them, are a lot of them kind of in that fail, thrive, or survive mode to begin with?
Transmitiendo de... I mean, most people come for coaching. I just got off of an interview with a bunch of coaches. And, most people come to a business coach because they have a problem. About 95% say, I'm having troubles with cash flow, or I'm having team issues, or I'm having these issues. So most come to avoid a pain. About 5% are in good shape and want to get to great, right? So 5% want to go from good to great. 95% are more like, oh my God, I got a problem. And so, yes, we are more like business doctors. We do solve the problems. And once they get out of that pain mode, then they really want to get into desde Houston. They want to get into, how do I hire 4 more people? How do I get into another market? How do I open another location? And that's, where it gets really exciting because they start to have the right mindset of a real entrepreneur rather than just a job.
So what are some of the ways that people can learn a little bit more about some of these great events that you guys are doing and providing value, allowing businesses to advertise?
So probably the best place is go to businessasatool.com. I created that URL. It's a shortcut to my Action Coach site, but it's businessasatool.com. And on there's events and email addresses and things like that. And contact us, Facebook page, which is just Doug Winnie. And just, you can drop me an email as well, Doug at actioncoach.com. Winnie is spelled like Winnie the Pooh, DOUGWINNIE at actioncoach.com. Just reach out. It's another real interesting thing, Sherman, is that most don't ask for help. Most just try to figure it out themselves. And it's really interesting because there's a wonderful quote out there. I don't know by who. It says that smart people learn from their own mistakes. Wise people learn from the mistakes of others. And so, we want people to be wise, learn from other people's mistakes, learn from other people's recipes, because if the market exists, it's just a matter of going out and getting it. Because, just playing the game. How do you play that game better? So businessasatool.com is the best place to reach out to us.
Wonderful. And so, as you mentioned, there's some great things that businesses can be doing. It sounds like really the shift of mindset, focusing on what they can control. Sounds like communication is a big part of that. What are some of the things that someone can expect if they decide to work with you and the team there at Action Coach?
A great question, Sherman. The interesting thing is that we do guarantee results. So we're the only coaching organization on the planet that give financial bottom line profit guarantee. If we don't get you at least your investment in coaching for our one-to-one coaching programs within 17 weeks, coaching's free. So we are results oriented. We focus on profits, right? And some people decide to put the profits in their back pocket. Some people decide to, put the profits into something else. But the bottom line is it's about the bottom line, and not that many people pay attention to profit and loss statements, balance sheets, the value of a business, right? So we always say there's 3 things that are going to happen with your business as you get older. They're either going to close down because you die and nobody does anything with it then. You have to sell it because you're sick or a family member is sick and you sell it maybe at a fire sale price, or you sell it when it's ready and you get the top dollar. And paying attention to the equity, the value of your business is another important element. So we focus on profits, we focus on growing the value of the business, we focus on it eventually running without you. And that's what we're really going for, is to have a commercial, profitable enterprise that runs without you. So it could be sold. Doesn't have to be, whatever you want it to be. But we do focus on cash and cash flow.
That's amazing. And I know I've been to an event where you guys actually teach that through game. Can you describe that to the audience?
Oh yeah, we call it Leverage Night. Yeah, so Leverage Night's a fun experience, usually done, of course, in person. Wine and cheese and some appetizers are served, usually 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't have one scheduled. I don't know when we will schedule one. Maybe June or July, when the world opens back up and we can actually, elbow each other. I don't know, maybe high five. Who knows what we'll be doing in the future? But yeah, it's a board game, and it's called the game of leverage, and it allows you to kind of see some of your personality traits that are preventing your business from growing. And some that go, man, I'm all in, and they figure out how to play the game fast and they win. Although we're not giving away, new cars, we have given away some pretty cool prizes for the winners. And probably the first or second time I played that 10 years ago, it was really interesting because one of the losers was mad at me for about 3 months. Because they saw some of their weaknesses, and I pointed them out as a coach should. 3 months later, she sends me an email. That was the best game ever. I totally changed my business model. I changed my mindset, and now I'm she was a franchisee, and she was in the top 5 franchises out of a couple hundred, and just did it in 3 months because of the game. Yeah, so yeah, it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting game.
It's a great way to be able to teach some concepts there in a kind of more of a relaxed setting.
Yeah, definitely. And we learn by playing games. We've always learned, whether from a little kid, we learn a lot of things by playing games, and so it's really a fun game. And we'll have that out on our website as well when we, of course, have the next live game.
Wonderful. I appreciate you taking the time, and I know you got to jump off to some other things, but I wanted to ask you final thoughts here, as a lot of businesses, people in business development are on listening to this and will listen to this episode. What would be your thoughts and comments to them at this time?
Well, I guess the most important thing to focus on is mindset. Look at history. History repeats itself. I'm almost 55 this year. This will be my 5th, I think, recession that I've lived through, right? And it's going to repeat itself. We're going to be in a recession, and some are going to make a fortune, and some are going to close. Be the side that makes the fortune. Look at history's going to repeat itself again and again and again. And I guess it takes us 4, maybe 5 recessions to realize that. I've already made a nice fortune in the market in the last couple months, or actually last 3 weeks. Because I go, oh my God, the world is ending. Oh, time to buy. And so, yeah, I got in at about 18,900 or something like that when the stock market was down there, right? And it's up 30% since. Recessions repeat themselves. So pay attention, things repeat. Try not to freak out, or if you're going to have a pity party, make it only last like 30 minutes. Yeah.
I like that. So final thoughts. You are a member, a long time and very active member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. Why is that an important organization for you and your team?
It's been the best chamber of commerce in the city about business for business, right? And that's their tagline, business for business, or something close to that. But in business for business, right? And that's the reality. The chamber is really focused. We really encourage every client to be a member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. It's got great leadership. It's got so many events. Almost all are free, and it's just a great organization to grow businesses. And so, yeah, been a very happy member of them, and a big referral of them as well.
Thank you so much, Doug. I really appreciate taking the time. And folks, please go check out his website, businessasatool.com. Get involved. Your best athletes have coaches. Your best personalities have coaches. And to be honest with you, a lot of your best business professionals have coaches in order to help them grow, thrive, and succeed, not only at a time like this, but in any time. So, Doug, I really appreciate you coming and taking the time today.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a break here and hear a word from our sponsor, and we'll be right back.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-95.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Starting a new business is exciting, but it can also be a bit risky. It's important to make the most of all of your resources. Mabe International Advisors is a team of experienced business consultants with a talent for international consulting and tax laws. They can customize a package to match the exact needs of your particular business. At Mabe International, designing and implementing tax planning strategies to reduce taxes and reveal higher profits for your business is their expertise. Mabe leads the way in helping foreign business owners navigate the U.S. tax system. They set up companies with the best tax structure for international tax issues and alleviate IRS penalties that can cost as much as $25,000 if not filed correctly. Give Mabe a call at 281-741-3691.
Welcome back, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual of Omaha. You are listening to Guest in the West show. As a reminder, wanted to be able to thank our wonderful producer, Juan and Jonathan here at Now Media Studios. They've opened this up so that way we could host this Guest in the West show even during these difficult times. And one of the crucial things to understand is that this is an essential business, communicating with others. And you heard it from Doug Winnie before, Action Coach. As a business, you should be communicating with your clients, with your prospective clients. You should be communicating with other people who are in business but might not be able to be working on their business. He gave the examples of dentists and chiropractors connecting with each other, where dentists focus on teeth, chiropractors working on the rest of the body. If someone has teeth, there's a good chance they also have the body, and vice versa. So one of the things that we want to remind you folks, if you can't catch every every moment of this Guest in the West show, you can now check us live on NowMediaRadio.com. And also, not only live, but you can also see some of the archived episodes here when you go into the NowMediaRadio.com website. And it's going live every day, Monday to Friday. We're very excited to be able to provide this value to you, so that way you can see all the various hosts that are out there and be able to make sure that you can consume this content at your convenience. We're excited about all the hard work that the Now Media team is doing here, and glad that we could be a part of that at Growth. I want to be able to remind folks as well and thank Devin and Karina over at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. They've moved all of their events, as you heard Doug before mention, that their tagline is they're in business for business. And so what they mean by that is they're there primarily and focused on helping businesses stay relevant, not only whether that's business, B2C or B2B, whether that's business to consumer or business to business. They want to be able to make sure that they can help you stay top of mind and stay relevant, especially during these times. So a lot of their events, if you go onto their website, you'll be able to see that there are a multitude of different events, but they've all gone virtual into Zoom. Now, you need to register in order to get a password, just because you need to be able to make sure that you stay secure during those meetings. I'm sure you've heard a lot of the talk on some of those specific video conferencing tools not being as secure as they need to be. And so we want to be able to make sure that you register for those events, folks, and that way you can get that secure link. Want to be able to now shift over our conversation to our next guest, Nancy. Excited to be able to have her on and be able to share her story of what her and her team are doing in helping people out there in businesses. So Nancy, please welcome to the Guest in the West show.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
I appreciate it.
Sorry if you see a child walk across the background or something, as we are all having to go through at the moment, working from home, and so they might sneak by.
Yeah, no worries. We understand that you're working also as a part-time teacher.
Yes, exactly.
So tell us a little bit about
right
you and the business there. What do you kind of give us your story?
Yeah, so I own Sabino CompTech along with my husband, who's also a business partner, and we are a local IT firm out of Katy. And so we're actually a 4-year-old business, which is exciting for us because over the last 4 years, we've gotten to build a business model that's a little bit different than most traditional IT companies. And so we call that the awesome IT way.
That's fun. So describe a little bit about that, what that looks like for people if they decide to bring you guys on to be able to serve their IT needs.
Absolutely. So with the awesome IT way, and I love saying it just because it sounds awesome, it's basically a package that is an outsourced internal IT department in a box. So everything is provided as far as your day-to-day support, all the way to helping the CEOs or business owners help making the decisions as far as their IT needs go. And so that's long-term strategy planning, as well as what is going on within their business right now, and what changes need to be made in order for them to be efficient. And so that has been something that we have been working on for many years to perfect. And it is something that our clients today are getting to actually prove for us that is a model that actually works. So they don't have to deal with any kind of, hey, we have issues at the moment, or we have to wait a really long time to get things fixed, or anything like that because of this model.
That does sound awesome.
Yes, it is, and it actually scales with them pretty quickly. So our clients are usually businesses that are looking to grow rather quickly and in a secure fashion. So a lot of CPAs and law firms are able to take advantage of our service offering because they have to be compliant as well as scaling quickly. So we're able to do that for them in a fast and efficient manner.
Are you finding that a lot of businesses, now that a lot of their employees are, or all of their employees are working from home, an ever greater need to be able to make sure that they're being secure and compliant, as you mentioned?
Absolutely. And so that's one thing that we went through with COVID-19. We actually had it wasn't actually as bad as one might think when it came to transitioning them, because each of our clients were at a different stage, but we were able to quickly turn around and get them all in a manner where they are working from home, and being able to maintain that security level that they all know within their office.
Is there anything that you would give as advice to a lot of businesses that are out there right now, especially when it comes to their IT needs?
Yeah, so security is absolutely the most important part right now, either because you're everywhere in many different places, but then also when it comes to the efficiency of keeping your business running, like if you were in the office, you are going to want to look at things that you can put in place, not just now, but in the future, that will help you make these transitions a lot easier. What we're hearing now is that working from home is going to become the new norm. And so as long as you have the right pieces in place, making sure that you're not just doing the base level, your antivirus and things like that, you're going above that in order to maintain security and also efficiency. Those are things that you're going to want to do in order to keep everybody safe and keep your morale high, because that's one of the things that employees find the most frustrating, is not being able to work efficiently, and as well as business owners, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Working is crucial, especially during this time, and technology is really at the heart of that. So what's a way that people can get in touch with you, Nancy, in order to be able to utilize and partner up with your team?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can head to our website, sabinocomptech.com, and it's a little long, but you can, one that is easier is nancysabino.com, so it will take you to the same place. And as a gift to listeners out there, we are wanting to give away basically 10 free assessments, where we will do a holistic assessment of your entire business to make sure that your IT is actually secure, if there's any improvements that need to be made, and you can take those notes to your IT partner that you currently have, or we would welcome the opportunity to work with you as well. And on that, you can head to our website, and there is a form for our newsletter, and once you fill that out, then you'll get the email with the gift.
Wonderful. That's great. So for those of you that are in the listening format, that's Nancy Sabino, NancySabino.com, and that'll take you to sabinotechcomp.com. So go ahead and check that out, fill out the newsletter, and then you'll be able to be in that running to be able to get that free assessment. That'll be a great way to be able to make sure that your business is really on par from an IT perspective. What are some of the other things from an analysis perspective, Nancy, that you guys see out there that businesses might have overlooked just in the hustle bustle of running a business?
Yeah, so a lot of the times what we find is that they're actually not built in a very secure or efficient way internally. And so that's one difference that, a lot of IT companies focus on the outside. And so when we come in, we also look at the inside. We look at who has access to what files. Is everyone able to access them if they find a way to, maybe not direct, but indirectly? And so that's one of the things that we take a look at and say, who should actually have access to these files? How can we lock them down and separate them? And how can we make sure that we are actually monitoring who's accessing those files and things like that? So it helps both internally and externally, but the one thing that most people overlook is the internal risks when it comes to their IT.
That's really, really interesting to be able to bring up. When you're talking with businesses, what's some of the things that they can do in order to protect themselves?
So a lot of the times what you can do on your own, things like that I would highly recommend is making sure that you do have an antivirus. A lot of the times, the free ones are not going to protect you the same way as the paid for ones. Having a firewall, having those on, one thing that we find a lot is firewalls that are turned off, which is not a good thing. And so making sure that those are on, that your maintenance is happening on a regular basis, and that you're keeping all your apps updated. So those are going to be a lot of the ways that you can protect yourself immediately, but then also awareness as far as what are you clicking on? Can you provide end user education for your employees so that they know what not to click on? And if they see an email that seems suspicious, what can they or who can they ask to make sure that it's actually a credible one or not?
And that's a great advice. Obviously, using the awesome IT way is a great way for people to be able to get the comprehensive IT approach, correct?
Absolutely. So our package takes care of all of that for them, from the monitoring to the maintenance to the security, the user awareness. Every single aspect of their IT is taken care of by the awesome IT way.
That's wonderful. Well, it's nice to be able to see a business that is helping businesses out there stay secure, specifically in these ever growing technology ways. I mean, I think most businesses now are heavily rooted in technology, and that's not necessarily going to be going away. We're not going to be pulling out abacuses or writing things down on a notebook anymore.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And like we've learned in the past, when it comes to technology, if you are not moving at the same pace as the technology itself is, you're going to be left behind. And that's one thing that our clients are right now able to keep track of, and being able to get ahead of their competitors in the sense of keeping up with their technology and making sure that they can do things that their competitors aren't able to do.
Wonderful. So besides the free assessments that there's 10 of them available, so quickly go to that website again. It's SabinoTechComp.com or Nancy Sabino.
SabinoCompTech.com.
CompTech? Oh, I flip-flopped it. So Nancy Sabino, NancySabino.com, and you can go and fill that out. Is any final thoughts for businesses out there, Nancy, that we have you on the show today?
Well, one thing, or very last things, when it comes to technology, a lot of the times it's an undervalued piece of your business, and it is one that is the most heavily used. So I would definitely recommend you taking a look at how much are you investing in your technology, and you'll find that this will actually be a way to help improve morale around the office, because technology is something that is so incredibly frustrating for your employees because they can't get their jobs done. And so literally just take a look at your investments within your IT, and if there's anything that you can do to improve it, because it will pay off, and that's an investment that will pay off for years to come.
And that's really, really sound advice. I think as infrastructure, technology is becoming ever more important and should have a lot more resources being put at it, especially now that we're not in your typical brick and mortar. Now, Nancy, you are an active member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. Why are you and the team there a member of the Chamber?
We're members because we absolutely enjoy the community. The events that they offer is something that we can all enjoy, and get to meet other people that are very like-minded. And so that's one thing that we absolutely enjoy from them.
Wonderful. Well, we appreciate you being a member. We appreciate the advice and the sound business practice that you have at Awesome IT. So really appreciate what's happening over there. Folks, really appreciate you coming on the show, Nancy.
Thank you so much.
We're going to take a quick break, everybody. Hear a word from our sponsor, and we'll be back.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Starting a new business is exciting, but it can also be a bit risky. It's important to make the most of all of your resources. Mabe International Advisors is a team of experienced business consultants with a talent for international consulting and tax laws. They can customize a package to match the exact needs of your particular business. At Mabe International, designing and implementing tax planning strategies to reduce taxes and reveal higher profits for your business is their expertise. Mabe leads the way in helping foreign business owners navigate the U.S. tax system. They set up companies with the best tax structure for international tax issues and alleviate IRS penalties that can cost as much as $25,000 if not filed correctly. Give Mabe a call at 281-741-3691.
Welcome back to the Guest and West Show, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual of Omaha. I want to thank again our producers, Jonathan and Juan, for making this show possible. Want to remind folks that if you go to the NowMediaRadio.com website, you'll be able to see previous episodes of us here at the Guest and the West Show. At the same time, you'll be able to see the other various content. It is now live, rolling Monday to Friday. And being able to provide that value to you. So feel free to go check out that website, see what other hosts are talking about, see if there's some topics there that you want to be able to be listening into. This show, just so you're aware, is live on a various number of formats. It's live from that website, NowMediaRadio.com. And also we end up streaming it live through Facebook, on my personal feed, and also through the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. So hopefully you're able to check that out. Thanks again to Devin and Korea at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. If you want to be able to get on the show, you can email them at events@hwcoc.org, and you can be able to get on the show. We run it every day, every week, Wednesday from 8 a.m. Central Standard Time to 9 a.m. And so we can get you on, especially during these times where you're working from home, and we can Skype you in and be able to share your story with the audience, and also give you the ability to share this episode to your website and being able to promote yourself and show your ability to show the value you're bringing to the marketplace in a way that's convenient. One of the things I tell people is you don't need to be an expert. That's really where I help facilitate that conversation out of you, so to speak. The other thing, folks, is I want to be able to remind you that the Houston West Chamber of Commerce is in business for business. And what we mean by that is they have moved all their face-to-face events into virtual events. And so now you're able to register for the orientation, the networking after hours, the governmental affairs committee, the various activities that are happening, they're now meeting in a virtual format. And so you can go to their website on hwc.org, and you can click on events, go to the calendar, and then it'll bring up literally in calendar format, and you can find out the different days and the times of events that you want to attend. Click on the hyperlink, it'll take you right there, and then you can register. You're going to want to register at this time, as especially since we just heard from Nancy Sabino, that you want to be able to stay secure. So I know the video conferencing tool that they're using has a built-in password in order to be able to keep things secure, and so you're going to want to be able to register for those events. The other thing that I know that they've done in order for businesses and also business development, people in sales and marketing to be able to connect is they have a weekly Thursday night 4:30 to 6:30 networking after hours event, and that's happening virtually. Typically has a fun theme about it. People have asked because there was a hair, like a wacky hair theme. I did not shave my head because of that. This was more of a family thing that we ended up chopping the hair. So one of the areas that I know for a lot of businesses that are listening in on this, a lot of business owners, small businesses, is what can I do during this time? Maybe you missed the first initial payroll protection that was offered through CARES Act. And so now you're looking at ways that be able to, what can you be doing as a small business to be able to alleviate the financial pressure that you're feeling during this time? So if you go to the SBA website, for those of you that are unfamiliar, it's SBA.gov, and the moment that you roll in, it might look like you've just rolled yourself onto the CDC because they have this massive image of the coronavirus under a microscope, but that is not what's happened. You are on the SBA website, and as you scroll down, you can learn exactly right there in that hyperlink. It says learn more. You can find out exactly what you can do as a business to be able to help navigate yourself during this particular time. Now, it might take you some reading to be able to get through some of this stuff. It might be watching a video. If you have resources, relationships at banks, credit unions, or other financial institutions, you might be working with a financial advisor or financial planner, maybe even a tax accountant. They might be able to give you the advice that's needed as you navigate this particular time period. I would say I've seen that hashtag alone together. That's exactly what you want to view this at this particular moment. This is an unprecedented experience that not only we're experiencing here in the United States, but it's a global pandemic, and people are being affected physically, obviously due to the virus, but other people are being affected by it emotionally and financially. And so especially you business owners out there, now is not the time to be able to pretend to roll up your figurative sleeves and think you can just take care of it on your own. As you heard from Doug Winnie, your best businesses and athletes, individuals have coaches. And so we're wanting to encourage you to be able to go check out the SBA.gov, see what resources are available to you. Now, for some of you that are following the news, there is a second installment here that's meant to be aimed at small businesses. It was passed yesterday, and so hopefully it gets voted on, and there'll be an additional stimulus available. That still is going to come with a need for you to have a relationship with a financial institution. So if you don't have a relationship with a financial institution or a credit union or a bank, I would say you need to get one now. Now is a crucial time to be reaching out to financial professionals and helping you navigate these waters. It's a unique time period for a lot of folks. But as Doug had mentioned in a previous conversation, Now's the time to be able to control our mindset. For some people, that might mean you need to turn off the TV. You might need to turn off the news, not watch it in YouTube or follow a particular tweet or a thread, because what you're going to be hearing a lot is the sensationalism of the news and the media, which is really might be in the negative slant. Ultimately, what you and I can control are the things that you and I can do, and the things that you and I have a tendency to think about and dwell about. And it's that ability of changing our mindset and our perspective that will allow us to move forward with action and conviction versus wallowing in the mire and being moved by uncertainty and doubt and fears. That kind of perspective is not going to get you to where you need to go. So if you want to thrive as a business beyond this current situation, you want to find out what you can be doing right now today in order to help you get there. And so there's a lot of folks out there that are still in business for business, like the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, and helping you promote and market yourself. The other thing is that as you look at various banks, credit unions, financial institutions, financial planners, financial advisors, they are still working, albeit they might be working from home. A lot of them are having webinars, they're coaching, they're helping their clients, whether they're businesses or families and individuals, navigate this very unique time period. When you look at this coronavirus and its effect on business, one of the things that I would say that's in the backbone of a lot of this is you have other things that are occurring. As Doug had mentioned, businesses, they survive, they thrive, and they kind of maybe just move along inch at a time. But those businesses, in reality, in the normal context of life, are in that fight to begin with. From businesses, we're constantly looking for more revenue. We're constantly looking at our expenses. We're consistently looking at bringing on the right talent. And that doesn't change even though we're working from home. Now, some businesses aren't hiring, but there's some businesses that are. Well, guess what? Last year in 2019, there were still businesses that failed. There were still businesses that stopped hiring. There were still businesses that grew. There were still businesses that acquired other businesses. There were still businesses that needed top talent. And so what you want to be able to make sure that you do is not get swayed by the constant parade of headline news that might be taking you in the wrong direction, taking you down the rabbit hole, making you think that there isn't an opportunity for you to grow and thrive. I would say the same thing to college students. They might be saying, oh, well, nobody's hiring. That is not true. Now, might you be doing work that you don't want to be doing? Might you be working at a company that isn't your number one choice? Sure, you might be. But nobody saw themselves in these particular time periods. And so what you're going to want to be able to make sure that you and I both do are focus on the things that you and I can control. One of the things that is helpful during this time is to be able to make sure that you check in with the right people. Go through your contact list, shoot people emails, shoot them texts, let them know that you're thinking about them. Now is a time to communicate even in more abundance to let people know that you're there, that you do care. As a final thing, I know for a lot of communities that have experienced a lot of growth, the census is a crucial piece. So a lot of you have gotten emails. You've probably seen people before that were walking around. You probably got something in the mail. Now's the time to just go to my2020census.gov and get that taken care of. You have the time. You can put off watching an online show. You can put off, checking out of the office, so to speak, your home office, and get that completed. It'll take you about 5 minutes. If you have a ton of children, an entire gaggle, if you will, then it might take you a little bit longer to put in all the information of those children in there. But for most people, it's going to take you 5 to 10 minutes to complete that, maybe 15 minutes for those large families. And that'll allow the governments to be able to know what people are living how large the families are in the United States. And that allows us to be able to get the various federal funding in our various communities and counties and states. So please take that time to fill that out. It's going to be able to help all of us in this particular time. Folks, we really appreciate you taking the time to listen to the Guest in the West show. We know that your attention is extremely important, especially during this time when there's a lot of things pulling at you. We want to be able to let you know that we're in business for business here at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. And myself, Sherman, here at Mutual of Omaha, if we could be of value to you, please let me know. And then finally, want to thank Jonathan and Juan here at the Now Media Studios. If they can be of value to you, please reach out to us. Let us help you. All right, so we are coming at the end. Really appreciate you taking that time. So what we're going to be able to do here is, again, check out the websites, nowmediaradio.com for the live session. If you weren't able to see this live, you can see the archives of this, and also check out the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, hwc.org. And of course, please, if you're in business, make sure you're reaching out to those various resources like the SBA.gov. If you're looking at ways that you can open up safely, check out the CDC.gov. And these are websites that are, again, giving out the information as you need it in order to make sure that you're taking the right action steps in order for you to go forward. These are crucial times, everybody. I will still tell you that Houston is a great place to work, live, and play. The Governor Abbott has just recently reopened the state parks. Still got to practice social distancing. Still got to be able to be cognizant of others. If you have a cough, wear a mask. If you're going to be touching things, put on some gloves. When we're cautious, it's not about you necessarily getting sick, but it's you being able to pass on those illnesses, or in this particular case, the virus, onto others. And so that kind of responsibility is to be able to help others stay safe, especially during this time period. The other thing that I would say, the great thing about Houston, folks, is that it's constantly expanding. If you look at some of the top places of growth from a human perspective, people moving, Houston is in that top place. The main reason for that is its vibrant and robust economy. Now, some people will say, listen to this and go, oh my gosh, this guy's not, he's out of his element when he doesn't look at the price of oil. Well, guess what? Houston has gone way beyond oil and energy when it comes to the various services. When it comes to just human capital and human talent, it's here in Houston. When you look at going out and needing people to be a part of your team, Houston's going to be a great place to be, because we have some of the best universities to be able to serve our ever-growing population. If you've recently noticed or read, the best entrepreneurial colleges exist in Houston. The undergraduate program through the University of Houston was voted #1 in entrepreneurship, and the best graduate program for entrepreneurship was at Rice University, and those two are in our own backyard here in Houston. And so when you think about that from a growth perspective, some of these entrepreneurships isn't just opening up a popsicle stand or a food truck. Some of these are working with NASA and creating some amazing inventions. Some of these are in the oil and energy business, looking at ways that they can get more out of a limited resource. And so as you think about kind of what's going on in your own community, you want to be able to look at that from a business perspective, if where you graduated from is the right place to be. For those of my friends that are in the Midwest that got dumped with snow last week, guess what? It was 70 in the 80s. It was phenomenal weather. Even when it was raining on Sunday, it was still a very nice day. And so, folks, if you want a great place to be able to have good education, to be able to have access to a multitude of activities, a diversity that is not seen throughout the world. For those of you that didn't know, Houston was voted the most diverse city in America. That's right, eat that in New York City. And so with that, we have a variety of ethnicities and cultures showcased here in Houston. And folks, this is just a great place for you to be able to come and check out. You're truly going to enjoy the time and be able to raise a family, to be able to be in business, to be able to start your own business, to thrive your own business. We're definitely one of those places that is open for business, and we are in this together. The hashtag of Houston Strong still exists, even though we're all doing it from home, or except unless you're in one of those essential businesses that's helping those. So again, want to thank at the top of the hour here all those healthcare professionals that are working tirelessly to be able to keep people safe, to keep people alive, to be able to make sure that we are being protected during this particular time period. And then finally, of course, want to thank all those essential businesses that are taking care of all of us. I think of those that at like H-E-B, the Walmarts, the Krogers, the grocery stores, the Randalls that are helping be in business for us. So that way we can get all of our necessary food and staples that are needed during this time. I know a lot of people are shifting the way that they're spending right now to be able to make sure that they're taking care of those things financially for themselves. And that means they're consuming a lot more on the grocery side. So we're thankful for all those that are in that retail space to be able to take care of us. Folks, as we start to open up here in the state of Texas a little bit, maybe it's an opportunity for you to be able to see how you can support your local businesses. I know that we're in some really unique times, and so it makes sense for us to be able to maybe adjust what we might be doing instead of maybe necessarily going to the big chain. Maybe you decide to stop over and see how we can take a carry out from, Jin's Chinese Cafe off of Westheimer, which is owned by Julie. And so those are the things that we can have a look at doing from a personal perspective and being able to help those other businesses stay afloat, stay relevant, and stay a part of the vibrant skyline and neighborhoods in our communities. It is very unique, folks, at this particular time, and so I want to be able to make sure that you're good. So again, feel free to check us out on NowMediaRadio.com. Appreciate you checking in, and we're out.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
morning, everybody. Sherman here, host of Guest in the West show. I'm here from Mutual Omaha. Happy to be in the studios of NowMedia Studio here in Houston. Excited to welcome you in on our conversations that we're going to be having today. Really excited to be able to leverage technology in order to have some of our wonderful guests here sharing with us what they're doing, especially during this stay-at-home orders and COVID-19. We really want to showcase all the wonderful members of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. And so we're excited to have one of our longtime members and also one of our fantastic volunteers and ambassadors, Kathy Kirby, on the show this morning. So, Kathy, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
All right.
Yeah, I just celebrated 9 years with the Chamber in January.
Well, congratulations. And most importantly, thank you for all your service and work that you do as an ambassador.
Yes. Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy it.
So, Kathy, why don't you introduce yourself to the people that might not know who you are and what you do over there at Wine Shop at Home?
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm Kathy Kirby, and I partner with a company called Wine Shop at Home. We are a bonded Napa Valley winery, and I have been with them almost 11 years. We market wine through in-home wine tastings, which, guess what? We're not doing it that way right now.
So what is the way that you're actually reaching out to people during these stay-at-home orders, COVID-19 time?
Well, actually, I'm kind of having fun with what I'm doing. I'm doing online wine tastings. I am reaching out to customers via text or phone call or just checking in on people and seeing if they need any wine. And the winery has been providing a lot of specials. We have a 3-bottle special, for instance, going on right now. Buy 2 bottles, get 1 half price.
That's wonderful. And so why would someone want to be able to experience this kind of scenario with you? Tell them about, kind of describe what it's like.
Well, it's really just like a regular tasting, only we're doing it virtually. We're doing it, and there's a couple of different ways you can do it. They can order wine ahead of time and we can all taste at the same time, or they can watch me and I can show them how to swirl wine and sip wine. And it's very interactive, and we play some games, and it's a way for people to get together that they might not have been able to before. And this way they can invite their cousins from Oklahoma if they want to. So so it's kind of opened up the wine world for me. So it's really fun.
Well, that's got to be a really fun way to be able to do it during these particular times. What got you into this industry 11 years ago?
I went to a wine tasting and I tasted the wine from Wine Shop at Home, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is really good wine. And so I bought some of the wine and I went to another tasting and I joined the wine club. We're in the top 4% of all wine clubs in the entire world, not just the United States, but in the world, even though we're in the United States. And then we have a personalized wine program, and I bought personalized wine for my brother-in-law, and it made me look like a rock star. So if you've ever tried to buy a gift for your brother-in-law, that's a big bonus. So I decided I could make money sharing boutique wines with friends and meet new people, and that's how I got started.
Wonderful. So this can be also something that somebody could do maybe for corporate gifts or just gifts in general.
Yeah, corporate gift giving. They can get their logo on a bottle of wine, and we're doing something right now where we have there's our personalized wine labels. We also have some special labels that we've put out, and we've won well over 200 awards. And we have a stay-at-home wine, a wine for Mother's Day wine, a wine for Father's Day, and it's really and homeschooling wine, which is really fun. That's been really, really popular. So we also have a give back program for America's Mighty Warriors, which is really awesome. We give back to our military Gold Star families and their active military as well as past military, retired.
Wonderful. So it sounds like there's a multitude of different ways that people can purchase wine, whether it's for themselves, personal consumption, and obviously then they have you to be able to kind of walk them through on kind of really the education of wine. What are some of the things that you're excited about that's going on at Wine Shop at Home that got you kind of excited these days?
Well, the personalized labels with the stay-at-home, the homeschooling, the Mother's Day and the Father's Day, which has really been popular. That's a lot of fun. Our winery, we've been through other disasters, and they have come through like gangbusters. They're discounting shipping. They're putting on new labels. They're teaching us how to do. Yeah, they're teaching us how to do virtual wine tastings. And what you're looking at, get for every 10 bottles, you get 2 for $10. So that's a really good deal. I took advantage of it, I'll tell you that.
Can someone get these at like your local, grocery store, liquor store, Kathy?
Absolutely not. No, these are boutique wines. They're shipped direct from Napa to our customers. I'm not even the middleman. It ships direct to them. So unlike what you get at the grocery store, and you have no idea how long that's been on the shelf, our wines are shipped direct to you. And since they're made in small quantities, when people find a wine they like, I advise them to buy as much as they can because they do sell out. It's like produce. It does, when it's gone, it's gone. So it's not mass-produced wines. Our standards are a lot higher than pretty much all American companies and even European companies, because our winemaker is third-generation winemaker from Bordeaux, France, and his standards are extremely high. And our wines, I'm not supposed to say they don't give you a headache, but they don't give me a headache, so I'll just say that.
You can't make general claims for the entire population, huh?
Yeah. No.
Well, I love it. So it's really an exclusive wine club to be able to get some really unique tastes and flavors. And at the same time, if you're feeling a little bit like a novice, they have you to be able to kind of take them through a process in the wine tasting.
Yeah, and there are also we produce 2 new whites and 2 new reds each and every single month, which that's why we're one of the top wine clubs, because you don't get that with anything else. Each of the wine also comes with a recipe and a blurb about the wine. It'll tell you what pairs well with the wine, tell you a little bit about the wine, and then on the flip side, it will actually have a recipe that that you can cook at home, since we're all cooking at home these days.
So it's not just
of a recipe.
So it sounds like you guys are not just selling wine; you're really educating the public or the consumer on how to best utilize the wine.
Yeah, that is actually the goal of our winemaker. His name is Alex Reblay. When we took him on, we picked him out of 50 different winemakers and chose him because he wanted to bring the art of wine pairing with food. So we're not just your sit down and drink a bottle of wine. We actually teach you how to enjoy it and how to pair it. And at a wine tasting, I even teach you how to sip and swirl your wine and get the most out of it. And it's fun. I call it wine edutainment.
What's a great way for people to get a hold of you, Kathy?
They can either get through my phone number, 713-805-6255, or my website, which actually has everything, including my phone number on it, is kathyswinecellar.com.
All right, wonderful. kathyswinecellar.com. Really appreciate you taking the time to hop on a Skype, Kathy, and share your story with us this morning.
Well, thank you for having me, Sherman.
All right. Folks, we're going to take a quick break and hear a word from our sponsor.
Bye.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Welcome back to the Guest and West Show, everybody. Sherman here, your host. I'm with Mutual Moha. And again, we're in the wonderful studios here of Now Media here in Houston. Want to be able to remind folks that you can check out all the previous episodes now that NowMediaRadio.com is live 24/7, showcasing all the various producers and content creators, and also the Guest in the West Show. And so you can catch that every single day at 11 a.m. So no need to fret if you've forgotten or you had to run off to a meeting via Zoom or GoToMeeting. You can go out to our website, NowMediaRadio.com, and see all the great things that's been happening in our community. We can hear from great business leaders and connectors and influencers like Kathy Kirby. And so we're excited. I know that a lot of people have questions. Hey, I want to get on the show. How can I get on the show? And so what it is, it's a collaboration between Now Media and also the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. So we're excited to have really the person behind the scenes that really helps people get situated here, Devin Wagner. Welcome back to the show.
Hey, thank you for having me again.
Well, thank you for all the hard work you do in getting everybody situated and all the details. And, of course, in this particular situation, getting all the Skype names to be able to get people on.
Yeah. It's a group effort for sure. And I know I have Karina helping me out a lot. She's been such a great help. And it's definitely a teamwork event.
So the tagline of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, in business, for business, in these stay-at-home orders and events that have really been canceled because of not being able to do so, what are you and the team doing over there at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce to keep in line with that tagline?
Well, yes, we're still very much in business for business, and just how all businesses have had to adapt to the changes of working remotely, so have we. we have been setting up referral-based programs to keep people networking and keep that base going. So we have all these different virtual events. We have happy hours every Thursday. We've now started one on Tuesdays, Coffee and Conversations with Jeffrey. And next week, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but next week is actually Small Business Week. So we've had people on our happy hours every single week since this whole thing has started. I think we've had like 6 happy hours. We want to do a happy hour Hall of Fame to kind of showcase them and really promote that for Small Business Week. It's
That's
crucial
wonderful.
right now.
And so I know that Jonathan pulled up the website for those that are watching, but what's the website address that people can go and find out the different events that are happening?
So yeah, you can go to the calendar to find out the different events we have going on, but really our website has changed. It's done a complete like 360. Karina has just done a fantastic job with the website, getting members' needs out there, getting their resources out there, everything from SBA loans to face masks to just personal needs. Like if you're going through like a big mental health drought right now, just anything that you could absolutely need is on that needs and resources page. Monica as well. So with the Business Resource Group, we've started a blog. So any of our members that have resources or tips or anything to get you through this, like Marketing 101 throughout COVID-19, how does that look differently now? So you can find all these different tips and resources on the blog page as well from members that have written blog pieces.
That's wonderful. And so for those of you that are listening in the podcast format, it's hwcoc.org. And as Devin had mentioned, there's a lot of just updates. And so if you haven't been on that website in a while, you definitely want to check it out. And if you're new, you definitely want to go check it out because you can see all the various events that will be happening in the calendar. And Devin, how important is it to register for these events now that they're in the virtual format?
Well, now it's even more important than ever to register in virtual format just because they're all on Zoom. And so that just adds a level of uncertainty with Zoom, so to speak, because there's all those Zoom hackers and Zoom bombers. We've actually been Zoom bombed. So now passwords are required for all of our Zoom meetings going forward. So it's important to register ahead of time if you want to receive that password and get into any of our meetings.
All right. And now you mentioned about the networking that's happening. Typically, that's a once a month thing. And you said it sounds like you guys have moved that to a weekly. Kind of describe what that's like for a lot of folks.
So we realize that, everyone is glued to their computers like all day long, but they need to like mentally break away. So instead of having our happy hours once a month, we're now doing them weekly. And we really just want to hear from you and our members and anyone, like, what are you going through right now? How does your business situation look like? How is it going to look like coming out of this? I know the stay-at-home ban has just been lifted, so a lot of businesses are trying to make their plans to re-entry into the workforce again or go back to work and what that's going to look like. So I know we're trying to do that as well. We don't even know what that's going to look like for us.
Yeah, it's quite the interesting thing to be able to navigate. And so you highlight as well the Small Business Week coming up, and then a new event that's happening. Talk about this Coffee with Jeffrey.
So Coffee and Conversations with Jeffrey. We have our once a month coffee talk, and on May 7th we're having Jennifer Behan. She's going to be she's our coffee talk speaker, but we also wanted a weekly morning talk for the early birds and the early risers that still get up because, at my house, we still get up early. My husband's at work, I'm working, we're all working still. And I try to keep that normal schedule for other people like that trying to keep their normal schedule. We wanted a morning coffee talk. And so Jeffrey stepped up and he has been excellent. He's a great guy and he's a fun person to talk to. So talking with him in the morning with a cup of coffee, it's a great way to start your Tuesday morning.
Wonderful. And right now it sounds like you're doing that as a weekly event.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we're going to keep these virtual events even like going forward as people are starting to go back to work at their normal business offices. We're still going to keep these virtual events too because we found a lot of members really enjoy them. A lot of members aren't able to typically make the in-person events so often. So these virtual events are a great way for people to still be able to connect and have that referral program.
Oh, nice. The convenience of being able to do it from your own house, so
Yes.
to speak.
It's the convenience, right? Yes.
Wonderful.
excuses.
Well, Devin, you got so much going on that you guys are working on. So I want to really applaud the team and all the things that you guys are doing and connecting with members and those that are interested in being a part of the West Houston Chamber of Commerce. What's one of the things that you want to kind of highlight that we didn't discuss already today?
Well, really, we haven't stopped working for you and our members. Like, there is still a huge value in this chamber and what we do and what we provide for you. Like, if there's a business that you are wanting to get in contact with or something that you need, like, we can really be that foot in the door and help you with anything you need. If you need a referral or someone to reach out to, we are your door for that.
Wonderful. What a resource you folks are to the rest of the members there. And now, someone that's listening, Devin, they might want to get here on the show. What's the best way for them to be able to coordinate that with you?
So really my email or my cell phone right now, since we don't have an office, that's our office phone right at the bottom, but that's okay. So my email, events@hwcoc.org, and then my cell phone number is actually 832-293-6480. You could just call me, text me anytime if you want to get on the show. Super easy. It's a great show to be on to just get more visibility for yourself and your business. And it's complimentary as a member. Right now, we are even doing it for some non-members, just because we really want to showcase all businesses that are in need in Houston at this time right now. It's crucial, not just for our members, but for the business economy of Houston as a whole.
Wonderful. So final thoughts, Devin, as we got you back on the show. Really appreciate you taking the time to be able to share all the great things and really the new way of doing business as the Chamber's evolved during these particular unprecedented times.
It's a new way
final
for
thoughts
everyone
for
to do business right now.
Final thoughts for you on kind of maybe what's going on and what what's happening over there at the Chamber.
Getting on my nerves. Well, really, final thoughts for me. I'm just excited for the future of this chamber. We're still trying to keep our major events going forward in the fall. We have a lot of major events, but I'm excited to see where this virtual life takes us. You know, I know a lot of people don't say that, but really, this has forced a lot of people to be more technology inspired with how they run their business and how they do work. And in the future, it's not going to change for us. We're still going to be virtual as well as in person. And we're trying to figure out how that's all going to mesh, but it's going to be great.
That's a great perspective, Devin, being able to look at the positive side of things. And I know they're just really have mastered the Zoom and engaging the entire community and making it fun. I know when I've gone on the themed networking after hours, it's just been a lot of fun to be able to connect with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a quick commercial break here. Hear a word from our sponsor. Thanks again to Devin and Kathy Kirby. We have one last guest. Really excited to have them on. They're from the commercial real estate space. So let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Hello, this is Sherman with Mutual Omaha, and I'm your host here of Guests in the West. Really appreciate those that have participated, Kathy, Kirby, and also Devin from the Chamber. Wanted to remind folks that NowMediaRadio.com has now gone live. It's archived and presenting all of our previous episodes. And so if you want to listen to it, let's say you're on your morning commute, you can actually click on, it's kind of this blue box here when you first hit it, and it's going to be able to just show you the audio and just play that for you, so that way you can stay safe as you're driving and navigating or as you're working out. Below that, though, you'll see basically a black square, and it looks like it's got the play button. That's the video format, and that allows you to then live stream what's happening right here in the studios as it's happening. And so those are the two main live areas. First, you can listen in audio. The second one, you can do it in video. So that way you can consume the content at your convenience. At the same time, I wanted to remind folks, the Guest in the West show is now being broadcast on a daily basis, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, and so that way you don't have to miss any of your wonderful episodes, and you can hear all the great things that's happening here in Houston and the wonderful businesses that's participating and really providing value to the members out here. So we're excited to be able to have our last guest in on the show from Limestone Commercial Real Estate. It's Brandy.
Hi, Sherman. How are you?
Oh, wonderful. Thanks for coming on the show this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So why don't you introduce yourself and share the story about things, who you guys are.
All right. So Limestone Commercial Real Estate is a brokerage firm that helps other companies navigate, execute their lease contracts for commercial space, mainly office and industrial.
And how are you guys finding the market right now with everything that's going on?
It's in a state of chaos, to be candid. Tenants are trying to navigate their options. They're trying to figure out, can they get rent relief? How much of their PPP, if they got it, can be applied to rent, which is 25%. But is that enough? And are there any other options? Landlords are trying to figure out how to help their tenants manage through this pandemic, and they are sensitive to their tenants' needs. They're also responsible for paying their own mortgage, if you will, on their buildings that they own. They're business owners just like we are. And so it's an interesting dynamic right now. Everyone has needs, everyone wants to work together, but how do you navigate that? And Connie and I have joined forces as small businesses to help other small businesses figure out what their options are in this environment.
And so I got to imagine that you folks are extremely busy during this particular time period.
We are. A lot of people have extra time on their hands, and we're busy helping our clients. And it's been very rewarding because we've found opportunities to help landlords and tenants reach an agreement on how rent relief can be delivered in a win-win scenario.
And so if someone is maybe trying to figure this out and they could need some help, how can they reach out to you and Connie?
Yeah, well, you're showing our website right there. So if you scroll down to the bottom, you can see our admin@limestonecommercial.com is our email address. We've also created, just for this special season, a form that business owners can fill out, telling us a little bit about your company, a little bit about your lease obligations, and what you really need. And then we can evaluate your current situation and make some helpful recommendations, and even go on your behalf to negotiate with your landlord to see if we can reach a win-win agreement.
Oh, that's wonderful. And so really you folks are really a liaison in helping people navigate the space of rent.
Exactly.
And so what got you into this industry and this company?
Well, I started with Trammell Crow Company many years ago, and basically started to understand why people build buildings and how they get a return on their investment. And I was really intrigued by the tenant side of the equation. I like to understand business owners' mindsets. I like to understand their vision for their companies. So it's been like an ongoing MBA for 25 years now, where I get to partner with business owners, visionaries, founders, and understand what it is that they're trying to achieve, and then help them with the tiny but important piece of the puzzle, which is finding the commercial space that helps their business and their people thrive.
That's wonderful. And so with some of that strategy and negotiation that you and Connie provide for these clients, what's that experience feel like for them?
Many of them feel relieved. A lot of people don't know that our services exist. A lot of, especially small business owners, they're so accustomed to wearing so many hats and doing so many things on their own. They're the HR department, PR, accounting, you name it. So why not be the person that has to go find the lease space and negotiate the contract? You don't have to. This is what we do. It's called tenant representation. So they feel relieved. And then at the end of the transaction process, we like to show them what we've saved them. And they're always surprised. So on average, we save about 15 to 20% on each transaction, and that's just in the monetary savings. We also provide flexibility and optionality that becomes invaluable to businesses as they evolve through the life cycle of their company.
Gotcha. That's wonderful. Is there any particular niche market that you and Connie, that you guys focus in on there at Limestone?
Well, I would say office and industrial primarily. We also handle multi-market accounts. So if one company has multiple locations, we become the single point of contact for all of their commercial real estate questions and needs. It's almost like having a department within their company that they don't have to pay for.
That's a great way to be able to off-source and reach out to experts in this space. Now, one of the unique things about the kind of this partnership, how did you hear about the Houston West Chamber of Commerce?
Oh, everyone knows Jeannie Bollinger. She's a local hero. So she has a great organization. She's been promoting companies for years, and I just appreciate all the work that she and the entire team have done. So yeah, she's just a household name.
Wonderful. And we're glad you took the time to be able to share your story. Anything in particular that you and you guys are excited about given the current environment?
We are very excited because companies need our services more now than ever before. And a lot of people don't realize that we can help create a win-win between the landlord and the tenant today. So companies, especially small businesses, are under a lot of stress. And we have been able to go in and help them negotiate 3 months of rent abatement and defer it either into 2021 or add it to the end of their lease term. Or if they're a business who knows that they're going to make it through and they want to return strong and they have a long-term commitment to the building that they're in, then this is the perfect time to restructure their lease. So they don't realize that even though they may have 2 or 3 years left on their term, that the landlord is willing to have a conversation about providing some abatement today, rent abatement, which helps alleviate some of the stress that these small businesses are experiencing, and restructure the lease for a longer term. So you're trading those concessions today for term in the future, which is truly a win-win. And that gives us a lot of joy when we can help someone else understand that there is a path through this and give them hope that their business is going to come back stronger. It's very rewarding. We're loving it.
Wonderful. And Brandy, that's just some really great advice and expertise that you can really provide to a small business owner and just those in needing to navigate this particular space during this particular time. Again, for those that are listening on the podcast format in audio, what's the best way for folks to get in touch with you and the team there?
So if you go to our website, which is limestonecommercial.com, we have a form that you can fill out. It will automatically be sent to us, and we will review it and reach out to you. You can also go to our website and simply email us at the email address at the bottom, which is admin@limestonecommercial.com.
All right. So you heard it right there, folks. Limestonecommercial.com. And also you can just check out and fill out that form. That will allow you to be able to, for them to be able to best know how they can serve you and your needs. And so I'd reach, if you are in that space or you make some of those decisions, or you know someone in your company that makes those decisions, this is a crucial time to be able to make sure that people are having a look at this, to be able to navigate what's happening in these unprecedented times. So Brandy, really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show this morning.
Thank you so much. We certainly hope that business owners will reach out to us and just also be reminded that there is no out-of-pocket expense for the business owner for our services. So thank you for having us.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. All right, folks, appreciate you listening here on the Houston West Chamber of Commerce and the NowMedia Guest in the West show. And we're going to break for our final commercial, and we'll see you next week.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Sherman with Mutual Omaha back here with Guests in the West show. Everybody, thank you so much. I want to thank our guest that came on, Kathy Kirby. As a reminder, you can go to her website, Kathy with a K, kathyswinecellar.com. And then you can go and see all the wonderful specials they're having, the private labels, the customization that you can create, the unique flavors and wines that are coming out on a regular basis. You heard her, top 4% of wine clubs in the world, and also it's a US-based business, so that's always exciting. So really want to be able to thank her for her contribution. She's a strong ambassador for the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, goes to many of the ribbon cuttings, welcoming many people, new members, and also longstanding members to the organization. So it's great to always have a strong ambassador to the show. Also, wanted to remind folks, when it comes to the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, if you go to their website, hwcoc.org, you'll be able to see all the different events that are happening. Now, right now, they're all virtual, so that way we can continue to stay compliant with the stay-at-home orders. At the same time, you heard from Devin that these virtual meetings will continue to stay. And so you can go right there in the middle, and there's the events tab, and you'll be able to see it in a calendar format, or you can change it to a list format, and you can see all the different events that are going on. As encouraged, you want to be able to register ahead of time, because then you'll be given the specific Zoom number and, most importantly, the Zoom password in order for you to be able to access the various meetings, as Devin had mentioned, being able to make sure that we're compliant and secure during these unique times. The other thing that I want to be able to just mention about how the Houston West Chamber of Commerce is helping you stay relevant, I think for a lot of people, the silver lining in this dark cloud is to be able to, number one, reach out to all of your clients. Let all of them know that you're in business, that you're still there, you're still relevant, you want to stay on the top of their mind, whether that's via phone call, that's an email, that's going to networking event virtually through the Houston West Chamber of Commerce and seeing your clients there. The second one is you want to reach out to anybody that you sat down with recently, and I'd say recently in the last 2 to 3 years, that didn't yet become a client. We call these prospects. So reach out to all those prospects and let them know, hey, number one, you're still in business. And number two, that you can still continue to add value to them. And if now is the time for them to move forward. And then number three, everybody has one of these cell phones, right? And so inside the cell phone is a multitude of contacts, people that you might have forgotten about, people that you haven't reached out to in a while. And so what I would encourage everybody to do is to just reach out to their contacts and number one, ask them how they're doing. Nobody knows that you care until you care. And so with that, what's going to happen is two things. From a business perspective, you're going to ask them how you're doing. And they're going to tell you what their life is like, and you're going to listen. And then number two is you're going to tell them that you're looking for people in a specific market with what you do and if they know someone. So by being able to go after your clients, your prospects, and then your own particular connections, you're going to find yourself busy and extremely strategic in this particular time period. At the same time, I would encourage folks, especially if you're an introvert, these Zoom virtual networking events that's being put on by the Houston West Chamber of Commerce allows you to now navigate that space from the comfort of your own home. If you don't like crowds, guess what? You don't have to deal with crowds. If you don't like the elevator speech of introducing yourself, and in an awkward conversation, you don't have to do that anymore. If you didn't like shaking people's hands, guess what? Welcome to stay at home COVID-19. You don't have to shake people's hands, and actually it's pretty discouraged at this particular time. So it's a great time for those of you, it doesn't matter whether you're introvert, an extrovert, in-betweener, you can have an opportunity to reach out to people in a very unique way through these virtual meetings and have fun. As Devin had mentioned, they do a lot of themes. I know they had Weird Hair Day. They had Bring Your Pets. And so there's just a lot of fun. Last week it was takeout. So people were showcasing the local takeout that they were able to grab, maybe from a local company. And so want to be able to encourage you to be able to go to that website, hwcoc.org, and see all the different events that's occurring and see how you can put that into your calendar. If you remember the old adage, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, you want to be able to make sure that you're adding in some different routine to your webinars, your go-to meetings, your Zoom meetings, your Microsoft Teams meetings. And this networking will allow you to be able to do that, especially if you're in the sales, marketing, business development, or you're an entrepreneur and you want to be able to get your story out there. At the same time, folks, the Guest in the West show by courtesy of NowMediaRadio.com or Now Media Radio is available to you 24/7. And so every day it's going to rebroadcast the archives of 11 a.m. At the same time, you can be able to listen to this or watch it live when we do it every single Wednesday, 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we're excited and we're grateful for Jonathan for helping produce the show this morning. We're thankful for Juan and opening up the studio. Obviously, communication is essential business during this time. And so I want to be able to encourage those of you that might need to create content in the video format, those of you that want to be able to share your story, that obviously you might have a stack of business cards, these pieces of paper, but you're not going to be passing those out anytime soon. So maybe there's an opportunity for you to be able to get your own digital business card, the 60-second commercial, something that you can post on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, all those various social media accounts. And here's a way to be able to share your story. The nice thing to know that if you don't like the way that you look on camera, Juan and his team can actually bring some professionals and they will do it for you. And you can have someone that is a professional, basically presenter and speaker, and they can share your story. So we're excited that Now Media has opened up the studio for us to be able to do this Guest in the West show. And at the same time, because they are 24/7 on NowMediaRadio.com, you can consume all of this content and Guest in the West show, and you can understand how the Houston is a great place to work, live, and play. Everybody, we hope you stay safe out there, and we'll see you next week. Sherm's out.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses. All of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Good morning, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual Omaha. I'm the host of Guest in the West. It's a collaboration between Now Media Studios, which we're in here today. Of course, we want to thank Now Media for opening up, still continuing to serve all the needs of the businesses and companies out there, and during these essential times, these very crucial moments that we're going through as an economy. And so really appreciate Juan and his team here in producing the show on a weekly basis. Also want to thank Devin and Karina over at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, who are really the backbone behind the organization. Here we're highlighting a lot of the members that exist within the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, we've opened it up. We know we're in unprecedented times, and so we wanted to be able to make sure that we gave an opportunity to hear from other people who are not a part of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. And so we are excited about the lineup that we have today. As a reminder, we are focused on making sure that we bring you the relevant information of the various businesses and contributors to our Houston community. And so we are grateful for all those that come in and are continuing to work and serve others, particularly during this time period. We know that we're in really some unprecedented times. It's unique out there. I know a lot of people are struggling financially, economically, physically, emotionally, even spiritually. And so I know it's a very tough time for a lot of people. So remember the old hashtag Houston Strong. That's exactly kind of who we are. I saw HEB came out with the hashtag Texans helping Texans. And I think that's an important thing to be able to think about, that we're not, although we feel alone in this, that we're all in this together. And if we can rally together in support of each other and seeing how we can help each other grow and develop, then we'll be able to really focus on that adage of that a rising tide raises all boats. And so I want to be able to remind people that NowMediaRadio.com has the archive. So if you're missing an episode, you're wanting to see some other hosts, there's a lot of bilingual content, Spanish and English. You can check out this episode, Guest in the West, every day at 11 o'clock. So the NowMediaRadio.com website is available 24/7. Now, the safety of it, if you go onto the website, is you'll be able to see the audio format. We know that many of you are commuting out there and listening to this show, and so you can be safe just to listen to the audio. At the same time, if you are more of a visual person, go out and check the website, and then you'll be able to click on right below the audio form. You can click on the play, and it'll show you the video, and you can see all the grandeur that the studio can bring together. And that's the beauty of technology right now, is that we're able to broadcast and distribute this in a multitude of different mediums. And so we're excited about being able to offer that to all our listeners out there and viewers. And we're extremely grateful for Now Media and all the hard work that they're doing to be able to make this available to all of all those out in our community. The other thing is that if you want to be a guest here on the Houston West Chamber of Commerce and as a Guest in the West show, you want to go out to their website, hwcoc.org, and you can check out the various events. All of them are happening virtual right now. At the same time, you can reach out to Devin Wagner at events@hwcoc.org, and you can schedule some time to be a guest on the Guest in the West. Now, in today's stay-at-home orders, and it's opening up a little bit, we're doing majority of this via Skype. And so as long as you have a Skype username, we can have you come in on the show, so to speak. You're not actually coming in here into the studio, although we do have a couple of business owners in later on today that are going to be here in person. And so we're excited to be able to have them in with us. I saw them in the studio earlier. Masks on, everybody. This is going to be somewhat of the new norm here. And so make sure that if you're out and about in Harris County, that it's really protecting others. I think a lot of times that we get caught up in this idea that it's only for ourselves. Hey, I'm healthy, I'm vibrant, I don't have any health issues. But guess what? We're trying to protect those that we don't know if they have any health issues, and that's who we're ultimately concerned about. And so as you wear a mask, think about that. It's not only for the safety of yourself, but more so the safety of others, and hopefully that we can really flatten the curve of the spreading of coronavirus, COVID-19. And so really excited, folks, for the lineup that we have here today. Really am excited as well, that we're coming on several months, a few months actually, of this Guest in the West show, this brainchild that I had many months ago, and was able to convince the Houston West Chamber of Commerce to have a look at being able to provide this value to the members, and they of course saw the opportunity that we could be able to align this with their vision that they're in business for business. And we're excited that we were able to find an amazing media partner, Juan and his team here at Now Media, that opened up the studio and allowed us to be able to go on. So we have our first guest, Matthew Paul. He can help out a lot of people during this time. And so I'm excited to bring him on, and he can share with us his story and how he's helping people in our community. Matthew, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sherman. So good to be with you this morning.
For those people that might not know who you are, Matthew, why don't you introduce yourself and share your story a little bit?
Well, my name is Matthew Paul. I am the money finder in your life. I'm a financial coach. We don't sell any products, but we sit with you and try to create a budget for you and track your expenses so you know exactly where the money is going. And that helps you change your behavior so you can pay off your debt, attain marital peace and financial peace. And that's exactly what we do.
And so right now, Matthew, are you finding it a very busy time with some of the struggles that people are finding right now, given the stay-at-home orders, furloughs, and things of that nature?
Absolutely, Sherman. You know, if you look at the Houston market in specific, we lost jobs mainly because of COVID, and on the top, we have this oil crisis. So people are losing their jobs. The families are stressed. Couples are starting to fight about money. There's a lot of instability in the household, and so a lot of people are calling us, and we are trying to sit with them and try to put a structure around their finances so they can pay off their debt and get ahead of this game.
And what has you so passionate about this type of work, Matthew?
Oh, this comes from our own life. You know, I'm an immigrant. I came to this country, and in 48 hours I landed. I ended up having $20. And, just like any other immigrant life, we try to work hard and try to make money. But when I made money, I didn't know how to manage it. And so when I got into debt, I bought 2 brand new cars and a brand new house. But disaster struck us in 2006. In a span of 3 years, I lost my father, my son, and eventually I had to sell my house at a loss. And that all culminated into this, a lack of peace in our family. Just high tension between my wife and I, and we decided that this is not the way to live. So we decided to change. We changed our behavior. We started tracking our expenses, and eventually we became completely debt-free. And then God gave us a desire to go and help other people.
That's amazing, Matthew. So for you, you had a personal experience where you went through a really difficult time, and you were able to turn that and offer that help to others. So you're completely empathetic to what people might be going through right now.
You know what? Every time somebody calls me, or when I sit with a couple and they say that, you know what, creditors are calling me, I owe this bill. It is very personal for me because I know that feeling. When somebody calls you, I know that. When the hospital starts sending you bills, I know that. And so every time I sit with people, even if after all these years, I go back to my story and I see myself in that picture, and that's what helps me to be effective in changing people's lives.
So it sounds like not only are you a financial coach, sounds like you're a little bit of a therapist at times.
Well, you know what? There are no areas where money does not touch. You are a therapist. You are a referee in the boxing ring. You are a kids trainer. You are everything when it comes to money.
Now, at this particular time, Matthew, how can people get in touch with you? Especially if, let's say, I'm listening to you in the podcast format or on the radio. How can I reach out to you and the team?
Well, you just go to our website, www.themayana.com. It's TheMayanah, themayana.com. Or you can call us at 281-435-1888. It's 281-435-1888. Give us a call. Go to our website. And Sherman, because of everything that's going on right now with this COVID-19, and we wanted to reach out more people and help, we are offering free consultations. So there's no cost, none of those things. We just want to sit with you and help you. So go to the website and go and schedule free sessions.
Great. So if someone reaches out to you, there's not going to be a big sales pitch on trying to squeeze them into working with you guys.
No, so basically what we do is the very first time somebody called, if they have a budget, we will go through that and make sure that enough changes are made. If somebody does not have a budget, we will sit with them and try to create a straw man so that they can go and work from there. And after that, if they want to work with us, obviously that's their choice, but there is no commitment, none of those things. After the free session, they are free to go.
Wonderful. And so as people work with you, I think one of the concerns is that it's going to cost me more money to get out of debt if I use you and a service like what you guys provide.
Well, that is not true. So I'll tell you why. So when people start tracking their expenses, when somebody has an accountability partner, what happens is that they tend to spend less. Now, let me ask you this. Those people who are listening to me today, you have any idea how much interest are you paying on your credit cards? If you're paying 25%, 28%, and the very sheer reason that you can bring it down to 5, 6, 7%, you are saving money right there. And when we go through every single bill on your budget, we try to see how to reduce your expenses. So 99% of the people will actually save money by working with a financial coach rather than not doing it.
That's amazing. So it's really helping people really understand their money and kind of what to really do about getting out of the hole they might have dug themselves into.
Yeah, so Sherman, I always say that if something is not working, try something else. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result, right? So my suggestion is that if something is not working, give it a shot, try something else, and if it works, great. If not, hey, there are no regrets.
Now, there's a lot of different titles out there, Matthew, financial coach, financial advisors, consultants, agents. Do you guys sell anything outside of the products or just the help that you give on debt recovery?
Well, that's a great question, Sherman. There's a lot of confusion about who is a financial coach versus who is a financial advisor. Financial coaches, especially I'm with Dave Ramsey, financial coaches with Dave Ramsey do not sell any financial products. We don't sell investments. We don't sell insurance. We just refer you to people that you like, or if we don't know anybody, we will refer to people that we trust, but we don't sell any products. Our only intention is to sit with you and create a structure in your life so you can take control of your money.
So you're really in the business of helping and negotiating people to get to a much healthier financial standing.
Correct. So we have a PhD in yelling and screaming. So we yell and scream at people so they can spend less than what they make and eventually pay off their debt. Some people, they are very scared to call the creditors. So they get threatened. And so basically we will be on the call with them, trying to be talking for them and trying to educate them so that, they can take control over the money too.
Absolutely wonderful, Matthew. I really appreciate you taking the time this morning to share with us. And again, remind the folks that are listening online and maybe even watching this, how can they reach out to your website and phone number? What is that again?
The phone number is 281-435-1888. It's 281-435-1888. And the website is themayana, MAYANAH, themayana.com. And as you go to our website, you can see right up there, schedule free consultation. That's where I want you to go and click on to schedule the free appointments.
Wonderful. So final thoughts here, Matthew. What would your advice be to folks out there right now?
This is not the first time that we have seen an economic crash. We have seen that in 2008. We have seen that in 2001. And we have seen that in 87. You know what? This will pass. We will get over this and we will come ahead of this whole game. However, if you can take the right steps now, when we go back, you won't have the same life as you had before COVID. And this should be a wake-up call for every single family, including mine, to realign our lives, to look at what is important in our life, spend more time with the family, take control of your personal finance, and have a goal for your life and as well as for your financial life.
Wonderful. Really appreciate you coming on the show. And I know that, Matthew, I know that you're not a member of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, but what do you know about the Houston West Chamber of Commerce?
I've been there a couple of times. I've attended a couple of rise and grind meetings. I know several people that come to Houston West Chamber of Commerce, and one of these days I'm looking forward to be part of that one.
All right. Well, definitely looking forward to you being a member one day. So again, folks, we're going to take a quick break and hear a word from our sponsor. We're thankful for Matthew and all the work that you and the team are doing over there. You can check them out, the website, the Mayana.
The Maya. Or you can also go to christianfinancialcoaching.com.
Okay, wonderful. And so the website again was THEMAYANAH.com. And feel free, you heard it there, free consultation, just to be able to reach out and make sure that you can get your own financial house in order. Thank you very much, Matthew, for coming on the show.
You're very welcome, Sherman. So nice to come over here and talk to you.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a quick break and hear a word from our sponsor.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Martin here from Mutual Omaha, host of the Guest in the West show. Again, welcome back. Really grateful for Matthew, Paul, and him coming out and sharing all the great things that they're doing as the team and helping people get back to financial footing. And so I'd say during this particular time, if you find yourself in some financial difficulty, best make a reach out to him and his team. As you heard it there, is free consultation. Want to be able to remind folks, the NowMediaRadio.com website is up and live. It's available 24/7. This specific show, Guests in the West, shows every single day at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. So you're going to, if you miss any previous episodes, feel free to check it out. At the same time, you can split it between listening to audio if you're in your commute or if you're out for a run, or if you want to watch the video format, it's right below that, and you can press the play and you can see the video. So we're excited that we're able to offer that to all our viewers and listeners here. At the same time, folks, I want to be able to let you know that if you want to be a guest on the West, a guest on the Guest in the West show, reach out to Devin at events@hwcoc.org, and she'll be able to set you up. We're going to be able to have another guest on. We're excited to hear from her, Rhonda Cook, and I hear that she's available via Skype. So, Rhonda, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am Rhonda Cook, and I'm the founder and CEO of Pure Speed Lightwave, PS Lightwave for short. We're a telecommunications company here in West Houston, and I'm proud to be joining you this morning.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. So, Rhonda, tell us a little bit about your story of you and how you got started.
Well, as a native Houstonian, I've been involved in the telecommunications industry here in Houston for many, many years, more years than I like to count. In 2010, I founded PS Lightwave, along with a number of really committed, passionate, talented people. Our goal, our purpose at that time, was to establish our company as the customer-focused telecommunications company for the greater Houston area. A lot of companies, they tout their customer service, and it's almost something that is like trite, that everybody says it, but words are one thing, but actions speak a lot louder than words. And we strive every day to live that. One of the ways that I think is critical in creating a customer-focused company is to start with your employees. That's what we do at PS Lightwave. We really put an emphasis on the way that our customers, our employees are treated, and how you treat your employees has a direct reflection on how your employees feel about the work that they're performing and how they support your customers. So several years ago, I started meeting with small groups of employees, just having casual conversations, talking about what we do, how we exemplify ourselves at our best, what defines us as a group of people. And through that process of these discussions and anecdotal stories and words that kept bubbling up, we formulated our core values, which are growth, respect, integrity, and trust. We created an acronym, GRIT, which we have a logo that we created that is something that we use very, very frequently on our printed materials. Every new employee gets a T-shirt with the logo on it. As you see there, I see you're pulling up our website. We also have been awarded Houston's Top Workplace Award from the Houston Chronicle, which is conducted through anonymous employee surveys. So that's a distinction I'm really proud of. But all of these things that we do in making our core values a central part of how we run the business, from how we hire, how we reward, recognize, and hold our employees accountable. That's a direct reflection on the quality of the services that we provide and the trust that we are able to build with our customers.
That's amazing. And so, what are some of the services that you and your team offer to customers?
Well, we are a facilities-based fiber optic company, so that means that we own and we operate our own fiber optic network, and it's over 1,500 miles, linear miles, in 7 counties in and around Houston. So we touch over 1,400 buildings, different sites here in town. And the services that we offer are primarily internet, data circuits, Ethernet data circuits, and various voice services, telephony, voice over IP services. And the customers that we work with are all business customers. They break into 3 different categories. There's the enterprise customers, everything from small companies with maybe just a handful of employees to Fortune 100 companies that have multiple sites that we connect to. We also play a major role in providing services to government entities, both municipalities, cities, counties in our area, and school districts. We provide services to over 30 school districts here in the Houston area. So we're supporting more than 1 million students. That's something I'm really proud of. And we also provide wholesale telecommunications carrier services. So that means services for companies that provide cell phone services, or maybe they're a telecommunications company that doesn't have much of a presence here in Houston. And we're able to provide their what's called the last mile to come into Houston. So they may have customers that are in other cities that need to connect to offices here in the Houston area. So we facilitate that as well.
Wonderful. So really touching a lot of the different sectors out there. And you and your team, how are you guys dealing with the whole stay-at-home orders? I know obviously being in telecommunications, you're definitely an essential business.
Yes, we are an essential business, and we being in Houston, of course, we all have had to contend with other crises. Typically, it's hurricanes that we're facing as a community together. But of course, this is different. We've never had anything quite like it. But the disaster recovery planning that we have employed for other types of disasters has really helped us tremendously through this process that we're still going through. And we were able to start preparing using our disaster recovery plan early in the process. We started meeting internally and making contingency plans. And as we actually had in our building, we had 4 cases that were confirmed. So at that point, when the first one occurred, we moved all of our office personnel to working remotely. which we're still doing at this time. We have all of our field personnel who are certainly employing all of the measures that are recommended, all the personal protection equipment and sanitation supplies and masks and all of that. So we're able to continue our work. And, we recognize that not all of our customers are as fortunate to be able to adapt under these circumstances. So, we have been extending grace to those customers who need some time to get back on their feet. And we're not suspending service. Goodness knows everyone needs internet services these days. We recognize that as a critical lifeline that every business and every individual, as that is concerned, really is depending on. So, we're trying to work with our customers as well, but we're providing the same level of customer service that we were prior to the time that the stay-at-home orders went into place, and we're continuing to meet all of our standards that we did working in the office. Those are still measured weekly, and we haven't dropped the ball on anything.
Sounds like you've adjusted real well. This has been fantastic that you guys have been able to be so nimble during this time period. And it makes sense. It sounds like, Rhonda, you've created an amazing culture focus on employees. And if you take care of those employees, they'll take care of your clients.
Yes.
We'll appreciate you coming on the show. Last final thoughts from you as you are sharing with the audience.
Well, what we do is, we provide a level of reliability and responsiveness that we feel like is second to none. So if that is a driver for other businesses in the community, whether you're making a move, expanding your business, needing to go to a data center, whatever the reasons that you need to look for a telecommunications provider, we're here for you, and we are located in West Houston. We like to support our other businesses in the area, and look forward to the time that we're fully back in our offices there. So we like to, create a sense of community. Houston is a huge city, of course, and I've seen it grown so much during my lifetime here. But it is made up of small communities within our big city. And it's important that we, help take care of each other and support each other's businesses. So if anyone would like to get in touch with us, our main number is 832-615-8000. And you can also reach us on our website at pslightwave.com.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rhonda, for coming on the show and sharing your story. We're going to break for a commercial break here and hear a word from our sponsor. And so thanks again, Rhonda.
Thank you.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Welcome back, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual Omaha. Welcome back to Guest in the West show. We have our first people that are in the studio. I'm so excited about this to actually talk to someone right here live, right next to each other. Now, just so you know, social distancing, they are that far away. So the camera can make it look a little bit close. We are far away. So really want to be able to welcome Becky and Susie here on the show. Thank you so much for coming in.
Sure, we love it.
All right, so for a lot of the audience that might not know who you guys are, I want you to introduce yourselves and share us a little bit of your story.
Hi, I'm Susie Hartgrove. This is my partner, Becky Myers, and we are with My Heart Communications. We're a full-service public relations communications firm, and we basically just apply good old-fashioned business sense to help you with your messaging, your content, tell your story so you can bring in additional customers, and become known for what you do. And at My Heart Communications, we like to say we communicate with heart.
I love that. So tell me, how did you guys get started then in the business?
Well, Susie and I both have backgrounds in public relations, government relations, all sorts of things, and we've known each other for a long time. And when we came together, it was our love for just Houston business and helping our local community and businesses grow. And we got together one day and said, hey, let's make a go of this. Yeah. And we've been at it just about 4 years now.
All right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And so if someone wants to sit down and have a conversation with you guys, first off, for those that are maybe listening in the podcast format, how can they reach out to you, T?
Sure. They can find us at info@myheartcom.com or go to our website, myheartcommunications.com. Or if there's a phone number on that site, they can reach out that way. And give us a call and we'll sit down, or you virtually sit down and have a conversation with them.
Right, and just to clarify, it's My Heart, MYHART,
Okay.
COMM.
Gotcha. HART, not
Right.
HER. HEART? Yes.
That's Myers Hartgrove, so
Okay.
My Heart.
I'm just getting a word. We're gonna take a quick commercial break to be able to make sure that we have all the technology set up correctly. So let's just take a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, everybody. Okay, something was.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Yeah.
Hello.
Testing.
Imagine doing the activities you enjoy most with your family without feeling any pain. Did you have a car accident or a work injury and need help immediately to recover mobility? Dr. Smart has helped more than 10,000 patients live healthy and pain-free through chiropractic care and family medicine. Her personalized care caters to the medical needs of her patients. During her more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Smart has obtained her chiropractic degree and is also a family nurse practitioner. Her combined chiropractic care and family practice medicine will address all your healthcare needs. Call today for a consultation at 281-920-9022 or visit www.smartspineandjoint.com and allow Dr. Smart to make a positive and lasting change in your life.
A little technical difficulties. So got the mics working. They're all hot, ready to talk. So we're back again with Susie and Becky. And you were just telling us in the audience that heart. So if I go to the website, how do I spell that out?
It's MYHARTCOMM. Communications. My heart, but
yes.
It's MYHART.
Wonderful. Thanks for the clarification on that one. So as you two decided, okay, years in the industry, got a lot of experience, let's do our own thing. How does that conversation actually play itself out?
With a lot of wine.
There might have been
That's
wine.
how a lot of great decisions start happening, right?
There might have been wine involved more than once.
So what did you want to do as you guys decided to start your own company? What did you want it to focus on? And obviously the heart was a really big part of the way that you wanted to communicate with prospective clients.
So Susie and I learned that we have really compatible skill sets and a very similar outlook on how we wanted to approach our business, and that we wanted to help businesses in Houston grow. And so we've been able to get out there and really put our skills to work in terms of PR. And that can mean a lot of things, but educate our clients and just get them in front of their customers to help their sales. And when we were talking about it, we just said, hey, we want to help Houston businesses because we're Texas girls at heart and we love it here. And so for us, it's about having relationships and parlaying that into success for businesses in the city.
Gotcha. And so I know a lot of different firms, as they start getting involved with like PR. Sometimes it could be a little bit of, as you mentioned, maybe sales and marketing, just branding that story. Is there any particular emphasis, like written word or helping them on social media? What's kind of some of the things you guys get involved with?
Well, communication is always really critical for a business or an organization through advocacy. And so I think, more so now than ever, you have to make sure you've got the right messages, the right tone. You're looking to get them out to the right audiences. And you do that in so many different ways, through blogs, through, stories in the media, social media, could be help with your email marketing, just information on your website, how are you addressing your customers, all sorts of different ways.
And so really it's making sure that they have a strategy for all these various ways to communicate with the public.
Absolutely. You don't want to just go out and shoot from the hip or just make up your messaging or talk about, hey, I have this widget and come buy it. Really what you want to do is what we like to do is really get to the nuggets of your story. What makes you special? And when we do that, that's actually what we love to do, is to say, hey, we sit down, we talk with you, we talk with people in your company, we look at your competitors, and we look at the industry that you're in as a whole and sort of say, hey, what's happening? And then we're able to take that overall story, find the nuggets, get it out there and say, hey, this widget is special and this is why. So we find that, and then we put the package together, we put the messaging together so you don't have to, right? Because we know what to do. And then we go out there, we say, hey, this is why you should buy this widget and why you should buy from this customer.
So it sounds like you really help them have a real cohesive brand approach at kind of who their story and sharing that story.
Right. Well, and helping them, because they've got to find what appeals to their customers and their client. And so sometimes people just want to talk about their stuff, but they're not really thinking through, what's going to sell, what's important to their client, and what's going to make them be interested in buying something from that company or using their services, or just. In many cases, we sometimes also have some nonprofits and organizations we've worked with and help them, reach that level of appeal to their advocacy base.
I got to imagine with the time period that we're in right now, communication is crucial to every business. Is that what you're finding and working with some of your customers and clients out there?
Absolutely. And one thing that we've been talking to our clients about a lot is you still have to communicate. You need to talk to all of your stakeholders, investors, customers, employees, anybody that you might be working with. Maybe it's a supplier, vendors. And it's really important to have the right tone in your communications. And this is a really difficult time in our country. It's unheard of, our world. And so we're working with our clients to make sure that their messaging is strong, reassuring, and also still important and conveys the essence of who they are.
And so it sounds like then the communication that you're working with can be internal within the organization as well as external on what you're communicating out to the public.
Absolutely. I think when this first broke, it was employees who were the most fearful. If you think about it, as companies had to downsize, especially in certain industries, restaurants and such, there was a lot of fear around that. And if people are losing their livelihoods, then as an owner, you've got to be able to have the right tools in your messaging to talk to your employees and reassure them and let them know, how's this affecting you? And what does that mean 5 months from now, 6 months? We're going to be looking at this for the rest of the year, right? Yeah. So it's critical that you have the right language and tone.
What are some of the things that you're excited about right now, folks, that's going on over at your company?
Well, we're excited to be, we love helping people and helping people tell their stories. It really is great. We're doing one of the things we're helping with right now is we're working with Action Coach, and they're interviewing a lot of businesses. And we're able to help them take the interviews and transcribe them and put them into readable language and helping them publish their newsletter. So it's kind of nice to hear about all these different small businesses and find out that they're still out there and they need business. And so anything, you know, we can do in a small part to help make that happen is really exciting for us. And what other...
I think one of the most interesting things, you know, Susie brought up these interviews, people are really positive when they're getting asked a question, say, what inspires you most? And they're saying, you know what, it's the solidarity of people, it's their positivity, it's attitudes, and it's about challenge of pivoting during this time. And I know pivot's the big word, right? But that's okay. People understand it. And I think I'm really encouraged by listening to these business owners or reading them and hearing them say, we're all going to get through this. And that's one thing that Susie and I have talked about, and we reassure people we talk to. You know, our business is stable. People who we work with and our peers are pretty stable. And so we're all out here to help and to just be part of this recovery, if you will, or new paradigm.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a great way to describe it, that there's just a shift on what we're doing, and it might be who we're targeting as our ultimate clients, but it also might be that message, that story, what we're telling it. It might be telling employees that we're safe to work at again, right? Where that might not have needed to be a message 5 years ago or even 6 months ago. We just came into the office. That's how it was. Yeah. And so as you're working with Action Coach, who's a strong collaborator with the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, what made you decide to be able to do that and help them out in sharing that message where you're really just sharing the great stories of businesses that are still in business in Houston?
Well, they've been talking to a lot of businesses to help them out and to help promote them through their own newsletter and their database. So they needed some help just getting through all the interviews so they could get them published. And we're thrilled to be able to help with that, like I said, and just really get stories out there. One of the other things I want to say is that, you talk about employees being able to come back to work safely. The other thing is, if you're a homeowner or you need to buy something, a lot of these businesses are making themselves very safe to come back in. Maybe they're painters, plumbers, these essential services that you're going to need in your home. The other thing is, maybe you're sitting around your home like, hey, I want to remodel, or I'm going to paint that wall. And so, you know what? All these companies are ready to come in and help you safely. And they're taking all the precautions and then some.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. So final thoughts. What are some of the things that you're excited about that's going on?
Well, one of the things that I think we would like to offer to people who are maybe listening to this podcast is if you're listening and you're interested, we'll offer you a free 1-hour strategy session, guaranteed to come away with at least 2 to 3 tips on what you can do with your business. Should you decide to hire us, we'll offer you a 10% discount if you mention Guest in the West.
All right, I like that. You heard that here. All right. And again, remind the folks that are listening or viewing, best way for them to be able to get in touch with you guys.
It's either through email, info@myhart, myhart.com. They can call me, 832-244-2427. And the information is on our website, www.myheartcommunications.com.
Wonderful. We really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show. Last final question. You guys are active members of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. Why, of all the various organizations that exist out there, why are you members of that one?
Oh, gosh.
It's the best chamber. I mean, we looked around and it was clearly the best. So.
It is the best. And actually, we love being with the chamber for so many reasons. It's actually a really solidly run organization. The people who are in it and the companies are solid. And we just love the people there. And we've enjoyed getting to know people as well.
That's wonderful. And I would agree with you. I'd say that the administrative team, it's not just a tagline. They really focus on being in business for business. And so we're excited that you're active members as well of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce, and appreciate your all the help that you're doing. And again, for those that if you didn't notice there, if you mentioned that you listened to this or you viewed the Guest in the West show, you can get a discount on services through My Heart Communications.
Yeah.
So really appreciate you coming in on the show. And I think we're gonna take a quick break here, and really appreciate you guys coming in on the show and sharing your story with us.
Thanks for having us.
All right, let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Welcome back, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual Omaha, Guest in the West show. Appreciate everybody that came on the show today. Again, wanted to thank Matthew, Paul, Rhonda Cook. Of course, we had Becky and Susie of My Heart Communications. And they mentioned on the break that they do media constant training and helping folks. So excited. Feel free to reach out to them. As a reminder, everybody, if you weren't able to catch this episode and you wanted to listen to it, it's going to play every single day, 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. Go to the NowMediaRadio.com website. You can listen to it in audio format, or of course, if you enjoy the video and all its splendor, you can feel free, of course, to watch it there. If you want to be a guest on the Guest in the West show, you can reach out to Devin Wagner at events@hwcoc.org. And as a reminder, the Houston West Chamber of Commerce is still in business for business. And so all of their events and committee meetings have gone virtual. I know today, being Wednesday over the noon hour, they're doing a virtual orientation. And so they are there to be able to make sure that they have events that promote you and your business. And so feel free to check out their website, hwcoc.org. You can check out the events calendar, and you can see all the various activities that are going on. So really appreciate you listening in. This is the show, everybody. Sherm's out. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Guest in the West show. I'm Sherman, your host from Mutual of Omaha. Excited to be here. Want to thank Karina and Devin at the Houston West Chamber of Commerce for organizing this and making it happen, bringing our guests online. Want to thank this Now Media Studios for opening up. And want to thank Jonathan and Juan, the producers of the show this morning. And so we're excited about the lineup that we have here today, talking to Edward, and then we're going to be talking to Michael and finishing it off with Agnes. So we got a full lineup today, everybody. Again, sharing the story of majority of them are members of the Houston West Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, we've opened it up to be able to promote those businesses in Houston, to be able to remind people that it's a great place to work, live, and play. And so if you want to be able to get on the show, you can email Devin at events@hwcoc.org. And I know a lot of you that are watching this either Facebook Live right here, or you're watching this maybe from the NowMediaRadio.com website. Want to remind folks that this Guest in the West show is rebroadcast every day at 11 a.m. Central Standard Time. You can go to that website by hitting NowMediaRadio.com. You'll see two different areas that you can hit there. First is going to be the radio format, being able to listen to it safely in your car or your workout. And then right below it is the video format that you'll be able to click on and be able to see previous episodes, or what's live streaming. And then there's the archive that's being broadcast. So 24/7 Now Media material is being brought to you via multiple content streamers, and we're excited about that for you guys. At the same time, the Houston West Chamber of Commerce is in business for business, letting you know what they're doing and how they're promoting businesses. And so one of the great things you can do is check out their website, hwc.org, and you can see the various events that are going on right now in the calendars section. And you can be able to get onto those various events. They're all virtual right now. So you want to register, just because with today's security on Zoom, you'll be able to make sure that you get that password or that specific link in order to get you into those various events. And so you can see that the Houston West Chamber of Commerce is putting on a multitude of different events right now to be able to help businesses promote themselves, to do some digital networking, to be able to connect with other businesses. We had a great brunch and business with hosted by Jeffrey yesterday, and where we talked about what certain businesses are doing right now during this particular time period and of COVID-19 stay-at-home orders. And so it becomes extremely important for us to be able to make sure that we are adjusting, pivoting to what's going on today. And so our first guest is Edward. I want to be able to make sure he's ready to go online. Not yet. So we're waiting to be able to continue to connect with him via Skype. And that's one of the things, just as people, as a guest, just so you're aware. Number one, Now Media Studios is open as an essential business in communication. Various opportunities that you can come to the studio in a very safe way. You obviously want to encourage people to continue to wear your masks in preventing the spread, to really flatten that curve, if you will, of the spread of COVID-19 to others. And the other thing that we want to be able to let people know is that if you are looking to promote yourself in video format, you can do that here at the Now Media Studio. And so it's a really good opportunity for you to be able to make sure that you're able to stay relevant during this particular time period that we're in. These truly are unprecedented times, everybody. I got the thumbs up. We have Edward on via Skype. We're excited to have him on, the guest in the West. So Edward, welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, Sherman. Can you hear me, sir?
We hear you really well. So thanks for coming on the show. Edward, just jumping right into it, share us with the audience. What's your story, and tell us about what you're doing.
Well, we are a full-service marketing agency based in Houston, Texas. I'm originally from New York City, so you may hear that in my accent, but I am a Texan all the way. I visited Houston a couple of years back, and I could not wait to move here. The city is just so amazing. It's just oozing with so much opportunity for business, and I thought that this would be a great place for me to lay down some roots. I am an IT project manager by career, and there is so much synergy with marketing and IT. that I thought that would be a great fit for myself in this environment. So in 2017, we started our agency originally as flamegrower.com, and we are in process of rebranding to the webpage site.com. But essentially, we do website design, Google Ads, Facebook ads, and lately we've enhanced our catalog to include website hosting.
Wonderful. So as you mentioned, it's a really unique skill these days as marketers to really meld that IT side of things. So what got you introduced to the career of marketing, really coming from that IT background?
Well, I guess a lot of the guys that have that math side of the brain, they also have the artsy side. And marketing was just a good fit from that aspect because you have to add a lot of empathy, especially when you're dealing with someone else's idea and someone else's brand. You have to be able to feel what they feel, but you also have to be able to execute. So coming from that IT project management background, we had a lot of high profile global and international projects which we had to get funding for. And the way that you market and sell those projects in-house, it's very similar to the way that you're going to market and sell those projects to customers and clients.
And then, so for you, as you're rebranding, what's got you excited right now over there at the media agency?
To be honest, marketing is the ability to put your business in front of people and individuals, so that way when they need your services, they think about you, and it's exactly just like networking. With this market and this climate, there is just so much energy in the space right now. People are exploring new ways of working, new ways of connecting with clients, and it's truly an amazing opportunity to connect. So we've all been, a lot of us, I should say, have been transitioned to these virtual meetings, these Zoom meetings, these Microsoft Team meetings, and that has allowed for a lot of lateral and vertical communications with new customers, new clients, new ways of communicating, new ways of working. To answer your question, it's just connecting with people. Also, in terms of the marketplace, businesses have been forced to reevaluate their products and their services to make them more customer driven, and they are in an excellent opportunity to try new things out because people are willing to be more forgiving, especially in this marketing, in this time.
Are you, and so what are some of the things that you're talking to a lot of the clients in these Zoom and virtual meetings to be able to help them look to the future and connecting with their clients?
So one of the biggest things that's coming right now is communication. So people are looking for a way to make sense of things, and the more that you can do that utilizing your platform is going to make it a lot easier for people to understand you and to rely on you for your products and services. So for instance, if I owned, let's say, a dental practice, well, dental practices have been closed for almost a month and a half at this point, pushing 2 months, but people still have dental needs. In that scenario, our customers would communicate via blog posts, via their website, via their social channels, any changes in status of the office, but also be able to communicate some things that are relevant to the customers. How do I make my children or help my children brush their teeth? I have elderly parents. What's a good way to deal with their dental issues since I can't interface with them? And that type of mindset, that type of thinking allows you to provide not only just information, but value to your core customer, your core demographics that will allow them to thrive during this, to thrive during this COVID-19 situation.
Really good advice there. And so I know that a lot of times I use the phrase that realtors, when it comes to buying real estate, it's location, location, location. I'd say right now for businesses, particularly those that are offering services, it's communicate, communicate, communicate. And no better way than making sure that your story is being told and being presented to the right people than partnering up with a media company. Really appreciate your thoughts there. As final thoughts here for people to be able to get in touch with you, Edward, what's the best way for them to connect? And note that people are listening to this via podcast. So if you're going to give an email address or website, why don't you spell it out for us, please?
Okay, so our new URL is thewebpagesite.com. And it is just that simple. THEWEBPAGESITE.com. So if you need to enhance your brand image, or have some questions about communication with your clients, we'd be happy to take your information there. If you need to connect with me directly, I am on LinkedIn. So just do a search for Edward Ferguson and I'll pop up. It'll be a shiny bald guy. Some gray hairs, but still me.
Wonderful. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show this morning. Last final thoughts, Edward, that you want people to know about your story.
I'm just happy to be a part of this this time in history. I know it's a challenge for many people, but I would tell everyone that this is your time. Do the things that your competition is not doing, and communicate. There are more people online today concurrently than there have been for a long time. And with that, ad prices, if you're marketing, are lower. In terms of getting services to market and promote your business, you may be able to find better prices and have access to those to different resources that you normally wouldn't have had access to, and just really grasp the situation. It's the time to expand.
All right. Well, great words of wisdom there, Edward. Really appreciate that. Again, folks, if you want to check out his website and connect with him, it's the web page site. So THEWEBPAGESITE.com. So feel free to check them out. Really appreciate you, Edward, coming on the show. We're going to take a quick break, folks, and hear a word from our sponsor.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses. All of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Bacteria and viruses like COVID-19, as well as indoor toxins, are a serious and sometimes deadly risk for your children, your loved ones, and your employees. Earth Blue Systems is the solution that ensures a seamless sanitization and odor elimination process by using ozone, nature's powerful and safe oxidizer. As a matter of fact, there are no known bacteria or viruses which are resistant to ozone and its oxidizing effects. Ozone is one of the most powerful disinfectants available, eliminating the need for harsh chemicals or detergents. Ozone gas from Earth Blue's process leaves absolutely no residue. Clothing, bedding, and linens will be sanitized and smelling fresh and clean, but most importantly, sanitized. Food is not harmed. In fact, ozone is approved by the FDA as a food additive preservative and is commonly used for water purification. Earth Blue Systems technology is a less costly alternative to other methods of solving mold and air quality issues. Take a strong and decisive step to keep your family and company odorless and safe. Contact Earth Blue Systems at 713-419-7506.
Hello, I'm Pamela O'Brien, owner and principal designer at Pamela Hope Designs. We're an award-winning full-service interior design firm located in Houston, Texas, with clients nationwide. We specialize in medium-high to high-end residential and commercial design projects that inspire confidence in you. When asked about our design style, we believe our style is your style at its best, while respecting your budget, your preferences, and your lifestyle. Our talented team of designers, artisans, and craftsmen collaborates with you to create positive design experiences with exquisite results. Unveiling exceptional designs is a privilege, and we want to make it a pleasure for all involved. From updating your existing home or office for a fresh new look to creating a custom project from the ground up, everything we do is designed for you.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Sherman here, host for Mutual of Omaha, Guest in the West show. Excited for our first guest. So thanks again, Edward, for coming on and sharing some thoughts on marketing. This one you'll definitely want to pay attention to. We have Michael Rager. Mike, why don't you introduce yourself to the audience for the few folks that might not know you?
Really? In Houston? No, I get out there. My name is Mike Rager. I own a company called Teach Your Business to Fish. We're a business strategy and coaching firm, you know?
And so tell folks, how did you get started in the business?
Oh, it's funny about 12 years ago, I was running my own business and I was looking for some help, and I actually found a coach. And that coach helped me do a few things, and I actually went to work with him and started working with them, did some things. It didn't, just things happen in business. I went my own way, they went theirs. And now here it is 12 years later. I've got my own company. I'm doing what I do, doing what I love.
Yeah, and that's a lot of fun. So then for people to be able to find you, since we're listening to this in podcast and video format, what's the best website for them to reach out to you?
Yeah, I make it easy. There's a new Teach Your Business to Fish site coming out next week, but right now it's tyb2f.com. So try to do it simple. I hate typing out Teach Your Business to Fish.
I can imagine that's a long URL. So then for you, is there any particular area that you help your clients kind of navigate when it comes to coaching, right? There's a variety of different areas.
Yeah, there is. There's six key areas that I work in. There's number one is strategy. The business has to know where it's going, what the end game is. From strategy, then of course we look at sales and marketing. Everybody wants to go there. We look at operations. We look at finance. We got to teach them that when you're running a business, is not to get tax breaks, especially if you're looking to grow. We look at systems and processes, and we help them look at people. And those are the places that we really want to go. You know, it's a lot of businesses think that sales and marketing is the way to go to increase profit. If you're a brand new startup, yeah, 100%. But if you have been in business for a while, it's actually streamlining operations and getting efficient puts more money in your back pocket. And that's what you need to look at.
That's really insightful. So for you guys look at the full range of top line and then ultimately the bottom line to squeeze out profitability. Well,
you've got to, just to give you an example, I took on a client here. They're a rug cleaning company. And, we were talking originally about sales and marketing and bringing things up. And I started talking to their operations manager. And I said, well, what happens if we bring in 25% more business? And he looked at me and he goes, we can't handle that. And we'll be in trouble. I said, so okay, the first thing we need to do is look at streamlining operations and making things more efficient. And we started there. And that's the way you've got to go into a business. You got to look at it systemically. You just can't go in and fix one thing. My mentor taught me the 6 things I spouted off here just a minute ago. He calls them the 6 cylinders of a business. And just like running a car, you need all 6 cylinders plugging at the same place. And 90% of businesses don't have that. They've got 1 or 2 running well, but the rest need a little tune-up, so to speak.
Well, it's kind of interesting that you decided to use the analogy of fishing. So share with people what's behind that.
I got a master's degree in trout biology, so that makes me the number one person you should listen to right now about business. But I've been a part of 2 companies that we built and we sold. I've helped a couple of my clients sell their companies. So that's the thing that I like to do, and I just use when I pick up a fishing magazine and start reading it, I start seeing business analogies in there. And it's really funny is I think I get as much business information from fishing magazines as I do from business books. All the business books I read say the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're just regurgitating it and packaging it in a different way. So why don't we do this? I know we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll replace some things out here. So we'll take a quick break here, folks, and we'll be right back.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. Sherman here, Guest in the West show from Mutual Omaha. Excited, again, we're going to continue to talk to Michael. Thank you, Jonathan, for coming in and replacing that microphone. That way we could hear you better, Michael. So we were talking about this analogy of fishing. And how do you help your clients understand, like, when it comes to marketing, not just to be throwing like a net out there?
Well, we see that a lot. People, I talk to them all the time, say, what's my marketing approach? Well, I'm going to throw a big net and hope to catch a few people in there. Well, the problem is with that is you catch people that aren't your good clients. And what happens is they end up wasting your time, they end up wasting your money, and they waste your resources. And, you know, I was always taught if you want to get rich, you pick your niche and go into your niche. And that doesn't mean if other good opportunities don't come around, you don't go for them. You know, the analogy I use is I love to go sail fishing in Florida, and we fish with kites and stuff, and these baits sit on top of the water. And we're fishing strategically for sailfish. But guess what? You know, a big mahi-mahi comes around, a big tuna comes around. You know, we're going to take that. We're not going to say, no, Mr. Mahi-Mahi, we don't want you. We're going to go ahead and do it. And that's the way businesses need to go, is they need to start focusing on really what they do well and who they do it well for. And they go, you know, take those other opportunities when they come around.
Wonderful. And so you're really kind of able to really pull that together for your clients and understanding that thought process. But at the same time, it's not just talking about fishing. You actually take some of your clients to go fishing.
Yeah, that's where the fun happens. And we do about 3 to 4 trips a year with clients. We're going actually in 2 weeks. We're going to Venice, Louisiana. We got a group going to go catch some big yellowfin tuna and some swordfish. You know, but we get out there, we talk about business, we talk about what's going on. A lot of things happen on the boat, and you know, we need to you know, bring it up and talk. And what happens with business owners, especially, you know, CEOs and their management team, when they get away from the office and start relaxing, that's where the ideas come from. You know, they're stressed, they're sitting in the office, and that's what we do. We get them out and start thinking, start looking at what's going on with the business, and you know, get them thinking in different ways, and that really helps them a lot.
So do they need to be an expert if they want to come along for the ride?
No, that's why we hire experts. You know, the worst thing is we have had a few people get seasick, and we just kind of laugh at them. But, you know, we generally go out. We got a couple groups that we go 40, 50, 60 miles offshore. We got some groups that we go here inshore. It depends. The funny thing for me is I've had more requests from ladies recently. I've had a couple of ladies groups ladies that own businesses. We took a group out 2 years ago. We went off of Galveston. We went out and caught some big amberjack with them. They brought a couple of their customers, and we had a great time talking about how things, you know, relate between them and their customers and the things we learned fishing that day. So we had to do a lot of different things.
So it's not just fishing; it's also business related, which is amazing.
We do, and you know, all my CPA friends, you can write it off now because it's not just entertainment. We actually have curriculum.
That's amazing.
Education.
So for you, there's definitely work involved besides just throwing the line out there.
Well, yeah, a little bit, but it's a great way to have other people pay for me to go really cool places and bring me along.
Yeah.
So
what a great way. So with businesses that are hearing this story that realize, you know what, we're too focused on one area, where some of the things that you talked about, whether it's profitability, it's streamlining our processes, we need to be talking to someone that comes in and kind of can help us out. How can people get in touch with you?
They can go through the website, of course, tyb2f.com. There's a contact me. They can email me, michael@teachyourbusinesstofish.com, or they can call me at 713-201-5559, and let's have a conversation.
Wonderful. And so for people that kind of are familiar maybe with coaching or aren't, what's kind of the expectations they should have in that first initial conversation?
The first initial conversation is we really want to have the person let us know what they think is wrong and where they may be struggling or where they're doing well. I run them through a software called Profit Accelerator. It's a proprietary software I use, and we walk through business owners and we ask them a series of questions. It takes about 90 minutes. And what it does is it shows us if we start working on certain areas of the business, how we can actually increase profitability. And it gives them some expectations. You know, one of my guarantees is I can find any business $100,000 in revenue in 45 minutes, but they've got to sit down with me and actually answer questions specifically. I can't guarantee that they'll get it because I can't guarantee they'll do the work. You know, that's how it is. It's kind of like the gym. I can say I can teach you how to use 20 pounds, but you're going to still go eat chocolates and drink beer all day. You know, I've always told you can't outwork the fork.
Yeah.
And it's the same way in business. You got to go work. You know, you got to do the work.
So that's really good. Obviously, having that analogy of the right fish. So who's the right client for you that might be listening to this? I know that you've offered some other ways to be able to allow startups who might not have the ability to connect with you.
Yeah. My perfect client is that client's been around for 3, 4, 5 years. They're doing it. I like to work with companies that are doing at least $500,000 in revenue. $500,000 to $5 million is pretty much my sweet spot. The business to consumer type businesses are the best. You know, I like the white collar guys, the lawyers, the CPA firms, the bookkeepers. On the blue collar side, it's the plumbers, the remodelers, you know, the guys that are getting their hands dirty going in there. You know, it's just helping them get to where they really want to go. I love startups. I really do. But unfortunately, they don't have any money. And I take on 1 or 2 a year, and I'll work with them a little bit. But I have an e-learning system. It's a 52-week video series that's fairly inexpensive that I can put people in. I give it away quite a bit, so you know, people reach out and they're looking for something. I give them a free sample and see what they can do.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a little hard. There's no one to hold them accountable.
Mhm.
You know, they got to hold themselves accountable when they get into that system.
Yeah, which can be a little bit tough for a lot of people when they're starting out. A lot of balls to kind of juggle. So, final thoughts for you as you know, as people are listening. What are you excited about? What would you your words of advice be to them?
Right now, it's just an opportunity. You know, right now, don't get lost in what you're hearing on TV. You need to handle what you can handle. You know, there's only certain things you can do that affect you. You've got to be doing the work right now. If your company's not out and you're not working yet, you got to be preparing yourself. This is a great time to prepare. If you are working, you've got to look at ways to pivot and make the changes that your customers want to see. You know, it's time to reinvent yourself if possible, but stay true to your core values and stay true to what do you do, and offer those things up to your clients.
All right. And so finally, to be able to let people know how they can get in touch with you again, phone number, what's that again?
713-201-5559.
And then website.
www.tyb2f.com.
All right, everybody. So you can check out Michael. You can have a conversation with him. See where you need his assistance to be able to help you either drive that top line, look at profitability, streamline your processes, really be relevant in today's marketplace. And if you're finding yourselves needing to be in the preparation mode, I think now's a great time to be able to be working with someone to be able to make sure that you come out of this stay-at-home order in really strong fashion.
It is. It's just go. It's time to thrive, and let's go do it.
All right, Michael. Really appreciate you coming into the studio here and be able to share your story with us. Folks, we're going to take a quick break here and go to our final guest on the Guest and West show.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Bacteria and viruses like COVID-19, as well as indoor toxins, are a serious and sometimes deadly risk for your children, your loved ones, and your employees. Earth Blue Systems is the solution that ensures a seamless sanitization and odor elimination process by using ozone, nature's powerful and safe oxidizer. As a matter of fact, there are no known bacteria or viruses which are resistant to ozone and its oxidizing effects. Ozone is one of the most powerful disinfectants available, eliminating the need for harsh chemicals or detergents. Ozone gas from Earth Blue's process leaves absolutely no residue. Clothing, bedding, and linens will be sanitized and smelling fresh and clean, but most importantly, sanitized. Food is not harmed. In fact, ozone is approved by the FDA as a food additive preservative and is commonly used for water purification. Earth Blue Systems technology is a less costly alternative to other methods of solving mold and air quality issues. Take a strong and decisive step to keep your family and company odorless and safe. Contact Earth Blue Systems at 713-419-7506.
Welcome back to Guest in the West show, everybody. Sherman here with Mutual of Omaha. Excited the president and CEO of NowMedia has come across the wall, sitting down here. Juan, introduce yourself to the audience.
I was telling you, Sherman, I've never been a guest on your show. And one of the things that I wanted to actually tell the audience of NowMedia Radio is that we have exciting things coming on. And one of them is that we're going to be pretty much going 24/7 audio and video starting on Monday. And one of the things that we actually want to tell the audience today is that Sherman starting next week, will host our daily newscast called Now Media News. Okay? And we're very excited because now we're being credited as a news agency in the city of Houston. We're going to start having exclusives. We're going to start going to press conferences and all that. And obviously, I'm very excited that you accepted the challenge of actually manning a daily newscast starting next Monday. So we're very happy to say that to the audience. We're very happy that people are going to be tuning in. And that's it. And I think we have Agnes on. Jonathan? All right. I just wanted to pop up, say that to the audience, say hello. And I think we have another guest ready to go.
All right. Well, wonderful. Thanks, Juan, for coming on. Really appreciate that. Very excited about what we're going to be able to do and sharing some information and to the wonderful people that like to listen.
Yes. So. Thank you, folks.
All right. Agnes, thank you so much for coming on via Skype. Come and tell your story.
Well, I'm from originally. Okay, I moved here about 16 years ago, and I started with NQ Publishing about 10 years ago. I have a publication, it's called Bilingual, in Houston, and this copy of the publication I just completed. There's some great publications we have. I'll go this way. The publication is for the residents of Rural Oaks Country Club over in West China. We also have other publications throughout the United States and in Houston. We have over 20 publications in Houston, including Piney Point, Hedges Village, with the Oaks, Tanglewood, my Royal Oaks Country Club, the Woodlands, we have Carlton Woods, Bender's Landing, plus a bunch of other ones there, Katy in the Richmond area. And we do something different than other publications in the area. We actually target and we're affluent communities, usually over $1 million, because these people do business differently. You know, it's mostly word of mouth. You know, they look for recommendations. And we have the publication, which is great. Our readers are writers. They're written by the residents, for the residents. And we also have a digital component where we send out digital ads for the clients. And at the end of the month, they get a report how their digital ad is doing. And we do events, which people love. I do some small events like restaurant reviews, and then some larger events, some B2B. We also partner with the Houston Polo Club, where we do 3 large events over there, every year. So the events are kind of held up now because of COVID, but we intend to go back to them as soon as possible because they're very well received. So it's really targeted advertising for publication, digital, and events. We need people person to person.
That's wonderful. So it sounds like it's kind of twofold there. Number one, that residents can be able to be featured in the magazine. It's a magazine for a specific area, geography of Houston. And then it sounds like then that businesses can then target those particular areas.
Exactly. And our readers are our writers, Sherman. That's what really makes it, unique. Because the readers, they do all these articles in a publication, for instance. Now in Royal Oaks, they're having a parade for the seniors, and those people with seniors will be featured in our June publication. So, it's things like that. Text, Family of the Month on the cover. We usually have a Family of the Month on the cover. Everything that's in it is written by the president. So when people say to me, "How do you read?" Well, if it didn't get read, we didn't have it. So that's what's really important. That our publications do get read publicly and they get held by the residents for a long time. I actually had one resident who got married and they were on the cover. Then they had a child and they were on the cover. And then the child was 1 year old and they wanted to be on the cover. And when I went over to their house, they actually had all the covers framed on the entranceway of their house. So people do love our publications, that's for sure.
Right. So it's a great way to be able to kind of share that story as people's lives progress. And what a wonderful way to be able to kind of have that featured, a nice little keep for the safe. What's the word? A unique kind of keep for a safe for people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I can tell you many stories like that. Throughout all our publications. And the best part of it is we have so many publications, throughout the United States and here in Houston. That's not just one publication. You can pick multiple ones, or you can pick 1 or 2. Methodist Hospitals in our publications. There are quite a few of them. Texas Children's in our publications. You can pick and choose and really directly targeted marketing, which is really important now with COVID. Everyone's going through a horrible time. We all are. And we want to make the best of it, and we want to target the people that will be the best for us and the people for word of mouth, which is really important.
And so if people want to be featured, can they reach out to you and the team to be able to get their story told in the publication?
Yeah, sure. Well, we have our advertisers, and we call them our preferred sponsors because we meet with everyone person to person. Now we've been meeting them Zoom to Zoom. So that's a little bit different right now for us. But yeah, they have to be advertisers. We make sure that they're a good fit. We want to make sure that it's not only a good fit for us, it's a good fit for them. So, we can interview each person that can go to our publication. And as far as the content goes, I'm a little excited because the May issue is my 10th issue, and it's my 10th anniversary. I've had 120 texts, 120 people have been on my cover, and I can go just on and on and on. And every month, like I have closed this week, I have a load of pictures to put into the publication. So they just send them to me. After a while, you become a really intricate part of the community. And I always like to say, we hold the key to the community. If you want to hear the people in our communities, we hold the key to it. Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. And so as people that are listening, let's say businesses that want to be able to be featured as a sponsor, what's a good way for them to get in touch with you?
You can email me at Agnes, agnes.martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, at N2Hub, letter N, number 2, hub.com. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram also, Roll Twitter, magazine on Instagram. And you can also call me, 281-727-8898. I'd be happy to set up a Zoom call with you.
Wonderful. So a lot of businesses that if you have a particular area that you want to market, can you name those locations again, Agnes, so that way people that are listening can maybe jot them down and be able to make sure that they can reach out to you for those specific areas?
Sure, of course. I have Roll-Ups Country Club, that's mine. We are a franchise, I own that publication. We have Piney Point, Headwood Village, River Oaks, Tanglewood. I said that, okay. The Woodlands, we have Parton Woods, Benjamin's Landing, Wood Forest. We have quite a few up there. Katy area, we have Cane Island. Richmond area, we have Harvest Green. So, and then we have a lot of them that are being ramped up right now through this time that we're, that was just starting, and they should be open within the next 3 months. So anyone who wants to know can call me. I can send them an actual map where we have a footprint in the Houston area.
And what a great way for people to be able to really niche market through, in a sense, a nice, real intimate publication.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. It's meeting people face to face, one-on-one. Not only through the publication, getting to know them, but through the event. I mean, I see people when I have an event, people that are really successful with it. They're sitting there, they're talking to the residents are excited to see them. It's almost as if they live in the community. I have one Katie Memorial Power Watcher who's been with me for 10 years. When I see him at an event, I always laugh because he just knows everyone. They sit down, they have drinks together, and he is the person to go to in that community for power washes. So you really become the go-to person. And, it doesn't happen overnight. It's a long-term thing. One person who sees you, they recommend you to the next one. It's not something that's going to happen like, wow. It takes a little bit of time to really get into these communities because it's all about word of mouth. But they do trust us, and they trust the people that we put into the community.
Wonderful. Agnes, really appreciate you taking the time to share your story. Again, folks, it's niche marketing for businesses in specific communities with real intimate articles and stories. It sounds like residents, really talking about residents, which is really a powerful thing to be able to share that story. And you had Agnes put her contact information there, so feel free to reach out to her, especially during these times. This is a great way for those of you that want to specifically market a geography. Makes me think about attorneys, financial advisors, insurance agents, people in real estate. This really is a great place for them to be able to start sharing their story.
Exactly. Thank you, Sherman. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Chamber for offering this to me. And congratulations.
Thank you very much. You're very welcome for coming on the show. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and have some final thoughts on what's gone on today, and at the same time let you know some really exciting announcements that we have for next week. So let's first hear a word from our sponsor.
In this digital age, conventional business cards are a thing of the past. In fact, most people lose them in minutes of having received them. The NowMedia Video Business Card is recorded with cutting-edge technology designed to be sent out quickly and easily using your smartphone. It features your contact information, summary of all your company's products and services, as well as giving you a fresh and innovative look. Hundreds of companies are already seeing the difference. Call us at 832-384-9588.
Hello, I'm Pamela O'Brien, owner and principal designer at Pamela Hope Designs. We're an award-winning full-service interior design firm located in Houston, Texas, with clients nationwide. We specialize in medium-high to high-end residential and commercial design projects that inspire confidence in you. When asked about our design style, we believe our style is your style at its best. while respecting your budget, your preferences, and your lifestyle. Our talented team of designers, artisans, and craftsmen collaborates with you to create positive design experiences with exquisite results. Unveiling exceptional designs is a privilege, and we want to make it a pleasure for all involved. From updating your existing home or office for a fresh new look to creating a custom project from the ground up, everything we do is designed for you.
Hello, I'm Francisco Sanchez, Deputy Emergency Management Coordinator for Harris County. April 1st is National Census Day, and it has never been easier to respond on your own, whether online, over the phone, or by mail, all while maintaining social distance and without having to meet a census taker. By being counted in the 2020 census, you will help determine funding for emergency services that are critical to helping us respond to COVID-19 and other disasters like flooding and hurricanes. We all count, and we all get to shape our future by participating in the 2020 census. You have until August 14th to participate, but don't wait. Do it today. Visit 2020census.gov for more information.
Hello, I'm Scarlett Horton. You may remember me from the morning news. At Beta World, our goal is to support small business owners with the resources they need to grow their companies without the burden of long-term contracts and expensive pricing. Beta World has locations in Houston and the Katy areas, equipped with top-level facilities, which include working shared spaces, ultra-high-speed internet, bilingual virtual assistant services, business center, conference, events, and training rooms with the latest audiovisual equipment. Additionally, Beta World has partnered with top-quality vendors to offer their members with the services they need, such as accounting and bookkeeping, marketing, sales and business development, business consulting, and also funding. At the same time, Beta World sponsors networking events so business owners get new businesses, all of that starting at $8 a day. Call us today at 281-944-9116 or visit us at www.betaworldgroup.com to arrange a tour and to discuss your company needs. Beta World, let us be a part of your success.
Bacteria and viruses like COVID-19, as well as indoor toxins, are a serious and sometimes deadly risk for your children, your loved ones, and your employees. Earth Blue Systems is the solution that ensures a seamless sanitization and odor elimination process by using ozone, nature's powerful and safe oxidizer. As a matter of fact, there are no known bacteria or viruses which are resistant to ozone and its oxidizing effects. Ozone is one of the most powerful disinfectants available, eliminating the need for harsh chemicals or detergents. Ozone gas from Earth Blue's process leaves absolutely no residue. Clothing, bedding, and linens will be sanitized and smelling fresh and clean, but most importantly, sanitized. Food is not harmed. In fact, ozone is approved by the FDA as a food additive preservative and is commonly used for water purification. Earth Blue Systems technology is a less costly alternative to other methods of solving mold and air quality issues. Take a strong and decisive step to keep your family and company odorless and safe. Contact Earth Blue Systems at 713-419-7506.
Welcome back to Guest in the West show, everybody. Sherman from Mutual Omaha, happy to be your host here today. Very excited a lot about the episode that we just had here today. Edward came on talking about media and marketing and what people can be doing. And it's amazing how many businesses aren't yet coming to the 2020 age where they're needing to have websites and SEO, right? So that's search engine optimization and being able to make sure that they're staying relevant with their customers during this time. It's not just asking people to buy, it's making sure that they're sharing that story. And then, of course, Michael Rager coming on, teach your business to fish, and being able to make sure that businesses have not only looking at the top line of sales and marketing, but looking at their operations, looking at profitability, looking at maybe ways that they can be cutting down costs and really driving home that profitability. And so really appreciated their thoughts on talking today. And then Agnes came on and was talking about how you can niche market on the various publications. So one of the things that we want to be able to talk about while we believe that Houston is a great place to work, live, and play is as you think about the opportunity that exists. You heard Edward allude to it in his business. Coming from New York, he saw the opportunity here in Houston, got down here as quickly as possible. And so one of the things that we want to be able to make sure people are very aware of is going out to readyharris.org. And that's for those of you that are familiar, the large, huge county of Harris County here in Houston, and be able to make sure that you're able to navigate getting back to work safely and moving around to some of the non-essential businesses in a very safe way. And so as you can see, there's a multitude of different information there to be able to make sure that you're abiding by specific advice and I don't want to call it restrictions, but really the mandates, being able to make sure that you're keeping not only your employees safe, but any of your patrons that are coming to your business. And so it's very exciting to be able to get back to quote unquote normal. But I'll say for a lot of folks, we'll be wearing masks. As you can see here, we'll be wearing gloves. We'll have PPE, personal protection, protective equipment. And so that might be the new norm for quite some time as we navigate being spaced and being socially distant from each other. Still can't give out handshakes or fist bumps. It's trying to be able to make sure that we keep that distance and making sure that we really flatten that curve and stop the passing of COVID-19. One of the very exciting things that we have going on here at NowMedia Studios is that we have the NowMediaRadio.com. As Juan came on and talked about, it's going live 24/7 in live audio and also in video. At the same time, you can watch previous episodes. You can see different content. A lot of the creators are bilingual, and so you have a lot of great information being shared in Spanish and in English. And of course, you heard the real big announcement going to Now Media News starting on Monday. And so we're working out the final details on that. And so we're excited to be able to share that with you and be ever more relevant on what might be on your mind and helping you really stay up to date with what's going on in our wonderful world here of Houston. And so as you are finding yourself here in Houston, want to be able to make sure that you're able to thrive as a business. And so one of the best chambers in the city is the West Houston Chamber of Commerce. So if you want to be able to check that out at hwcoc.org, you can check out the various events that are happening. They're all virtual right now to be able to, again, encourage people to stay at home and to be able to work where they are and be able to make sure that they're in business for business. And so a lot of those events are virtual. If they even have networking events that are occurring, your different opportunities to share ideas. I know that I'll be mediating a lunch and learn this upcoming Friday. And so they're not a traditional lunch and learn, right? So you'll be lunching where you are, and then we'll be facilitating a panelist discussion on Friday. So really excited about all the things that the Houston West Chamber of Commerce has done to be able to adjust during this particular time period and being able to make sure that their events are safe, number one, and number two, helping businesses be in business and be top of mind of people. So as we shift, one of the things that people should be ever aware of in Houston, we have oil prices are going back up. We're seeing a little bit of a healthier sign there. People are going to start traveling more. Businesses are returning back, and so that demand is going to be there. And so remember, a large part of our economy is what we consume. And so, of course, we want people to be able to spend smartly. At the same time, we want to be able to make sure that they do go back to eating at restaurants, whether that's takeout, make sure that they are traveling. Again, whether that's maybe taking the drive instead of taking the flight. But at the same time, a lot of airlines are working hard and feverishly at making sure that all those passengers, those souls on planes, are traveling in a safe way to their destination. And so we're very excited about what's happening right now in Houston with a lot of our great organizations, and they're looking at what they can do to add greater value to what's going on. So again, folks, thanks for listening in. If you missed this, feel free to check out NowMediaRadio.com. You can watch the previous episodes. That's it, everybody. Sherm, I'm out.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Hello, everyone. I'm sending you good vibes and a great big hug. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. I'm your host, Susan Wynn. For those of you that aren't familiar with me, I am a speaker, a published author of One Arm But Not Unarmed, also a life coach on helping people overcome adversity, helping them overcome hardship and loss, really moving forward from being in a dark place and living their best life. Today on our show, I am just so excited about Be Better with Susan because I love to connect with the community to really shine a light on people with powerful stories and messages and how we can learn from those messages and truly be better together. So please give a warm welcome to my guest and my dear friend, Twan Wynn. Hi, Twan.
Hey, what's going on?
So Twan, why don't you tell us about yourself?
Man, I have so many things to talk about, but first off, I want to say that, of course, I love the word transformation. So if there was one thing that I would say about myself is I'm a transformational impact coach. So I'll take you from living an impressive life to living a life of impact, and that's through transformation. But the cool thing is, I'll save that for later, is how did I get there? Yeah. You know, there's just a power in my story. So I'm so honored and fired up to be on Now Media as your guest. So I'm ready to rock out and just have fun.
I'm so excited you're here. You know, I respect you. I love you. And we're going to share something that we're working on together along with another buddy of ours, but we'll keep that for later. But Twan, there was a time in your life where you faced some adversity, some hardship.
Right.
Why don't you tell us about it?
Okay, so I love telling this story, okay, because I love illustrations. There's a scene in the movie Alice in Wonderland, and in this scene, she's walking on this deserted path, and she has this fork in the road, and that's where she has this divine encounter with the Cheshire Cat, and she asks the cat, "Which road should I take?" The cat says, "Well, where are you going?" She responds and says, "Well, I really don't know." And the reason why I say this, because the cat says, "Well, since you don't know where you're going, it really doesn't matter then which road you take." And growing up in this high performance driven Asian culture, I know you can relate. Something that I used to always hear a lot was, "Twan, you got great potential. You got great potential."
Yeah.
And I thought I was supposed to be like a doctor or something like that growing up. And I was so far from that. But the sad reality was, I didn't know what my potential looked like, and neither did anyone else around me. So in this search for this potential, I found myself in a gang, addicted to drugs. I started selling drugs.
Yeah.
So instead of becoming this so-called doctor, I became a street pharmacist, an illegal one.
Yeah.
Wait, did I mention that crystal meth was my drug of choice? Yeah, that was me. But you know, and so society says that Asian people usually have things together, right? But in reality, we all suffer. We all go through the same thing, dealing with the self-image, seeking for validation, seeking for approval from the world. And I landed in prison not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Yeah.
And if you were to ask me why, it was because simply this: I wanted to be discovered, but I wasn't willing to be developed. Just think about that. In this world, everybody wants to be discovered. They want to feel valued. And so they're searching for that significance. They're trying to find their place where the world needs you. And so that's where I started drifting off in entertaining, just gangs, drugs, and stuff like that, because I wanted to fit in. And that's how I ultimately landed in prison.
What a powerful story. Thank you so much for sharing that. I know, I bet that it was a very tough road, and you've learned so many lessons. You've been through so much, being locked up and doing your time and being in such a dark place. What were some of the contributing factors that landed you where you were at?
I had a poor self-image. Nothing more, nothing less. I had a poor self-image that was contingent. I mean, everything was, I had to decorate myself up because I didn't see my value inside. So everything was placed on the outward appearance. So it was nice cars, how much money I had, the women that were around me, because I wanted to put this facade up that I was successful.
Right.
And that's what I thought success was looking like success, but deep down inside, I didn't have nothing to offer you, you know? And so, yeah, self-image by far was the main indicator. I realize now that you can never outperform how you see yourself, and that's what it was. The way I saw myself kept me in that environment, and it wouldn't allow me to grow any higher.
Yeah. So being looked at a certain way, being respected because of the money and the wealth and the cars, continue to feed that self-image, right? Wow, that's powerful. And I do believe strongly that many of us walk around telling ourselves or showing to people that we're okay, that we're doing really well, but inside we're not. Inside we're in pain, inside we're hurting, and it's all about, you know, you and I know each other pretty well. We're working on a really cool project, and we talk about vulnerability, right? And self-image and self-worth, and you and I could go and talk about it all day long, but man, thank you for sharing that. Another question I'd like to ask is, during that time of hardship, and how many years did you do in prison?
I did a total of 10 years.
Total of 10 years going in and out of prison.
Right.
It must have been extremely tough on yourself and on your parents, on your family. Let me ask you a question. During that time, what would you say were the biggest lessons you learned from those 10 years?
Finding my authenticity.
Yeah.
By far. You know, I went to prison the first time. Never really went into a zone of discovery, so I was I didn't really want to change, and then went back the second time. The second time I ended up growing in my faith, you know, and became a Christian. Started walking in understanding a little bit my purpose, but leaving, I didn't have that authenticity, and I didn't have a vision for my life, right? So it's so easy for us to walk with just plain sight, but not really have a vision on where we're really going. You know, I don't know if you know Helen Keller. She was born deaf and blind. And during an interview, they asked her, what's worse than being born blind? She says, to have sight, but have no vision. And so many people that are incarcerated, that are in prison, they just have mere sight, but they don't have a vision for their lives. So then what happens is when you get out, if you don't have a plan for your life or a vision, you'll fall under the plans of someone else. And what they have planned for you usually ain't much.
Absolutely. You're not living your truth. Right? You're not living your journey. Wow, that's powerful. I really appreciate you sharing that story. We're going to be back. I would like to thank my sponsor, Stacy Mai. Thank you so much. If you're in any real estate needs, sell, buy a home, she is the best in the business. Stacy Mai, give her a call at 832-744-4084. We're going to go to a quick commercial, and we'll be back with Twan in a bit. That's good stuff. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. I am going to continue to talk to Twan about his amazing and powerful story. So, Twan, talking about your story, tell me, from everything you've shared, being in prison and, addicted to drugs and just selling drugs and just being in that dark place where you were questioning your self-image and your self-worth, through all of those tough experiences, the tears and the heartache, what made you better during those times?
I want to use a quote because, this is really powerful. It says, "You will never be distracted by comparison when you're captivated by purpose." You'll never be distracted by comparison when you're captivated by purpose. All right? This is such a powerful statement because I love using the word authenticity. And through 30 years of my life, I was in discovery of finding who I really was. And there's just something powerful when you discover your authentic self.
Yes.
Like, I'm telling you, when you have that true encounter with the real you, the real Twan, the real Susan, you become dangerous. And I'm saying dangerous because you won't bow down to anything else. You won't bow down to the limiting beliefs of the world, the opinions of others, they don't matter. And for me, authenticity, when you find it, has no competition. Authenticity, when you find it, has no room for comparison. And authenticity, when you find it, has no more room to compromise of you trying to be someone else that you weren't created to be. It's too hard to be someone else.
Yeah.
And I think for most of us, we spend so much time trying to imitate someone else.
Absolutely.
And so though we were born as originals, listen to this, though we were born as originals, most of us become imitators.
Yeah. That's so powerful. And really learning your authentic self takes a lot of time, takes a lot of dedication, and truly being vulnerable with who you are. I feel like that's something that, excuse me, after my car accident and the loss of my arm, I was floating through life as Susan, right? Limbs intact and, growing up to be that woman. And then 22 years old, the loss of my arm occurred and I was at rock bottom.
Right.
You know my story. I went through self-medicating. I actually ended up in jail as well because I was so angry and I let my anger get the best of me. So I can relate to your story to a certain extent, right? Not the entire story. But I wanted to circle back and say that after I was able to connect with my true self and understand my identity, my new identity with just one arm, it was really hard for me to accept my new reality and to be okay with who I am. It was really hard for me to look in the mirror and not be disgusted with my self-image, right? That took a lot of time. And I was 22 years old. I mean, that's when things are popping, right? And you're starting to really appreciate your life and, how you look and all of that good stuff. So it was horrific. There are many times where I didn't want to be alive. But what you're saying, I resonate with because it took so much time. 19 years later, now I'm starting to be okay with who I am, be okay with who I am authentically. And it is dangerous because now I'm up for any challenges. I know my worth. I know that having two limbs didn't define who I am. But now with one limb, I'm just that stronger and I'm just more resilient and there's nothing I can't do. So I completely resonate with that. Thank you so much. So the next question I'd like to ask you, Twan, is going through all of that, right? Going through all the hardship and you opening up and being completely authentic and genuine with your emotions. If someone were to go through something similar to that right now, what is the advice you could give them?
Invest in yourself. The biggest difference for me was when I said I'm willing to take a bet on myself, meaning that I started looking inward instead of looking outward.
Yeah.
Because all my life I've looked outward for the approval, chasing after other people's dreams and never really cultivating a vision and a dream for my life.
Yeah.
So here's what I want the audience to know. is often at times, and you've been there, when you're in that valley, that lowest point in your life, that's where God begins giving you a vision. See, often at times when we're up here at this level of success on top of a mountain, you're not worried about vision, you know? But when I was at the lowest point in my life, that's where God really started working in my life.
Yeah.
And I started seeing, because now I didn't have nothing left. I was completely broken, shattered. And then I started seeking and looking inward instead of looking outward. I've been looking outward all my life.
Yeah.
And that didn't work. And when I started looking inward, I started seeing, okay, I am valuable, but I need to be developed. And I started realizing, though I was born to lead, I never got developed as a leader.
Yeah.
You see? And everyone is born to lead in their own area of function.
Absolutely.
And you have to understand that.
Yeah.
We have to define what leadership is. And I'm not saying that you're going to be leading several thousand people and be speaking behind a mic.
Right.
You're going to lead in an area of your own function. You have to realize that. God made you for a purpose, with a purpose, and it's to lead in a certain area.
Absolutely.
You know, and so that was something that really resonated with me, was like leadership.
I love that. And just to touch on that real quick, you're right. We all have our own journey. We all have our own purpose, and we're different leaders in different unique ways, right? But I love that, and this is a great transition. So what have you taken from that experience, and what are you doing now?
Right. So
so much, guys. I'm so proud of this guy.
So this is my new headline I use, and I want you to think about your story too, right? My pain, or our pain, is a passport. Your pain is a passport to enter into people's broken borders that need transformation, that need hope. And so looking back at all my failures, I would never trade that away, because it's through my failures, through my points, I am who I am today. And that same pain becomes a passport now where I can come into someone else's life. And that's through the power of vulnerability and connecting.
How amazing is that?
You see? And I had to understand that. So now I don't ever look back and regret that I spent three times in prison, 10 years incarcerated. No, I started seeing that, okay, I had purpose even in the midst of my failures. So I take that pain now, and I'm coming back to the prison. I'm using my experience. I believe in cultivating leaders inside the prisons.
Yeah.
I remember a time when I was in prison. The question I love asking now when we talk about prison reform is, are we creating leaders, or are we creating followers? And I love that question, because I was talking to one of my staff members in the prison one time, and we were talking about leadership. And we were watching a global leadership summit with my mentor, John Maxwell. I'll tell more about that. But he's the leadership guru. And I was asking him, I was like, hey, what did you guys think about John Maxwell and the leadership?
Yeah.
And I'll never forget what he said. He said, you know, it's Juan, that leadership stuff's great in the business world and out there.
Yeah.
And he told me, he goes, that leadership stuff would never work inside the prison.
You proved them wrong, didn't you, buddy?
But I'm telling you that because in that moment when he told me that was the defining moment of my why.
Absolutely.
My why right there was, that's why.
It sparked a fire in you.
It sparked a fire in me.
Heck yeah.
Because I believed in something, and then God showed me, he goes, you're going to be the catalyst in changing that narrative. Because we can't sit here and wait on the next person to begin believing in this. You got to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You are at the right time, at the right place, and you are the catalyst for change. I truly believe that. After hearing your story, from tragedy to triumph, and the years and the times you spent in prison, and learning all of what you did, and now taking all of that and really giving back to the prison system. Tell us more. I want everyone to learn more about you, because I feel like you're super passionate about it, and you are really just making a difference in people's lives. So tell us about your nonprofit. Tell me more about the Transformations one.
Right. So during that time, God began cultivating vision. And the one thing I realized was, man, the missing element was leadership development. So what I saw in all the guys that I was locked up with was everybody had this hunger to lead, but no one in my 10 years had any kind of leadership development programs in the system.
Yeah.
And I said, okay. So I started teaching a class on John Maxwell on
Great.
leadership.
Yeah.
I started investing all my time into leadership and communication. And along with my faith, that's what was the biggest difference maker. And so we started off with maybe like 6 or 7 people in our class. Then it turned into 15. And now, check this out. I've
So
left
exciting.
my unit and I've passed something on.
Yeah.
And just now, recently, we have over 100 guys enrolled in our John Maxwell Leadership
That's
Program.
amazing. Over 100 guys
Right.
enrolled in your program.
Right. I joined the John Maxwell team, which is one of the greatest leadership organizations
Absolutely.
in the world. If you guys know who John Maxwell is, 40 years in leadership, written over 100 books in personal growth and development, business leader. I mean, he speaks to so many thousands of people every year. He's transforming nations, and that was my passion. I wanted to transform lives so they can lead.
Right.
And so my nonprofit that I started was the PTI movement, which is Prison Transformation Initiative, and it's geared towards impacting prison culture through breaking barriers, through leadership and communication. And that was it. I said, okay, I got to do this. And so we just recently launched, maybe about 5 months ago, along with my coaching company, which is Movement 21.
Movement 21. There you go. I love that name.
Yeah.
Tell us more about it.
Okay, so me and April Holly, just giving her a shout out when she watches this, we had this vision for impacting culture, right?
Yeah.
We had this vision for impacting culture, and we said, you know what? We just got to do it. We don't know what it looks like. Let's just create this movement because we have powerful stories that need to be heard that can transform lives. And so back in May, I believe, we started the nonprofit, we started the LLC, and we didn't know what we were doing. We decided to jump and do it afraid and build our wings on the way down.
Exciting, right?
Yeah.
Exciting but scary.
It's
but you
scary.
did it. You guys did
Yes.
it. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so proud of you. I could listen to your story over and over again. It gives me goosebumps. I'm just proud and honored to be your friend. So tell us more how people can get involved in what you're doing. How can they reach out to you?
Well, so with Prison Transformation Initiative, my website's www.transforminglivetolead.com.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to support us there. We accept donations on our website. Movement 21 is really geared towards coaching and personal growth and development. Like outside of the prison ministry that I have with Prison Transformation Initiative, which is geared towards leadership development, we wanted to impact the culture on the outside too. And so me and April have just some powerful stories of transformation. She's also a member of the John Maxwell team. And we have 2 phenomenal groups that we coach and mentor, men and women. And right now we have a special promo called Dominate the Decade.
Dominate the
Yeah,
decade.
Dominate the
How
Decade.
strong is
Yeah.
that? I love it. Tell me more.
So we have a 90-day challenge,
Okay.
which is consistent of 3 coaches, me, April Holly, and my coach, Derek Butts, which is a phenomenal speaker and
Wow.
trainer.
Okay.
And man, so if you guys want to jump on this promo, it's a 90-day challenge called Dominate the Decade. I believe we have a flyer with the website on there.
There you go.
It's going to be
Love it.
www.motivate2me.com.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is great. And if we could just throw Twan's contact information as well. So if anyone needs to get in touch with him to get more information, to learn more, then Twan is definitely the one to go to. So next, I'd like to share what we're working on, something very exciting. Come on.
Come on, somebody. This is what I'm talking. I've been waiting for this right here.
So, okay, why don't you share about it? I'd love it.
Man, there's okay. So I want to share. Remember that story I told you about that. I mean, I think this resonates with all cultures, though.
Okay.
It really does. But you have to hear this story. I was talking to an emotional intelligence speaker. She's an Asian lady, our friend Anlan.
Anlan, shout out to her.
Yeah.
She's an amazing Asian influencer. We are so excited to connect with you and potentially work on something really exciting. So shout out to Anlan.
Right.
Yeah.
In a conversation we had, she mentioned about someone that just graduated from medical school, a young Asian man, okay? And so after he got his degree, gave it to his parents, and that same night, he went and wrote a note. And on that note, it said, this is what you wanted, this is what you got. And that same night, he committed suicide.
Awful. I remember that story.
And
heartbreaking.
I started thinking about how many other people are going through that, where they're trying to live this life of meeting their parents' expectations, and they're so suppressed. They don't have an outlet to vent. I mean, they can't speak. Because in our culture, that's what's acceptable. I mean, it's like a trend.
In our culture, our parents migrated here, so
Right.
you must become a doctor, you must become an engineer,
Right.
or something of that stature, right? Go ahead.
So, I mean, and I love that story because I ran into this guy, which is a Middle Eastern, and I think he's Middle Eastern and I think part African or something like that. A young 20-year-old. He was giving me a ride at Hotel Derrick, dropping me off in my car on one of those little caddies or whatever.
Okay.
And so I decided to talk to him, and I said, hey, man, how you doing? What's going on with you, man? My name is this. And I asked him, what do you do? He says, well, I'm going to school to be a chemical engineer.
Yeah.
And when he said that, my mind was like, whoa, okay. I can't even wrap myself around what a chemical engineer has to do or has to go through.
Yeah.
But as I started just drawing more by asking questions, he started crying out to me.
Yeah.
And what he was saying is, I don't know how to get out.
Oh.
I don't know how to get out of this because my parents want me to do this, but I want to do something else.
Right.
I don't care about the money. I don't care about the success. I just want to chase after my dream. And I shared with him that story about that Asian guy that committed suicide. He goes, I don't want to do that. But you could feel his pain of not being able to cry out and voice how he really feels. He says, I want to do something with music.
Yeah.
I want to be an artist.
Oh.
But my parents will never accept that.
Yeah.
Growing up, what I wanted to be? I wanted to be on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, in my early teens, I was like, man, I was fascinated with being on Saturday Night Live or just acting. But remember what I said earlier was, though I believe I had potential, no one else recognized what my potential was.
Right.
So I never had anyone push me into my potential.
Yeah.
But imagine if I had that right coach, someone that could actually recognize, man, Twan, this is what you'd be good at.
Yeah.
Let's push you in this area.
Yeah.
I found myself spending 2 years in a vocational college behind a computer trying to design houses. Oh my gosh, that was the most frustrating 2 years of my life.
Yeah.
But I thought this was what success looked like.
Right.
And I put myself for 2 years behind a computer desk operating outside of my potential.
Yeah.
And so now I'm operating in my potential.
Absolutely, you are. And, there's so many stories out there about, endless individuals trying to go to college and do something their parents want them to do. But truly inside, they're not living their authentic life. They're not speaking their truth, and they're not happy. So after Twan and I met, and we had a great connection, he had this beautiful vision of an Asian empowerment event. Twan, go ahead. Tell us more.
Yeah, I just, growing up, we never really had I never saw that dynamic Asian motivational speaker. So I love listening to motivational and inspirational speakers.
We do.
And Eric Thomas, Les Brown, John Maxwell, Simon Sinek. I mean, the list goes on, but I never really saw that Asian speaker that could get up there and just really speak life and empower people.
Absolutely.
All you saw was pretty much the status quo was doctors, lawyers, dentists. If you didn't have that, you owned a nail salon, you did nails, and maybe you had a dry cleaner or your convenience store. I mean, that's the status quo.
Yeah.
That is the status quo. But you never see an Asian empowerment event where you had motivational speakers.
Absolutely.
And I thought to myself, I was like, instead of waiting for one, why not create a stage?
And that's what we did, guys. December 7th.
Come on.
Asian Empowerment event. Oh my God, we are so excited about it. Tuan and I teamed up with Sherman, aka the Crazy Asian, and also Liz Pham. So the four of us are putting this together, and we are extremely excited. Everything that Tuan mentioned about living a life for your parents, or not living your truth and speaking your truth and going to college to become an engineer or a doctor or whatever the case is. You know, at the end of the day, you're not happy from within, and you're not living your best life. You're not living your truth, and all of that really has to do with being vulnerable and speaking your truth. And as for me, after my car accident, I've learned it's all about being vulnerable. That was something that I steered clear from, because I wasn't ready to tell people how awful I felt inside, how when I looked in the mirror, I felt like I was deformed, how just gross I felt within, right? So that's why I was self-medicating. That's why I was really bitter and angry towards people. That's why I said things I regret with friends. That's why I did things out of anger. And I realized that once I started to become vulnerable, I started to actually speak about how I felt and actually opened up with people with how I felt, things became better. My heart was lighter. So in my talks, I talk about vulnerability all the time, because I truly believe that is the first step, one of the crucial steps in order to live your best life. So Tuan, he's going to be sharing his story. We have different speakers. We have awesome exercises, a lot of great engagement. We'll have raffle prizes. We'll have good food. It's going to be a spectacular day, and I mean it. Invest in a $25 ticket, but that $25, it's going to change your life, and I mean it wholeheartedly. Our names are behind this event. We are so proud of it. We are. It's near and dear to our heart. I could go on and on, but why don't you go ahead?
Well, I mean, so let's just say this. I mean, Susan win, Tuan win situation.
It's a win-win situation, guys.
You can't lose. I mean, for $25, I mean that's nothing. And I want the audience to realize this, that everybody has a story, but a lot of us don't know how to articulate it.
Absolutely.
There's so much power in each of everyone's story, and I realized that the power of having a stage. We're on a stage right now. We're on a stage right now where this broadcast could literally touch someone all across the world and literally transform their lives just by one thing we said. Because we just made a decision, said, you know what, I'm going to step out and I'm going to share my story and I'm going to speak. Yeah. And that's the same thing with the Asian empowerment. Like, no matter how big or small the stage is, it's a stage. And on that stage, you don't know who's going to be in that crowd.
Absolutely. And another thing I'd like to touch on is your story is so inspiring, right? We never know how truly our story could help someone until we share that story. I feel like we go through life and we go through hardship, we go through loss, we go through some traumatic experiences, and we learn so much from them. But if we are not sharing our story and sharing our lessons, then we're not really living our purpose and sharing that. Sharing that is so important. If we keep it to ourselves, it's not healthy, and we're not being vulnerable, and it's going to eat us up alive. The power of sharing your story is magical. You can help yourself by healing when you share your story, and also you're helping others. So that day, on December 7th, it begins at 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. You can look for the event on social media under Asian Empowerment Event, and we're going to help you unleash your full potential, right? Say that again.
Unleashing your true potential.
Your full and true potential. Like, I'm so excited about it. I really am. And there's no one else I'd rather partner up with and to make this happen. So that day is around the corner. So tickets are selling fast. Make sure you get yours as soon as possible. Okay, I want to go ahead and switch gears. Why don't you tell us a fun fact about yourself, Tuan, that not many people may know about you? What is it? Come on. Nothing inappropriate, okay?
Well, a fun. Well, a fun fact. So I mentioned earlier about me wanting to be on a Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
One thing about me is I'm very sarcastic once you get to know me. Like, I love laughing. I am a complete prankster. But, that's just kind of like the vulnerable side of me is like I love having fun. And, I don't know if that's enough, but
I love
that's
it.
the fun fact about me is like my personality is always about having fun.
I love
and
that.
that's what used to always get me in trouble.
And I love that. And Tuan and I have a new friendship, but something that I do cherish. And I love being around your energy. It's great. But don't pull any pranks on me, okay? No, just kidding. But I just wanted to say thank you so much for being on Be Better with Susan. I feel like your message is extremely important to share. And I could not be more proud and honored to be your friend because you've taken such a hard lesson and you've made something amazing out of it. Now you're transforming lives, going back to the prison system and really developing leaders from within. And to be honest with you, that story gives me goosebumps every single time. And I'm extremely proud of you. I'm extremely excited for our upcoming Asian Empowerment event. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we leave?
Man, I want to leave with this. I believe someone needs to hear this.
Yeah.
One of the greatest questions someone ever asked me was one of my correction officers. And the question was, Tuan, how do you get comfortable being uncomfortable? All right? And so let me say that one more time. How do you get comfortable being uncomfortable?
Wow.
And I said,
is that possible?
Yeah, is this a trick question? Right? It sounds like a trick question. Like, and oftentimes when we get stuck trying to well, I don't know, what is it? And this is what he told me. And he wrote it on a piece of paper, and I wish I had one just to show you. So the question was, how do you get comfortable being uncomfortable? And on that piece of paper was 3 words, and I'll never forget it. And those 3 words were, I am enough. And it was a powerful statement because we need to know that every single day, that I am enough. And when we really know that we are enough, nothing can really stop us and hold us down.
I love that so much. And you're right. We need to remind ourselves that we are enough. We walk around and we're always self-doubting and super insecure about our image or self-image or self-worth, but we are enough. You are enough.
Right.
I am enough. And I appreciate you being on the show. I do. I love you so much. And that's it for today. I hope you tune in next week. Let's be better together. Bye.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. Boy, have I missed you. I'm sending you good vibes and a great big hug. I wanted to give a quick shout out to my sponsor, my amazing sponsor, Stacy Mai. She is a platinum real estate agent with the Champions Real Estate Group. If you're interested in any type of real estate to buy, to rent, to lease, or whatever the case is, please pick up the phone and give her a call. She's knowledgeable. She has a great customer service. She is willing to help in any way possible. Her number is 832-744-4084. Thank you so much, Stacy Mai, for your sponsorship to Be Better with Susan. So I've told you many times that I absolutely love the platform at Be Better with Susan. And the main reason why is I'm able to provide a platform to hear amazing and powerful stories from incredible people, and really to have them share their life lessons with us and to truly help us move forward and to be better. I have a really special guest in studio today. I'd love to introduce you. Her name is Trista Carr. Hi, Trista.
Hey, how are you?
I'm I'm doing well. How are you, friend?
I am wonderful. I'm super excited.
How are you, my new friend?
That's right.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how we met?
Absolutely. So I am a pastor, and I am the founder of Tristacar Ministries and the creator of Breaking Bread. So I travel and I minister and I speak at different places. And we met through a mutual friend, Twan. I know, shout out to Twan. So we met through that and just kind of instantly, it kind of feels like we've been friends forever. It's
yes.
You know, like she's my new girlfriend.
We've had many, many laughs in the last week we've met, less than a week, but we've laughed a ton. And I do feel like we've known each other for a very long time. Thank you so much for being
You're
here.
welcome.
And tell us more about your ministry, please.
Yeah, so I started a ministry, Tristacar Ministries, in 2011. I went to college, came back, and just really felt like my purpose on life was to empower and equip people to be the best that they can be, to live the best life. And so I started that journey. It was a hard journey at times, but I started it. We have an orphanage that we opened up in India. We have 90 kids over there that we feed, that we house, that we put through school, all of that kind of stuff. India has a very special place in my heart. And so, yeah, we do that. And then just recently launched a Facebook group called Breaking Bread with Women. And so my passion has been for women to just walk out in their identity, to love who they are, and that at the end of the day, the message is that they are enough just as they are. Like, I'm passionate about that, passionate for women to walk in their identity. I say this all the time. You'll never walk in your destiny until you walk in your identity. And so that's my passion, is for people to walk in that identity, because then they walk in their destiny and they're unstoppable at that point.
Wow. I love that so much. And the Facebook group name, once again, is?
It's Breaking Bread with Women.
And then if someone wanted to know more about your ministry, learn more about that, how can they find you?
Yeah, so they can go to, on Facebook, they can upload or go to Breaking Bread with Women, and it's an event. It's only for women, though. Or they can go onto my website. Okay. And I know they'll pop it up because I don't remember the website off the top of my head, but they can. We're launching.
There we
it.
go.
Yes, there it is. It's joinusbbww.now.site, and so the BBWW is Breaking Bread with Women. So I'm super excited for that. We're gonna have some really cool things launching. On the Bible studies we do every Monday night in the group. We have guest speakers coming in. It is a women's group, but we have a man panel, so the women get to speak and pick the men's brain and ask, like, the men, what do you think about this, or what do you think about that? Questions that, those dying hot questions that we want to know how a man thinks. So
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So there was a point in time where you faced some hardship, some adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind sharing that, Trista?
Yeah, absolutely. I say this all the time, is that my scars are creating my stage. And so there was a point in my life where I didn't want to embrace my story. I was kind of ashamed of it. But that is who I am. It's part of my story, and it's part of why I'm so passionate about helping women. And so really quickly, I'll kind of share my upbringing, and then I'll really go into
no rush, please.
Really, I think for me, my turning point in my life. And I love what you say too, like, be better, not bitter, because I think I had that type of moment. For me, I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm a Steelers fan. And so I grew up there, and my mom got pregnant with me when she was 21, and she was with my dad, and she just didn't want to have a child. And she went into an abortion clinic to have an abortion. And it was while she was waiting for the procedure, the electricity went out. Wow. And when the electricity went out, they tried everything to fix it. And she says that they come and tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Mrs. Griffith, we have to reschedule your procedure. We can't do it today." And my mom never went back to the abortion clinic. And so I think about that, and I think, man, I wasn't even destined to be here. And so my mom ended up having me. My dad left when I was 18 months old. my dad decided, you know what, this thing called fatherhood isn't for me. And so he moved to San Diego, California, and didn't have any type of contact with me at all. And it was crazy to me because I had a relationship with his parents, my grandparents, but I never had a relationship with my dad. And so one thing I remember growing up as a little girl, every birthday wish was the same. I would get the plate of cake in front of me, and okay, the candles were lit, and they would say, blow out your candle, make a wish, and every wish was the same. I would close my eyes, and I would say, I just wish to meet my dad, and I would blow out the candle. And that was the same every year. And I remember even writing to the Maury Povich show because I wanted to just meet my dad. And so I wrote this long letter, and I remember asking my grandparents, like, why doesn't my dad want to have a relationship with me? And they couldn't explain that. And what I didn't realize at the time, because I was so young, that my dad was fighting his inner battles, and he didn't feel like he could be a dad, because what was happening was that he left my mom and went into a relationship with a married man. And so my dad was living this homosexual lifestyle, and he ended up contracting AIDS. And when I was 14, my dad passed away. And I remember at that moment thinking, man, my whole life is just starting to spiral out of control. And meanwhile, the whole time at home, I'm having these birthday wishes and wanting to see my dad. My mom begins to say, you know what, I don't want to be a mom. And so every day she would look at me and say, Trista, you're nothing. You're never going to amount to anything. I wish I went back and had that abortion. And I just remember like hearing that over and over and over again, and that became my identity. So when I would look in the mirror, I would see that I was nothing. I would see that I was fat. I would see that, no, I'm not going to amount to anything, so why try? And then so I have that going on, and then I'm living with my grandparents because my mom just doesn't want to be a mom. And I have my uncle there, and I'm thinking as a little girl, like, oh man, I have my uncle. He can be like this father figure that I wanted to look for and so desperately wanted. And my uncle began to take me camping, and those camping trips turned to sexually assaulting me and physically abusing me from the time that I was 5 all the way to I was 15 years old. He would physically kick me down the steps, physically get on top of me and hurt me, and then sexually abuse me. And I got really good at putting makeup on and covering the black eyes so that I could go to school. And I found myself drinking at 9 years old just to cover the pain. And I was just finding my family had the alcohol in the home, and so why not? And so I would drink the alcohol and then fill it up with water so that no one knew that it was me. And I just remember thinking like, man, what have I done that's so wrong in my life that I have a family that doesn't love me? You know, I'm going to be 35 years old, and my family has never once told me I love you. Still to this day, I've never heard my family tell me that. So when my dad died, my world just kind of spun out of control. And there was no point of living for me. And I remember just bouncing back from house to house. And then Children's Protective Service got involved, and I got removed from my home. And I was like, if this is life, then I don't want to live anymore. And so I found myself in the bathroom at 15 years old with a knife to attempted suicide. I was like, life's not worth living anymore. And then that kind of is like my upbringing, right? And you would think like, I would think, you know, people hear it all the time, like, man, you went through so much. But, you know, when I moved schools, I ended up finding a best friend at the time who she began to invite me to church. And I was so against church. I was so like, there is no way there's a loving God. There is no way there's this person that you're telling me that died on the cross for me. Because if all that is true, then why would he allow all of this stuff to happen in my life? And I was so bitter, and it was crazy because I did such a good job at hiding all of that pain and not talking about it and just kind of like pushing it under the carpet. I did really good at that because at school, no one would even know that that's what I was going through. I was popular. I had straight A's in school, and I had plenty of friends. But deep down, I was just dying inside. And so I moved schools because I went through another foster family, And she starts telling me about this Jesus. And I just was like, I don't want to hear it. But she was persistent with me. Every single day, she would come to me and find me and tell me. And I was like, if you stop asking me, will you just leave me alone if I go to one youth group service? Just one. Like, leave me alone. I'll never go again. But if you just stop asking me. And she was like, I promise. And I went on a Christmas service. There was no preaching. There was no singing. There was nothing. It was just a party. And I was like, I can handle that as long as you promise that there's none of that other stuff. And when I walked into those church building and I walked down those steps, the youth group was called Ground Level. We had to go down. And I walked in there and I felt love for the very first time. And I was like, man, I don't even know what this feeling is because I had never experienced it. And then that just kept making me go back. And I kept going back and going back. Still wasn't ready to make that commitment, but kept going back and back. And then on May 11th, 2001, I went to a conference and my life radically changed at that point. And I have never been the same because that's the day that I gave my life to Jesus. And I was like, I'm on a mission to get as many people to go to Jesus that I can take. And I was like, everything changed. I was set to go to school to be a doctor, and I decided to go to school to be a pastor. And my family was like, you're stupid. I was like, yeah, maybe, but this is what I'm passionate about, you know? And I kind of look at it as like, I'm still a kind of a doctor. I do heart surgery on people, you know? And so, but my life has never been the same since. That kind of thing for me. But where I think for me, the biggest part of where I had to make that decision to be better, how to make that decision where now I'm walking in my identity, but I call it like this spirit of championship that rose up within me. I kind of look at it as, you know, growing up, I was a spectator before Christ. Did kind of just looking at things behind from the sidelines and just not really, you know, very much participant. When I gave my life to Christ, I look at it as like that's when I became a contender. That's when I got in the ring, and that's when I started fighting, and that's when I started getting radical for God and doing crazy things, going on mission trips in high school, and you know, doing Bible studies in school, and you know, crazy things like that. That people are like, this isn't the Trista that I know. You know, I lost friends because my friends were like, you know, I don't like this Trista. I want the old Trista. You know, I gave up the drinking. I stopped doing all of that kind of stuff. And so that came with a sacrifice because my friends left. And it was a lonely road for me. I went from being the most popular to like now the butt end of all the jokes. And I just remember thinking, did I make a bad decision? You know, but my life, you know, I was thinking, man, no, I'm in this ring now. I'm going to contend. I'm doing this journey. I'm learning to walk through life with God. And surely it's going to get easier for me. That's what I thought. And I think sometimes as Christians, we think, oh, I accept Jesus, now life's going to get better. Life's going to get easier. And I can't say that that's what happened for me. You know, I told you that we started an orphanage in India. And I think this is the turning point in my life. I started an orphanage in India, and I went in 2013. I had been serving God for many years, started my own ministry in 2011, been traveling different places and speaking, seeing amazing things. And I head off to India, and I'm there, and I was there for 3 weeks. And I am towards the second or third last day before I'm about to head back to come back to America. And I'm tired. I had preached 55 times, so I was exhausted. My day started at 5 and ended at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then it would start again. I was sleeping with the orphanage, in the orphanage with the kids in a sleeping bag that you would have to shake out before because there was lizards and snakes and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it was just, you know, gung-ho. Like, this was like what I had been looking forward to. Like, you know, I tease people, and Twan teases me too. He's like, that was kind of like your Billy Graham moment, you know? And I was like, yeah, it was. So 2 to 3 days before I'm about to go back, and we go into this village, and I'm excited. And I had been seeing amazing things. I had been seeing, you know, amazing miracles when I'm there. And I'm like, God, I'm in your will. I'm doing what you've called me to do. This is epic for me. And we go to the village, and it had a lots of rain, and so we couldn't drive the vehicle through over the bridge who was just flooded. And the pastor that I was with, Pastor Emmanuel, he looks at me and he says, Trista, do you want to go through the village or do you want to turn around? And I said, no, let's go. There's people waiting. There's people waiting, and I'm going to fulfill my commitment. So we get out, and we have to pull up our pant legs, and we have to walk through the water. There's snakes in the water, and I don't like snakes. I'm terrified of snakes. We get there, and the village pastor is waiting with his wife on the other side, and I hug them, and I'm like, gung-ho, I'm excited. I just have so much energy. I'm like, God's going to do some amazing things. I can't wait. And so we get to the church building that they use, and it is packed. There are women and men all in there, just packed like sardines. And so I'm excited, and they're worshiping, and they're passing the microphone. And I know from preaching so much that this is the part where they're going to worship for 2 to 3 hours. I'm going to speak for an hour, and then I'm going to be praying. And you can't just do like a mass prayer. They want to line up, and they want you to pray and touch them, and that's just that's their culture for there. And so I looked over, I'm on the stage, and I look over to Pastor Emmanuel and his wife, and I said, I have to go to the restroom. And so he says, okay. And I said, okay. And he hands me the stick. And I'm in a village, to remind you, there's no restrooms. And so you take a stick, and they call it the cobra stick. And you go out into the far fields, and you hit the ground, and then you make sure there's no cobras, and then you go to the restroom, and then it came back. And so I'm there, and I'm far enough away from the building, but still within my sight. I can still see the building. And I use the restroom, and then I'm coming back, and a guy from the village, he comes out of his little hut, and he pulls me at knife point into his village, into his little hut, and he pulls me in, and he keeps saying, no, Jesus, no, Jesus. And I kept saying, Jesus. And I didn't understand anything else that he was saying because he's speaking in his dialect. And I don't know what's happening, but I can feel the knife in my throat, and I can feel the pressure. And he begins to physically and sexually assault me. And I remember thinking, in my head, Susan, I remember thinking, I'm over here doing God's work. I'm over here doing what you called me to do, God. I'm about to go preach, Jesus. I'm about to go preach, and this is happening. And I have 3 kids at home, and I had just had a baby, and who was 13 months old. And so I kept thinking about, my baby is home. My other kids are at home. And just, in my head thinking, I don't understand what is happening. And as I was trying to fight, and I couldn't say anything but Jesus. And as I said, Jesus, 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 the assault got worse. Oh. And I remember thinking, I'm not going to make it. And that's when the tent door opened, and I saw the village pastor. And I thought, I'm going to be saved. I'm being rescued. And instead, the pastor came and held my arms down and held me down. And I remember at that point thinking, I'm done. I can't do this. I'm never going to see my family. I'm not going to make it out of here alive. And I said, okay, God, if this is your will, then let it be. But God promised me that my kids will not hold this against you. God, protect my kids. Let them know that their mom loves them. Somehow, God, let them know. And when I made that peace, it was kind of like I took that breath. I finally exhaled. And then the assault stopped. And I ran. And I ran like I've never run before. And I was throwing on my clothes. And I ran and I walked into that church building. And I saw those people there that were waiting to hear God's message. And I knew that I had to get on that stage. And I had to preach. And so I stood up on that stage. And I preached. Yet I felt my lowest point in my life. I felt broken and shattered and confused and angry and all these feelings that were going through my head. But now I'm about to deliver a message about God, and I'm mad at God. Yeah. And so I'm there and I'm preaching. And then I gave an altar call, and 75 women stood up and received Christ for the very first time. And I remember thinking, man, if these 75 women could stand up and say, I'm going to receive Jesus Christ in their life, for the very first time, knowing that in India, it is a very populated Hindu culture. And so when you accept Jesus, you're basically accepting a death sentence for your life because you can be killed for knowing and loving Jesus. And so I knew that these women were making a radical decision to be dangerous because they knew that there was a God that was real. And I was like, if these women can do that, then I can do this. And so I preached and carried on and I prayed, and then I left, and I didn't go preach that night. I was just like too shattered. And I woke up the next morning in India, and I was getting ready for the day, just broken. I hadn't said anything to anybody. I had all these thoughts. I didn't even sleep that night. I just cried. And when I woke up, I stood up and I passed out. And so Pastor Emmanuel, they rushed me to the Indian hospital. And what I didn't realize is that I was 6 weeks pregnant. And from the assault, I ended up started to have a miscarriage. And I'm in India, in a foreign country, where healthcare is not like it is in America. And they're putting IVs in my arm that fall out and hit the floor, and then they pick it up back and they put it back in my arm. And I'm bleeding and I'm losing my baby that they're telling me you're having a miscarriage. And I was so sick. And I remember at one point they had wheeled me into this one room. And Pastor Emmanuel tells me later, he says, the room that you were wheeled into on the other side was the morgue, because that's where they thought you were going next. That's how sick I was. And I had to stay longer in India to get better. I was too weak to fly. And I came back to America a week later and went to see my doctor and ended up having to have major surgery, my appendix burst, and I had to have reconstructive surgery on my womb and things like that. And I remember just going into this dark place. And I said, God, I've overcome so much in my life already. Why this? I don't understand this, God. And I said, I'm doing your work. I'm doing your will. I don't understand why this would happen. And I went to a very dark place, trying to grieve the loss of a baby, trying to, understand and make sense, and knowing that in India there wasn't going to be justice. And I wanted justice, and so I just went to this dark place and secluded myself and just was very depressed and very lonely and very, I just was shattered, depleted. Like, I stopped doing ministry for a while, and every morning in my quiet time, I would wake up and ask those same questions, like, God, why did this happen? I don't understand, and I'm so angry at you, God, and you allowed this. And I remember about 3 months into it, God spoke to me ever so clearly, and he said, Trista, let me ask you this. Do you want to know me more, or do you want to know the answers to your questions more? And I was like, God, I want to know you. And he said, well, then stop searching out the answers to the questions and start searching me. Start developing and discovering who I am, because I'm a good, good father. And I said, God, I don't know how to do that anymore. I don't know how to do that because I'm so angry. And in that moment, I had to let go of my anger. I had to let go and realize that I'm alive, that I am able to see my babies, that there was so much to live for. And so God said, you need to forgive the guy. And I was like, God, I don't know if I can do that. And he goes, you need to forgive him. And so it was a process for me. Instead of every morning praying, God, have justice on him. God, strike him down. Because those were the prayers. I'm just being real. Those were the prayers that I was praying. Like, God, strike him down. Let him, just labor hard. God, hurt him. I was praying those prayers, and God changed my heart. And I began to pray, God, send somebody his way. Because, God, if you can save me, then you can save him. And my heart became one of hate to love. I chose, forgiveness instead of hate. I chose joy instead of resentment. I chose love instead of bitterness. And I began praying for him. And so I reached out to Pastor Emmanuel 6 months after and said, I need you to go back into the village, and let me tell you why. And that was for the first time ever that I had told him what had happened. And he was mad and angry. And he's like, why didn't you tell me? And I said, I couldn't. And I said, but I need you to go back into the village, and I need you to tell the guy that I'm sorry and that I forgive him and that I'm sorry for being angry. And he was like, you have every right to be angry. And I said, no. I need him to know that I'm sorry for praying all those bad things. Even though he didn't know that I was praying them, I knew. And I said, but more importantly, I need him to know that I forgive him. I need him to know that I forgive him. And so with much pushing and urging, Pastor Emmanuel finally went back. And a few days later, I picked up my phone and I saw that it was Pastor Emmanuel calling. And he goes, Trista, someone wants to speak to you. And I said, hello. And it was the gentleman. And I said, I forgive you. I forgive you. And I could hear just him crying and just weeping. And then in his dialect, Pastor Emmanuel's translated it, and he says, Trista, he said right now that if you can forgive him, then he wants to serve the God that you're serving. And so I right then on the phone got to lead him to Christ. And he gave his life to God, and he is still preaching the word of God now in India. The entire village is saved now because he is telling everybody about Jesus, all because I chose forgiveness, all because I didn't choose hate, all because I made a decision to be better and to just, go on. And it didn't matter for me. It didn't matter to me why it happened. I look back on it and I can say, I know why it happened. Now there's a whole village that's serving Jesus. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that God took me on a journey. And I remember, I'll say this last thing, God took me on this journey and he said, I remember looking out and seeing this mountain. And scripture reminds us, it says, we can speak to this mountain and it shall be moved. And I remember saying, God, move this mountain. And God said to me, if you trust me, I can move this mountain, but you're not going to be prepared for what's on the other side. But if you trust me and we climb this mountain together, when I get to the top, then you'll be ready. And that is when that champion within me rose up, because I, with God, climbed that mountain lesson after lesson. And there were days I said, I don't know if I can keep going, Susan. I don't know if I can. This is hard, God. You didn't say it was going to be this hard. But God, I'm going to keep going. And when I got to that top, I just remember having my Rocky Balboa moment with my hands in the air and yes, I did it. I did it. And I remember looking out and seeing what was on the other side. And that is where it's just birthed for me to have a passion for women to walk in their identity, for women to know that they are enough just as they are. God took me on that journey of all those words that my mom spoke to me, that I believed those and I walked in those for so long, and that was my identity. And then as I took that journey, that climb up the mountain, I realized I'm a warrior. I'm an overcomer. I am his. I am enough just as I am. I am all the things that God says I am and not what people say I am, because that's what matters. And when I did that and started walking in my identity, that's when I began to walk in my destiny.
Wow, babe. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's an incredible story, and I'm just at a loss for words. I truly am.
Yeah.
That you are just so amazing in every way, and I'm so grateful to have met you, and so grateful that you're here sharing your story. I bet it wasn't easy, but I'm sure every time you share, it's a part of healing as well.
Yes, and it's part of me saying, God, it's part of me embracing my scars. It's my scars, It's not wounds, because if it's still a wound, then it's open and it's nasty and it still needs healing. But it's my scar, and I embrace my scars because my scars are what's taking me from stage to stage to stage and allowing me to share and allowing me to walk out in my destiny, because it is who I am. I always look at it and say, the things we do in life, like failures and mistakes, they can either define us or they can refine us. But it's up to how we want them to be. Are they going to define you, or are they going to refine you?
I love that. Are they going to define you or refine you? I love that.
Yeah, and it's up to us. We have to make that decision.
Oh, what an amazing story. I am truly at a loss for words. You are a warrior, and you are enough, and I'm just so honored that you're sharing your story on my platform, truly.
I'm honored for the opportunity. It's, I take every opportunity, never I take them lightly. It's an honor for me. And so thank you. Thank you for doing what you do and for encouraging people to be better and not bitter, because, man, when you choose to be better, like, you have a whole life out there. People are counting on you. People need you. You have a purpose. You were created for a purpose. But when you choose to stay bitter, like, then you're never going to achieve that.
I have to give you a hug right now. Like, can you come here? I love you. This is amazing.
Yes. God is so good. God is so good.
So amazing. We are going to a quick commercial break, and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
What if you could reach thousands of potentially new clients in just seconds with the sharing of just one business card? It's not possible with your old business card, but it is with NowMedia's new video business card. Hi, I'm Michelle Merhar. You may remember me from the morning news. Most people who receive a conventional business card either lose it or toss it within minutes. And with that, the company has lost that lead and likely that sale. At NowMedia, our new product is changing the industry. The video business card, recorded with cutting-edge technologies in our studios, is designed to be sent quickly using your smartphone or tablet to your clients, suppliers, or anyone you need to be in contact with. It is fully compatible with any instant messaging application or email system you already have. The NowMedia video business card will feature you, along with your contact information, summary of all your company's products or services, and an engaging look. Best of all, it really is affordable for any business, from startups to multinational companies. The NowMedia video business cards are already being used by hundreds of companies, and most of them are seeing and feeling the difference in their lead generation and sales. We don't need to tell you how important our NowMedia video business card will be to your brand, your customer experience, and your ability to interact with your clients. Call us today at 832-384-9588 or email us at videocard@nowmedia.tv.
Hi there. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. Oh, man. Trista's interview has been incredible and has touched me in so many ways. I am at a complete loss for words, but I'd like to carry on with their interview. Tell me, what has been the biggest lesson from this experience, Trista?
Yeah. For me, it's forgiveness. Choosing forgiveness. I think so many times, we get stuck in our life when bad things happen, or when things happen to us, that somebody hurts us, whether it be a spouse or, a child, or, somebody, a stranger or a family member, when they hurt us, and we hold on to that. And that forgiveness just begins to just eat away in our life and turns into resentment. And it really robs us from having life. There's a scripture in John 10:10. It says that the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but God comes to give life, and life to the fullest. And that's a life that God wants us to live, is life to the fullest. He wants us to do that. And when we hold on to unforgiveness, and when we hold on to bitterness and resentment, then it's robbing us from living the best life ever. Don't get me wrong. Having the best life ever does not mean that you're not going to go through trials and not going to go through hard times, but that we can go through those with a different perspective, that every day is a new day. Every day we wake up and we can choose how we are going to approach that day. Are we going to approach this day with negativity? Or are we going to approach this day and say, despite whatever my circumstances around me are, I'm going to choose joy. I'm going to choose positivity. Something for me, every morning on my bathroom mirror where I get ready and make with my makeup and red lipstick on my bathroom mirror, it says, I am enough. And I look at it every single day. I speak it every single day of my life. Trista, I am enough. So those days when my hard times or those trials may come in and be like, man, you're not good enough, or you messed up, or you yelled at your kids too many times today, whatever it may be, that I'm reminded that I am enough. And I think for me, just knowing that forgiveness is so powerful, because we kind of look at it, I think, in the negative way sometimes as like, oh, if I forgive that person, then that's telling them that what they did was right. Yeah. But forgiveness is never about that person. Forgiveness is always about yourself. Wow. You forgive them, you let it go, and you live the best life ever for you. So I think that for me is forgiveness, is my biggest thing, that my biggest takeaway. Because from a very early age, I had to choose to forgive my mom. I had to forgive my dad. I had to forgive my uncle. I had to forgive, other people in my life that had hurt me. And then I have to now forgive this guy and this pastor. Forgiveness has been just throughout my life.
And I would say that you are extremely courageous and also very strong to be able to forgive those people. That you have to find that strength in your heart. And I have learned so much about you today from our interview. And once again, I am so honored and grateful that you're here sharing your story on our platform. And once again, I'm just still processing the story and these emotions. So please forgive me if I don't have much to say right now. I'm gonna be completely real. Like, I am just blown completely away. And this is a tough question, but I'm gonna have to ask it. How has those experiences in your past life made you better?
Yeah. I think for me, the biggest thing that it's made me realize my identity, and it's made me realize that I am everything that God says I am. That in those moments when life is throwing the curveball, and in those moments when you have people that don't believe in you, or people that say, man, you can't do this. I'm working on my very first book, and I've had people say, you can't write a book. And for a while I believed that. And then I was like, no. Stop it, Tristan. You have to have a conversation with yourself sometimes and say, no. What does God say that I can do? And knowing that he says that I can do it, therefore I can do it, because I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And so it made me really walk in my identity. It has made me better by knowing that without a shadow of a doubt that I am everything that God says I am. I love it. In Scripture, it reminds us that it says that we are God's handiwork. And I'm like, man, God, you created us. Like, we're your handiwork. Like, my grandfather had a shop, a wood shop. And I remember the detail that I would see him and when he would come out and say, come into the garage with me and we're going to build a birdhouse. And I was like, okay, we're going to cut some wood and we're going to slap some nails in it. But no, he took pride in that. And he would, cut it at a 45-degree angle and then put the nail in this way. And I was like, as a kid, like, this is so boring. Yeah. Like, really? But he took pride in it. He was like, this is my handiwork. Yeah. I stamped this at the end of the day. And I think about that now, like, man, that's what God did with us. Huh. We are God's handiwork, and we are stamped by God. Huh. And there are times when it's painful because God has to come in and chisel away things in our life, and we don't understand what he's doing. Yeah. Maybe pride, or maybe, rebellion, or, the sin that maybe comes into our life, and he comes in and he has to chisel that away, and it's a painful process. But again, it's only because God is trying to refine us. And so I think, man, we're God's handiwork. We are stamped. And so, God is not a God that lies. And so if he says that I'm a warrior, then I'm a warrior. If he says that I'm this, then I'm that, and I'm going to walk in it.
I love that. I'm still at a loss for words, I'll tell you. I just love you. I'm just so honored to be your friend. And once again, I'm going to be repetitive, but for you to be here and share your story, it's just, it's heavy. There's a lot of moving parts to it. You've been through so much, and you're here still shining and smiling ear to ear, and your spirit is infectious. And I mean, your energy is amazing. And I'm, as new friends, as a recently meeting last week, I'm just in awe. I am in complete awe, so please forgive me.
Oh, no.
Please forgive me.
Girl, I love you.
I love you too. Something I was supposed to ask before our interview, but it slipped my mind. Give us a fun fact about yourself, Trista.
So a fun fact. So it's about to be Christmas time. So what a lot of people don't realize is that I have been dancing since I was 2 years old.
Wow.
And so for me, it was therapeutic because when I got older, I was able to dance how I felt. And so through my years of dancing, I've been able to dance Magic Kingdom and Walt Disney World a few times, New York City. But because it's holiday time, I actually had the honor to dance for the Christmas tree lighting in Washington, D.C. when President Clinton was the president. And so that's like my little 5-minute fame there.
Oh, I love
I
that.
danced for the president.
Uh-oh. I got to check out your moves one day, girl. Yeah, I can do a mean robot.
There you go.
Well, this was amazing. I truly appreciate you being here and sharing your story. I mean, once again, this is, first time hearing this story, and I got extremely emotional, some highs, some lows, and I'm just completely blown away. I really am by you. And I couldn't say it enough, but I appreciate you being here on Be Better with Susan, and I've learned so much from you. I really have. And forgiveness does take strength, and really stepping out in faith and really being courageous, because many of us walk around upset and bitter and angry, and we're not ready to forgive. And I do agree, we are on our own journey, so we must forgive when we're ready.
Yes.
Right? But do find it in your heart to forgive if you can. I understand we're all in different situations, but from your story, if you were able to forgive the man that harmed you, then that's a lesson we should all learn from you. Truly, you've completely changed my way of thinking, and I appreciate you.
Aww.
I truly do, and I'm so proud of you for stepping out and continuing to share your story. I realize it's not easy, but you are a warrior, and you are enough, and I love you, and I am so proud to call you my new friend.
Aw, you are enough just as you are too. And I'm so proud to be your friend too. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited for 2020.
Yeah.
And it's going to be epic.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in to Be Better with Susan. Before we leave, I'd like to give a quick shout out to my sponsor once again, Stacy Mai. If you're in need of any real estate, please feel free to reach out to her. Pick up the phone. She would love to hear from you. Her number is 832-744-4084. And that is it for us today. I hope you have a great week, and I'm sending you good vibes and a great big hug, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. Boy, have I missed you. I'm sending you good vibes and a great big hug. I wanted to give a quick shout out to my sponsor, my amazing sponsor, Stacy Mai. She is a platinum real estate agent with the Champions Real Estate Group. If you're interested in any type of real estate to buy, to rent, to lease, or whatever the case is, please pick up the phone and give her a call. She's knowledgeable. She has a great customer service. She is willing to help in any way possible. Her number is 832-744-4084. Thank you so much, Stacy Mai, for your sponsorship to Be Better with Susan. So I've told you many times that I absolutely love the platform at Be Better with Susan. And the main reason why is I'm able to provide a platform to hear amazing and powerful stories from incredible people, and really to have them share their life lessons with us and to truly help us move forward and to be better. I have a really special guest in studio today. I'd love to introduce you. Her name is Trista Carr. Hi, Trista.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, friend?
I am wonderful. I'm super excited.
How are you, my new friend?
That's right.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and how we met?
Absolutely. So I am a pastor, and I am the founder of Tristacar Ministries and the creator of Breaking Bread. So I travel and I minister and I speak at different places. And we met through a mutual friend, Twan, who I know. Shout out to Twan. So we met through that, and just kind of instantly, kind of feels like we've been friends forever. It's
Yes,
like,
yes.
you know, like she's my new girlfriend.
We've had many laughs in the last week we've met.
Yes.
Less than a week, but we've laughed a ton. And I do feel like we've known each other for a very long time. Thank you so much for being
You're
here.
welcome.
And tell us more about your ministry, please.
Yeah, so I started a ministry, Tristacar Ministries, in 2011. I went to college, came back, and just really felt like my purpose on life was to empower and equip people to be the best that they can be, to live the best life. And so I started that journey. It was a hard journey at times, but I started it. We have an orphanage that we opened up in India. We have 90 kids over there that we feed, that we house, that we put through school, all of that kind of stuff. India has a very special place in my heart. And so, yeah, we do that. And then just recently launched a Facebook group called Breaking Bread with Women. And so my passion has been for women to just walk out in their identity, to love who they are, and that at the end of the day, the message is that they are enough just as they are. Like, I'm passionate about that, passionate for women to walk in their identity. I say this all the time. You'll never walk in your destiny until you walk in your identity. And so that's my passion, is for people to walk in that identity, because then they walk in their destiny and they're unstoppable at that point.
Wow. I love that so much. And the Facebook group name, once again, is?
It's Breaking Bread with Women.
And then if someone wanted to know more about your ministry, learn more about that, how can they find you?
Yeah, so they can go to, on Facebook, they can upload or go to Breaking Bread with Women, and it's an event. It's only for women, though. Or they can go onto my website.
Okay.
And I know they'll pop it up because I don't remember the website off the top of my head, but they can. We're launching.
There we go.
Yes, there it is. It's joinusbbww.now.site. So the BBWW is Breaking Bread with Women. So I'm super excited for that. We're going to have some really cool things launching. On the Bible studies we do every Monday night in the group. We have guest speakers coming in. It is a women's group, but we have a man panel, so the women get to speak and pick the men's brain and ask, like, the men, what do you think about this, or what do you think about that? Questions that, those dying hot questions that we want to know how a man thinks. So
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it so much. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So there was a point in time where you faced some hardship, some adversity.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind sharing that, Trista?
Yeah, absolutely. I say this all the time, is that my scars are creating my stage. And so there was a point in my life where I didn't want to embrace my story. I was kind of ashamed of it. But that is who I am. It's part of my story, and it's part of why I'm so passionate about helping women. And so really quickly, I'll kind of share my upbringing, and then I'll really go into
no rush, please.
Really, I think for me, my turning point in my life.
I'd love that.
And I love what you say too, like, be better, not bitter, because I think I had that type of moment. For me, I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm a Steelers fan. And so I grew up there, and my mom got pregnant with me when she was 21, and she was with my dad, and she just didn't want to have a child. And she went into an abortion clinic to have an abortion. And it was while she was waiting for the procedure, the electricity went out. Wow. And when the electricity went out, they tried everything to fix it. And she says that they come and tapped her on the shoulder and said, "Mrs. Griffith, we have to reschedule your procedure. We can't do it today." And my mom never went back to the abortion clinic. And so I think about that, and I think, man, I wasn't even destined to be here. And so my mom ended up having me. My dad left when I was 18 months old. My dad decided, you know what, this thing called fatherhood isn't for me. And so he moved to San Diego, California, and didn't have any type of contact with me at all. And it was crazy to me because I had a relationship with his parents, my grandparents, but I never had a relationship with my dad. And so one thing I remember growing up as a little girl, every birthday wish was the same. I would get the plate of cake in front of me, and okay, the candles were lit, and they would say, blow out your candle, make a wish, and every wish was the same. I would close my eyes, and I would say, I just wish to meet my dad, and I would blow out the candle. And that was the same every year. And I remember even writing to the Maury Povich show because I wanted to just meet my dad. And so I wrote this long letter, and I remember asking my grandparents, like, why doesn't my dad want to have a relationship with me? And they couldn't explain that. And what I didn't realize at the time, because I was so young, that my dad was fighting his inner battles, and he didn't feel like he could be a dad, because what was happening was that he left my mom and went into a relationship with a married man. And so my dad was living this homosexual lifestyle, and he ended up contracting AIDS. And when I was 14, my dad passed away. And I remember at that moment thinking, man, my whole life is just starting to spiral out of control. And meanwhile, the whole time at home, I'm having these birthday wishes and wanting to see my dad. My mom begins to say, you know what, I don't want to be a mom. And so every day she would look at me and say, Trista, you're nothing. You're never going to amount to anything. I wish I went back and had that abortion. And I just remember like hearing that over and over and over again, and that became my identity. So when I would look in the mirror, I would see that I was nothing. I would see that I was fat. I would see that, well, I'm not going to amount to anything, so why try? And then so I have that going on, and then I'm living with my grandparents because my mom just doesn't want to be a mom. And I have my uncle there, and I'm thinking as a little girl, like, oh man, I have my uncle. He can be like this father figure that I wanted to look for and so desperately wanted. And my uncle began to take me camping, and those camping trips turned to him sexually assaulting me and physically abusing me from the time that I was 5 all the way to I was 15 years old. He would physically kick me down the steps, physically get on top of me and hurt me, and then sexually abuse me. And I got really good at putting makeup on and covering the black eyes so that I could go to school. And I found myself drinking at 9 years old just to cover the pain. And I was just finding my family had the alcohol in the home, and so why not? And so I would drink the alcohol and then fill it up with water so that no one knew that it was me. And I just remember thinking like, man, what have I done that's so wrong in my life that I have a family that doesn't love me? You know, I'm going to be 35 years old, and my family has never once told me I love you. Still to this day, I've never heard my family tell me that. So when my dad died, my world just kind of spun out of control. And there was no point of living for me. And I remember just bouncing back from house to house. And then Children's Protective Service got involved, and I got removed from my home. And I was like, if this is life, then I don't want to live anymore. And so I found myself in the bathroom at 15 years old with a knife to attempted suicide. I was like, life's not worth living anymore. And then that kind of is like my upbringing, right? And you would think like, I would think, you know, people hear it all the time, like, man, you went through so much. But, you know, when I moved schools, I ended up finding a best friend at the time who she began to invite me to church. And I was so against church. I was so like, there is no way there's a loving God. There is no way there's this person that you're telling me that died on the cross for me. Because if all that is true, then why would he allow all of this stuff to happen in my life? And I was so bitter, and it was crazy because I did such a good job at hiding all of that pain and not talking about it and just kind of like pushing it under the carpet. I did really good at that because at school, no one would even know that that's what I was going through. I was popular. I had straight A's in school, and I had plenty of friends. But deep down, I was just dying inside. And so I I moved schools because I went through another foster family, and she starts telling me about this Jesus, and I just was like, I don't want to hear it. But she was persistent with me. Every single day, she would come to me and find me and tell me. And I was like, if you stop asking me, will you just leave me alone if I go to one youth group service? Just one. Like, leave me alone. I'll never go again. But if you just stop asking me. And she was like, I promise. And I went on a Christmas service. There was no preaching. There was no singing. There was nothing. It was just a party. And I was like, I can handle that as long as you promise that there's none of that other stuff. And when I walked into those church building and I walked down those steps, the youth group was called Ground Level. We had to go down. And I walked in there and I felt love for the very first time. And I was like, man, I don't even know what this feeling is because I had never experienced it. And then that just kept making me go back. And I kept going back and going back. Still wasn't ready to make that commitment, but kept going back and back. And then on May 11th, 2001, I went to a conference and my life radically changed at that point. And I have never been the same because that's the day that I gave my life to Jesus. And I was like, I'm on a mission to get as many people to go to Jesus that I can take. And I was like, everything changed. I was set to go to school to be a doctor, and I decided to go to school to be a pastor. And my family was like, you're stupid. I was like, yeah, maybe, but this is what I'm passionate about, you know? I kind of look at it as like, I'm still a kind of a doctor. I do heart surgery on people, you know? And so, but my life has never been the same since. That kind of thing for me. But where I think for me, the biggest part of where I had to make that decision to be better, how to make that decision where now I'm walking in my identity, but I call it like this spirit of championship that rose up within me. I kind of look at it as, you know, growing up, I was a spectator before Christ. Did kind of just looking at things behind from the sidelines and just not really, you know, very much participant. When I gave my life to Christ, I look at it as like that's when I became a contender. That's when I got in the ring, and that's when I started fighting, and that's when I started getting radical for God and doing crazy things, going on mission trips in high school, and you know, doing Bible studies in school, and you know, crazy things like that. That people are like, this isn't the Trista that I know. You know, I lost friends because my friends were like, you know, I don't like this Trista. I want the old Trista. You know, I gave up the drinking. I stopped doing all of that kind of stuff. And so that came with a sacrifice because my friends left. And it was a lonely road for me. I went from being the most popular to like now the butt end of all the jokes. And I just remember thinking, did I make a bad decision? You know, but my life, you know, I was thinking, man, no, I'm in this ring now. I'm going to contend. I'm doing this journey. I'm learning to walk through life with God. And surely it's going to get easier for me. That's what I thought. And I think sometimes as Christians, we think, oh, I accept Jesus, now life's going to get better. Life's going to get easier. And I can't say that that's what happened for me. You know, I told you that we started an orphanage in India. And I think this is the turning point in my life. I started an orphanage in India, and I went in 2013. I had been serving God for many years, started my own ministry in 2011, been traveling different places and speaking, seeing amazing things. And I head off to India, and I'm there, and I was there for 3 weeks. And I am towards the second or third last day before I'm about to head back to come back to America. And I'm tired. I had preached 55 times, so I was exhausted. My day started at 5 and ended at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then it would start again. I was sleeping with the orphanage, in the orphanage with the kids in a sleeping bag that you would have to shake out before because there was lizards and snakes and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I was just, you know, gung-ho. Like, this was like what I had been looking forward to. Like, you know, I tease people, and Twan teases me too. He's like, that was kind of like your Billy Graham moment, you know? And I was like, yeah, I was. So 2 to 3 days before I'm about to go back, and we go into this village, and I'm excited. And I had been seeing amazing things. I had been seeing, you know, amazing miracles when I'm there. And I'm like, God, I'm in your will. I'm doing what you've called me to do. This is epic for me. And we go to the village. and it had lots of rain, and so we couldn't drive the vehicle through over the bridge. It was just flooded. And the pastor that I was with, Pastor Emmanuel, he looks at me and he says, "Trista, do you want to go through the village, or do you want to turn around?" And I said, no, let's go. There's people waiting. There's people waiting, and I'm going to fulfill my commitment. So we get out, and we have to pull up our pant legs, and we have to walk through the water. There's snakes in the water, and I don't like snakes. I'm terrified of snakes. So we get there, and the village pastor is waiting with his wife on the other side, and I hug them, and I'm like, gung-ho, I'm excited. I just have so much energy. I'm like, God's going to do some amazing things. I can't wait. And so we get to the church building that they use, and it is packed. There are women and men all in there, just packed like sardines. And so I'm excited, and they're worshiping, and they're passing the microphone. And I know from preaching so much that this is the part where they're going to worship for 2 to 3 hours. I'm going to speak for an hour, and then I'm going to be praying. And you can't just do like a mass prayer. They want to line up, and they want you to pray and touch them, and that's just that's their culture for there. And so I looked over, I'm on the stage, and I look over to Pastor Emmanuel and his wife, and I said, I have to go to the restroom. And so he says, okay. And I said, okay. And he hands me the stick. And I'm in a village. Remind you, there's no restrooms. And so you take a stick, and they call it the cobra stick. And you go out into the far fields, and you hit the ground, and then you make sure there's no cobras, and then you go to the restroom, and then you came back. And so I'm there, and I'm far enough away from the building, but still within my sight. I can still see the building. And I use the restroom, and then I'm coming back, and a guy from the village, he comes out of his little hut, and he pulls me at knife point into his village, into his little hut, and he pulls me in, and he keeps saying, "No, Jesus, no, Jesus." And I kept saying, "Jesus." And I didn't understand anything else that he was saying because he's speaking in his dialect. And I don't know what's happening, but I can feel the knife in my throat, and I can feel the pressure. And he begins to physically and sexually assault me. And I remember thinking, in my head, Susan, I remember thinking, I'm over here doing God's work. I'm over here doing what you've called me to do, God. I'm about to go preach, Jesus. I'm about to go preach, and this is happening. And I have 3 kids at home, and I had just had a baby, and who was 13 months old. And so I kept thinking about, my baby is home. My other kids are at home. And just, in my head thinking, I don't understand what is happening. And as I was trying to fight, and I couldn't say anything but Jesus. And as I said, Jesus, 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 the assault got worse. And I remember thinking, I'm not going to make it. And that's when the tent door opened, and I saw the village pastor. And I thought, I'm going to be saved. I'm being rescued. And instead, the pastor came and held my arms down and held me down. And I remember at that point thinking, I'm done. I can't do this. I'm never going to see my family. I'm not going to make it out of here alive. And I said, okay, God, if this is your will, then let it be. But God promised me that my kids will not hold this against you. God, protect my kids. Let them know that their mom loves them. Somehow, God, let them know. And when I made that peace, it was kind of like I took that breath. I finally exhaled. And then the assault stopped. And I ran. And I ran like I've never run before. And I was throwing on my clothes. And I ran, and I walked into that church building, and I saw those people there that were waiting to hear God's message. And I knew that I had to get on that stage, and I had to preach. And so I stood up on that stage, and I preached. Yet I felt at my lowest point in my life. I felt broken and shattered and confused and angry and all these feelings that were going through my head. But now I'm about to deliver a message about God, and I'm mad at God. Yeah. And so I'm there, and I'm preaching. And then I gave an altar call, and 75 women stood up and received Christ for the very first time. And I remember thinking, man, if these 75 women could stand up and say, I'm going to receive Jesus Christ in their life for the very first time, knowing that in India, it is a very populated Hindu culture. And so when you accept Jesus, you're basically accepting a death sentence for your life because you can be killed for knowing and loving Jesus. And so I knew that these women were making a radical decision to be dangerous because they knew that there was a God that was real. And I was like, if these women can do that, then I can do this. And so I preached and carried on and I prayed. And then I left and I didn't go preach that night. I was just like too shattered. And I woke up the next morning in India and I was getting ready for the day, just broken. I hadn't said anything to anybody. I had all these thoughts. I didn't even sleep that night. I just cried. And when I woke up and stood up and I passed out. And so Pastor Emmanuel, they rushed me to the Indian hospital. And what I didn't realize is that I was 6 weeks pregnant. And from the assault, I ended up started to have a miscarriage. And I'm in India, in a foreign country, where healthcare is not like it is in America. And they're putting IVs in my arm that fall out and hit the floor, and then they pick it up back and they put it back in my arm. And I'm bleeding and I'm losing my baby that they're telling me you're having a miscarriage. And I was so sick. And I remember at one point they had wheeled me into this one room. And Pastor Emmanuel tells me later, he says, the room that you were wheeled into on the other side was the morgue, because that's where they thought you were going next. That's how sick I was. And I had to stay longer in India to get better. I was too weak to fly. And I came back to America a week later and went to see my doctor and ended up having to have major surgery, my appendix burst, and I had to have reconstructive surgery on my womb and things like that. And I remember just going into this dark place. And I said, God, I've overcome so much in my life already. Why this? I don't understand this, God. And I said, I'm doing your work. I'm doing your will. I don't understand why this would happen. And I went to a very dark place, trying to grieve the loss of a baby, trying to, understand and make sense, and knowing that in India there wasn't going to be justice. And I wanted justice, and so I just went to this dark place and secluded myself and just was very depressed and very lonely and I just was shattered, depleted. Like, I stopped doing ministry for a while, and every morning in my quiet time, I would wake up and ask those same questions, like, God, why did this happen? I don't understand, and I'm so angry at you, God, and you allowed this. And I remember about 3 months into it, God spoke to me ever so clearly, and he said, Trista, let me ask you this. Do you want to know me more, or do you want to know the answers to your questions more? And I was like, God, I want to know you. And he said, well, then stop searching out the answers to the questions and start searching me. Start developing and discovering who I am, because I'm a good, good father. And I said, God, I don't know how to do that anymore. I don't know how to do that because I'm so angry. And in that moment, I had to let go of my anger. I had to let go and realize that I'm alive, that I am able to see my babies, that there was so much to live for. And so God said, you need to forgive the guy. And I was like, God, I don't know if I can do that. And he goes, you need to forgive him. And so it was a process for me. Instead of every morning praying, God, have justice on him. God, strike him down. Because those were the prayers. I'm just being real. Those were the prayers that I was praying. Like, God, strike him down. Let him, just labor hard. God, hurt him. I was praying those prayers, and God changed my heart. And I began to pray, God, send somebody his way. Because, God, if you can save me, then you can save him. And my heart became one of hate to love. I chose, forgiveness instead of hate. I chose joy instead of resentment. I chose love instead of bitterness. And I began praying for him. And so I reached out to Pastor Emmanuel 6 months after and said, I need you to go back into the village, and let me tell you why. And that was for the first time ever that I had told him what had happened. And he was mad and angry. And he's like, why didn't you tell me? And I said, I couldn't. And I said, but I need you to go back into the village, and I need you to tell the guy that I'm sorry and that I forgive him. and that I'm sorry for being angry. And he was like, you have every right to be angry. And I said, no. I need him to know that I'm sorry for praying all those bad things, even though he didn't know that I was praying them. I knew. And I said, but more importantly, I need him to know that I forgive him. I need him to know that I forgive him. And so with much pushing and urging, Pastor Emmanuel finally went back. And a few days later, I picked up my phone and I saw that it was Pastor Emmanuel calling. And he goes, Trista, someone wants to speak to you. And I said, hello. And it was the gentleman. And I said, I forgive you. I forgive you. And I could hear just him crying and just weeping. And then in his dialect, Pastor Emmanuel's translated it, and he says, Trista, he said right now that if you can forgive him, then he wants to serve the God that you're serving. And so I right then on the phone got to lead him to Christ. And he gave his life to God, and he is still preaching the word of God now in India. The entire village is saved now because he is telling everybody about Jesus, all because I chose forgiveness, all because I didn't choose hate, all because I made a decision to be better and to just, go on. And it didn't matter for me. It didn't matter to me why it happened. I look back on it and I can say, I know why it happened. Now there's a whole village that's serving Jesus. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that God took me on a journey. And I remember, I'll say this last thing, God took me on this journey and he said, I remember looking out and seeing this mountain. And scripture reminds us, it says, we can speak to this mountain and it shall be moved. And I remember saying, God, move this mountain. And God said to me, if you trust me, I can move this mountain, but you're not going to be prepared for what's on the other side. But if you trust me and we climb this mountain together, when I get to the top, then you'll be ready. And that is when that champion within me rose up, because I, with God, climbed that mountain lesson after lesson. And there were days I said, I don't know if I can keep going, Susan. I don't know if I can. This is hard, God. You didn't say it was going to be this hard. But God, I'm going to keep going. And when I got to that top, I just remember having my Rocky Balboa moment with my hands in the air and yes, I did it. I did it. And I remember looking out and seeing what was on the other side. And that is where it's just birthed for me to have a passion for women to walk in their identity, for women to know that they are enough just as they are. God took me on that journey of all those words that my mom spoke to me, that I believed those and I walked in those for so long, and that was my identity. And then as I took that journey, that climb up the mountain, I realized I'm a warrior. I'm an overcomer. I am his. I am enough just as I am. I am all the things that God says I am and not what people say I am, because that's what matters. And when I did that and started walking in my identity, that's when I began to walk in my destiny.
Wow, babe. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's an incredible story, and I'm just at a loss for words. I truly am. But you are just so amazing in every way, and I'm so grateful to have met you, and so grateful that you're here sharing your story. I bet it wasn't easy, but I'm sure every time you share, it's a part of healing as well.
Yes, and it's part of me saying, God, it's part of me embracing my scars. It's my scars, It's not wounds, because if it's still a wound, then it's open and it's nasty and it still needs healing. But it's my scar, and I embrace my scars because my scars are what's taking me from stage to stage to stage and allowing me to share and allowing me to walk out in my destiny, because it is who I am. I always look at it and say, the things we do in life, like failures and mistakes, they can either define us or they can refine us. But it's up to how we want them to be. Are they going to define you, or are they going to refine you?
I love that. Are they going to define you or refine you? I love that.
Yeah, and it's up to us. We have to make that decision.
Oh, what an amazing story. I am truly at a loss for words. You are a warrior, and you are enough, and I'm just so honored that you're sharing your story on my platform, truly.
And I'm honored for the opportunity. It's, I take every opportunity, never I take them lightly. It's an honor for me. And so thank you. Thank you for doing what you do and for encouraging people to be better and not bitter. Because, man, when you choose to be better, like, you have a whole life out there. People are counting on you. People need you. You have a purpose. You were created for a purpose. But when you choose to stay bitter, like, then you're never going to achieve that.
I have to give you a hug right now. Like, can you come here, babe? I love you. This is amazing.
Yes. God is so good. God is so good.
So amazing. We are going to a quick commercial break, and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
What if you could reach thousands of potentially new clients in just seconds with the sharing of just one business card? It's not possible with your old business card, but it is with NowMedia's new video business card. Hi, I'm Michelle Merhar. You may remember me from the morning news. Most people who receive a conventional business card either lose it or toss it within minutes. And with that, the company has lost that lead and likely that sale. At NowMedia, our new product is changing the industry. The video business card, recorded with cutting-edge technologies in our studios, is designed to be sent quickly using your smartphone or tablet to your clients, suppliers, or anyone you need to be in contact with. It is fully compatible with any instant messaging application or email system you already have. The NowMedia video business card will feature you, along with your contact information, summary of all your company's products or services, and an engaging look. Best of all, it really is affordable for any business, from startups to multinational companies. The NowMedia video business cards are already being used by hundreds of companies, and most of them are seeing and feeling the difference in their lead generation and sales. We don't need to tell you how important our NowMedia video business card will be to your brand, your customer experience, and your ability to interact with your clients. Call us today at 832-384-9588 or email us at videocard@nowmedia.tv.
Hi there. Welcome back to Be Better with Susan. Oh, man. Trista's interview has been incredible and has touched me in so many ways. I am at a complete loss for words, but I'd like to carry on with their interview. Tell me, what has been the biggest lesson from this experience, Trista?
Yeah. For me, it's forgiveness. Choosing forgiveness. I think so many times, we get stuck in our life when bad things happen, or when things happen to us, that somebody hurts us, whether it be a spouse or, a child, or, somebody, a stranger or a family member, when they hurt us, and we hold on to that. And that forgiveness just begins to just eat away in our life and turns into resentment. And it really robs us from having life. There's a scripture in John 10:10. It says that the enemy comes to steal, kill, and destroy, but God comes to give life, and life to the fullest. And that's a life that God wants us to live, is life to the fullest. He wants us to do that. And when we hold on to unforgiveness, and when we hold on to bitterness and resentment, then it's robbing us from living the best life ever. Don't get me wrong. Having the best life ever does not mean that you're not going to go through trials and not going to go through hard times, but that we can go through those with a different perspective, that every day is a new day. Every day we wake up and we can choose how we are going to approach that day. Are we going to approach this day with negativity? Or are we going to approach this day and say, despite whatever my circumstances around me are, I'm going to choose joy. I'm going to choose positivity. Something for me, every morning on my bathroom mirror where I get ready and make with my makeup, and red lipstick on my bathroom mirror, it says, I am enough. And I look at it every single day. I speak it every single day of my life. Trista, I am enough. So those days when my hard times or those trials may come in and be like, man, you're not good enough, or, you messed up, or you yelled at your kids too many times today, whatever it may be, that I'm reminded that I am enough. And I think for me, just knowing that forgiveness is so powerful, because we kind of look at it, I think, in the negative way sometimes, as like, oh, if I forgive that person, then that's telling them that what they did was right. Yeah. But forgiveness is never about that person. Forgiveness is always about yourself. Wow. You forgive them, you let it go, and you live the best life ever for you. You know? So I think that for me is forgiveness, is my biggest thing, my biggest takeaway. Because from a very early age, I had to choose to forgive my mom. I had to forgive my dad. I had to forgive my uncle. I had to forgive, other people in my life that had hurt me. And then I have to now forgive this guy and this pastor. Like, forgiveness has been just throughout my life.
And I would say that you are extremely courageous and also very strong to be able to forgive those people. That you have to find that strength in your heart. And I have learned so much about you today from our interview. And once again, I am so honored and grateful that you're here sharing your story on our platform. And once again, I'm just still processing the story and these emotions. So please forgive me if I don't have much to say right now. To be completely real, like, I am just blown completely away. And this is a tough question, but I'm going to have to ask it. How has those experiences in your past life made you better?
Yeah. I think for me, the biggest thing that it's made me realize my identity, and it's made me realize that I am everything that God says I am. That in those moments when life is throwing the curveball, and in those moments when you have people that don't believe in you, or people that say, man, you can't do this. Like, I'm working on my very first book, and I've had people say, like, you can't write a book. And, for a while I believed that. And then I was like, no. Stop it, Tristan. You have to have a conversation with yourself sometimes and say, no. What does God say that I can do? And knowing that he says that I can do it, therefore I can do it, because I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. And so it has made me really walk in my identity. It has made me better by knowing that without a shadow of a doubt that I am everything that God says I am. I love it. In Scripture, it reminds us that it says that we are God's handiwork. And I'm like, man, God, you created us. Like, we're your handiwork. Like, my grandfather had a shop, a wood shop. And I remember the detail that I would see him and when he would come out and say, come into the garage with me and we're going to build a birdhouse. And I was like, okay, we're going to cut some wood and we're going to slap some nails in it. But no, he took pride in that. And he would, cut it at a 45-degree angle and then put the nail in this way. And I was like, as a kid, like, this is so boring. Yeah. Like, really? But he took pride in it. He was like, this is my handiwork. Yeah. I stamped this at the end of the day. And I think about that now, like, no, that's what God did with us. Huh. We are God's handiwork, and we are stamped by God. Huh. And there are times when it's painful because God has to come in and chisel away things in our life, and we don't understand what he's doing. Yeah. Maybe pride, or maybe, rebellion, or, the sin that maybe comes into our life, and he comes in and he has to chisel that away, and it's a painful process. But again, it's only because God is trying to refine us. And so I think, man, we're God's handiwork. We are stamped. And so, God is not a God that lies. And so if he says that I'm a warrior, then I'm a warrior. If he says that I'm this, then I'm that, and I'm going to walk in it.
I love that. I'm still at a loss for words, I'll tell you. I just love you. I am just so honored to be your friend. And once again, I'm going to be repetitive, but for you to be here and share your story, it's just, it's heavy. There's a lot of moving parts to it. You've been through so much, and you're here still shining and smiling ear to ear, and your spirit is infectious. And I mean, your energy is amazing. And I'm, as new friends, as I've recently meeting last week, I'm just in awe. I am in complete awe, so please forgive me.
Oh, no.
Please forgive me.
Girl, I love you.
I love you too. Something I was supposed to ask before our interview, but it slipped my mind. Give us a fun fact about yourself, Trista.
So a fun fact. So it's about to be Christmas time. So what a lot of people don't realize is that I have been dancing since I was 2 years old.
Wow.
And so for me, it was therapeutic because when I got older, I was able to dance how I felt. And so through my years of dancing, I've been able to dance Magic Kingdom and Walt Disney World a few times, New York City. But because it's holiday time, I actually had the honor to dance for the Christmas tree lighting in Washington, D.C. when President Clinton was the president. And so that's like my little 5-minute fame there.
Oh, I love
I
that.
danced for the president.
Uh-oh. I got to check out your moves one day, girl. Yeah, I can do a mean robot.
There you go.
Well, this was amazing. I truly appreciate you being here and sharing your story. I mean, once again, this is, first time hearing this story, and I got extremely emotional, some highs, some lows, and I'm just completely blown away. I really am by you. And I couldn't say it enough, but I appreciate you being here on Be Better with Susan, and I've learned so much from you. I really have. And forgiveness does take strength, and really stepping out in faith and really being courageous, because many of us walk around upset and bitter and angry, and we're not ready to forgive. And I do agree, we are on our own journey, so we must forgive when we're ready.
Yes.
Right? But do find it in your heart to forgive if you can. I understand we're all in different situations, but from your story, if you were able to forgive the man that harmed you, then that's a lesson we should all learn from you. Truly, you've completely changed my way of thinking, and I appreciate you.
Aww.
I truly do, and I'm so proud of you for stepping out and continuing to share your story. I realize it's not easy, but you are a warrior, and you are enough, and
Yes.
I love you, and I am so proud to call you my new friend.
Aw, you are enough just as you are too. And I'm so proud to be your friend too. I'm excited for the future. I'm excited for 2020.
Yeah.
And it's going to be epic.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in to Be Better with Susan. Before we leave, I'd like to give a quick shout out to my sponsor once again, Stacy Mai. If you're in need of any real estate, please feel free to reach out to her. Pick up the phone. She would love to hear from you. Her number is 327444084. And that is it for us today. I hope you have a great week, and I'm sending you good vibes and a great big hug, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Bienvenidos a su programa Conversa con Marisa. Les habla Marisa Borres y yo soy la fundadora y la directora de la Academy of Culture and Language, Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, una escuela de lenguas de aquí de Houston. Y para mí es un placer tener personas en este programa y entrevistarlas sobre cómo ayudan a la comunidad, de lo que hacen, de dónde vienen, a personas de diferentes acentos, de colores, no importa. Me encanta estar aquí el día de hoy, es un día hermoso y pues vamos a darle la bienvenida. Tenemos dos invitadas especiales. La primera, ella es poeta, ella es escritora, también psicóloga, estudió psicología, es puertorriqueña y es activista y nos va a hablar también de su pasión, de lo que está haciendo su causa aquí en Houston. Bueno, démosle una fuerte bienvenida a mi amiga Miriam Damaris Maldonado.
Gracias, Marisa, por invitarme, qué bella.
Bueno, un placer tenerte aquí.
Un placer estar aquí.
Y
Pero,
pues
sí.
me encanta lo que haces.
Gracias.
Estábamos viendo un poquito de los libros, gracias por el regalito. Tenemos aquí uno que se llama Textos Desgenerados.
Ese es mi favorito.
¿Oh, sí?
Y te hablo un poquito de ese.
Y Fuego del Aire.
Fuego del Aire.
Antes de que me expliques un poquito de los libros, ¿quién es Miriam Damaris Maldonado?
Pues yo soy una simple mortal que nace en Puerto Rico y llega a Houston, y en Houston llevo nada más 6 años acá. Y en Houston, bueno, en Puerto Rico y en España estudié psicología, trabajo social, y luego estudié género, tengo una maestría en género. Y el género es, pues, estudio de la situación ahora que está en todos lados, bueno, siempre ha estado, con la situación de la mujer. El estudio del género te hace entender esto de una perspectiva social, ¿no? Y desde el género. Y aparte de eso, pues soy poeta, escritora, ¿no? Y los dos son igualmente mis pasiones. Todo lo que tiene que ver con el estudio de la mujer y el género, y también con la escritura y la literatura. Y yo vengo a Houston y empiezo a hacer todo ese tipo de cosas acá y a desarrollarme, a publicar y hacer diferentes proyectos.
Me encanta todo lo que tú estás haciendo, porque a mí desde que estaba chiquita me encantaba la poesía. Y bueno, y uno a veces quiere escribir un libro y no encuentra pues la forma de hacerlo. ¿Cuánto tiempo tienes de haber escrito tus libros? ¿Cómo es la historia de ellos?
Este libro es bien especial porque lo publico con 4 amigas. Cada una es de un país diferente, cada una representa un elemento diferente. Yo represento el fuego, una el agua, una la tierra y la otra el viento. Y por eso se llama Fuego del Aire. Y estábamos en 4 lugares diferentes de Texas y estábamos todas escribiendo, ¿no? Y muy entusiasmadas, bebiendo vino, pasándola bien y diciendo muchas cosas de lo que sentíamos en cuanto al proceso de vivir en Houston, en Texas, porque cada una vivía en otras partes, y sobre todo lo que significa ser mujer, todo lo que significa todas las transiciones de la vida. Y decidimos publicar de toda esa poesía que creamos juntas y separadas a la vez, Fuego del Aire. Y se publica en el 2014. Y todas ellas ahorita son, Rosy Evelyn Lima es la poeta del año, Vanessa Torres acaba de ir a Nueva York, y Erika Sey está terminando un doctorado en literatura, y pues yo.
Miriam Damaris era el nombre de mi mamá, que en paz descanse. Y mi hermana también se llama Damaris.
Wow.
Me encanta decir del mar, ¿verdad?
Sí,
significa.
es del mar, viene del mar.
Muy bien. ¿Y cómo incorporas tu cultura de Puerto Rico ahora que estás acá en Estados Unidos?
Pues yo trato de llevarla siempre, ¿no? Por ejemplo, en la poesía se nota muchísimo, y también hago performance de bomba y plena con música.
Oh, música.
Con música afro. Con mi amigo Enrique Infante, y hago mucho ese performance que es lleva la cultura africana, ¿no? del Caribe, afropuertorriqueña, con lo afroperuano, y lo mezclamos, hacemos festejo y bomba. Y yo creo que esa es una manera de yo traer un pedacito de Puerto Rico a Houston, que conozcan que es bomba y plena también, que no es solamente reggaetón, y que conozcan un poco más de mi cultura, ¿no? Y a través de la poesía no hay un pedacito en cada poesía que tiene un pedazo de mi país. Tú sientes el mar, la playa, el coquí, todo lo que es el sabor, ¿no? De Puerto Rico, el estar ahí. O sea, es como que lo llevo conmigo.
Claro que sí. Tengo muy buenos amigos puertorriqueños. He ido a Puerto Rico. Mencionas el coquí, que es un símbolo prácticamente, es la ranita coquí, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Y también de mucha inspiración.
¿Dónde has estado en Puerto Rico?
Bueno, fui por varios lugares. Ahorita dime nombres, ahí yo estuve.
San
¡Es
Juan,
chiquitito!
de seguro. Ajá,
Chiquitito. Uno da toda la vuelta a la isla en una semana prácticamente.
Comparado con Panamá, imagínate.
Pero bueno, me encanta la cultura. Se parece un poco a la panameña también, la comida.
Sí, nos parecemos muchísimo.
Pero fabuloso. Y cuéntame entonces, ¿quién está dirigido tu poesía? ¿Quién va a leer tus poemas que están en estos libros?
Mira, este libro Fuego del Aire, los dos tienen poesía erótica, pero es política erótica, porque el mayor acto revolucionario de la poesía es el erotismo, porque el tú decir cómo te sientes y cómo realmente deseas sentirte como persona, como mujer, como ser humano, como un ente, es un acto político. Este texto degenerado se llama textos degenerados porque desgenera la poesía y la narrativa y cruza todo lo que es el borde de ambos, ¿no? Y ese me lo publicaron en El Salvador porque me invitaron a un festival maravilloso y mágicamente mis receptores mayores son niñas de 14 a 17 años. Tengo una fanaticada ya que no lo puedo creer que ellas estén leyendo mis libros y lo leen en las escuelas. O sea, es bien bonito. Pues yo creo que las incentiva a sentirse como ellas quieren sentirse, ¿no? A hablar de su cuerpo, de todo, ¿no? En una forma humorística, toca mucho.
Y está bien, bien fácil de entender.
Sí.
Dice, cenizas. Te devuelvo mi sonrisa sumisa, tu lengua descalza. Te devuelvo todo, lo que nunca tuve. Wow, yo creo que tú lo debes de leer, a ver cómo sale. Pero no, es como uno lo interpreta,
Sí,
¿verdad?
claro, te voy a leer un pedacito.
Sí, cómo no. No, fabuloso. Le da la curiosidad a uno, yo quiero leerlo, quiero verlo. El mensaje. Y también de ahí cómo lleva a lo que estás ahora promoviendo también junto con nuestra amiga que está aquí también el día de hoy, que vamos a traer en un momento, y que tienen una causa muy interesante que queremos hablar el día de hoy. Pero una cosa lleva a la otra, la verdad.
Sí, ¿verdad que sí? Todo está ligado, porque somos una sociedad holística y también somos seres humanos holísticos. Y yo no puedo separar el arte del activismo, ni de la situación, ni de las manifestaciones, ni de la cultura. O sea, todo, como tú dices, está enlazado. Y aparte, estamos representando lo que somos, ¿no? Todo, en todo momento. Yo entro aquí, tú me dices Puerto Rico, yo te veo Panamá, ¿no? Y es lo que... de no te seduje.
Y el acento también, quedo yo hablando también así un poco diferente.
te empieza
sí, el cantado, le dicen.
Y mira
yo
que he
vengo de Puerto
tratado,
Rico.
mi hermana, yo no se me acaba el acento. No hay manera.
Es parte de uno.
Sí, ya no.
Va como
ya me
uno.
niego, ya. No te seduje, fue mi negra cabellera que ahoga tu lamento borincano. Los gitanos ojos que evocan sombras y gritos de lares, y de otros lares de muslos y algunas costillas extraviadas. No te seduje, fue la letra que vacila en la pelvis del yunque y medita en el espacio y en el intervalo de un pasaporte perdido, que se adueña del tiempo y lo entreteje para crear una historia que solo tú has creado. No te seduje, te has seducido tú mismo, porque ahí entre el café de la mañana y el coquí somnoliento me encuentro yo, taciturna, silente, nociva.
Wow, de verdad que es bien erótico y tiene su pasión. Vamos a un cambio y regresamos más con Miriam y nuestra nueva invitada Mirta. ¿Alguna vez ha visto un anuncio de su trabajo soñado, pero requiere que hable perfectamente otro idioma? ¿Alguna vez ha hecho un negocio con una persona de una cultura diferente a la suya? En el mundo de hoy, muchas personas de éxito en negocios, como también en sus relaciones personales, son fluidas en más de un idioma. En efecto, hablar más de un idioma le puede abrir un mundo de oportunidades en donde le permite comunicarse, interactuar y tener éxito. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, usted aprenderá cómo convertirse más fluido en el lenguaje que siempre quiso, ganar más experiencia, convertirse en un ciudadano del mundo, expandir su carrera, sus oportunidades, disfrutar en un ambiente altamente interactivo, convertirse más confiado en sí mismo y creativo, crear presentaciones de negocios y tener éxito en un mundo global en nuestra economía actual. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, le ofrecemos gran flexibilidad a nuestros estudiantes, mientras que les proveemos con un currículum especializado. En efecto, nuestros estudiantes pueden escoger registrarse en una clase específica o en una clase privada y de tutoría. No importa su meta, su edad, su nivel de conocimiento de la lengua o sus habilidades, usted puede crecer con nuestras clases divertidas e interactivas dirigidas por instructores altamente capaces que le aseguran sus resultados. Regístrese hoy y empiece a aprender un idioma que siempre quiso. Bienvenidos de vuelta a su programa Conversa con Marisa. Y yo soy Marisa Borres y para mí es un placer tenerlos aquí viendo este programa muy interesante el día de hoy. Si tienen alguna pregunta o les gustaría participar o si ustedes tienen algún comentario, quisieran ver a alguna persona en especial que yo entreviste, pues por favor me escriben a mi website www.acalanguage.com o me buscan en Facebook en mi página Academy of Culture and Language y también en Instagram @SCE-Language y nos siguen. Aquí estamos para servirles, queremos hablar de cultura, de temas que nos interesan, traer personas de diferentes países o que han viajado a otros países y en este caso pues que hablamos español. Y para mí es un placer el día de hoy tener dos invitadas especiales. Ya conocieron pues a Miriam, que es una poeta, ella es de Puerto Rico, y también el día de hoy le damos la bienvenida a Mirta Olivares.
Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias por venir el día de hoy. Y cuéntame un poquito, ¿quién es Mirta Olivares?
De Puerto Rico también, representando un poquito la isla. La casualidad es que, bueno, soy poeta también, soy escritora, también soy defensora de derechos civiles y humanos y educadora tanto a nivel de derechos civiles y humanos y he trabajado con diferentes organizaciones, pero lo que es igual que Miriam, da la casualidad también, tanto poeta como el arte, como lo que es la cuestión social y todo lo que sea por derechos civiles y humanos que todos nos unen, ¿no? Pues para mí eso van de la mano y se nutre una cosa de la otra.
Definitivamente. ¿Y cómo se conocieron? ¿A través del programa que están ustedes involucrados?
Pues la poesía nos unió. Fue a través también de otra compañera que también es poeta puertorriqueña. Fue una presentación de poesía en español que se estaba haciendo aquí en Houston. Yo apenas me mudaba de Puerto Rico para acá hace 2 años y ahí fue que conectamos y a partir de ahí hemos establecido
leyendo y dije, no,
establecimos una amistad y de ahí empezó a conectar más todavía, con cosas, intereses en común, la política, el activismo y bueno, la poesía que siempre nos une y el arte.
Y Miriam, tú estudiaste psicología. ¿Y qué tú estudiaste en Mirta?
Yo estudié como 4 cosas, pero estudié periodismo en Puerto Rico, estudié lenguas, estudié también que es italiano y francés. Me fui para Italia, estuve como 6 meses allá, regresé a Puerto Rico, terminé. También hice estudios de género y en teatro. He hecho un poquito de todo.
Cuando se refieren a estudio de género, para mí es nuevo. No sabía que había una carrera que se llamaba estudio de género.
Sí.
Me encanta.
Cuéntame, ¿cómo es eso?
Porque me encanta que me lo pregunten.
A ver, ¿quién quiere contestar? Las dos, pues. Okay. Primero tú.
Pues parte de las líneas tanto filosóficas como sociales y políticas de que la mujer, de la interacción entre géneros, ¿no? Lo que es la participación de la mujer y del hombre a nivel político y de la sociedad, pero también a nivel práctico, cómo se está desempeñando estos géneros en la sociedad, que si tienen los mismos derechos, si están teniendo la misma participación. El estudio de género evalúa desde la literatura, desde la sociedad, desde lo político, en todas las facetas, cómo estamos viendo eso, cuál es el nivel, cuál es el estatus de la mujer y del hombre y de los diferentes géneros que se abre también a la participación de nuevas sexualidades, de nuevos géneros, la inclusión de nuevos feminismos, de nuevas batallas que interrelacionadas, ¿no? Porque ahí está la batalla del feminismo, pero de la racialidad, de lo económico. El feminismo no es solamente una sola cosa, sino va ligada con el aspecto económico, social, político de lo que es la sociedad.
¿Algo que quieras agregar?
No, ella añadió casi todo, pero lo que ella dice es el estudio, ¿no? de los sistemas políticos y de poder y social, y cómo a través de los años la mujer ha ido evolucionando y en algunas culturas todavía está devolucionando, ¿no? Como vemos en diferentes culturas en África todavía estamos luchando para que no se le corte ¿cómo le llaman? Las torturan para que no sientan, ¿no? La mutilación genital.
Exacto.
Y este tipo de lucha se la debemos en Estados Unidos a las sufragistas, a Simone de Beauvoir en Francia, pero fue una herencia que heredamos, ¿no? El hecho de que tú estés dirigiendo un programa y se lo debemos a las feministas, porque ellas nos abrieron, ¿no? Los caminos. Y eso es lo que estudia el género, ¿no? Cómo eso evoluciona, cómo eso impacta en la sociedad, que nos falta por recorrer, cómo estudiamos eso a nivel social, político y lo que ella...
¿Y cómo lo ves comparado Puerto Rico con Houston? ¿La diferencia todavía se ve? Yo sé bueno, no sé, tú dime.
Mira, Puerto Rico tiene una influencia estadounidense muy fuerte, pero nosotros seguimos siendo Latinoamérica. Entonces, es bien, en Houston es la ciudad número 1 donde yo he visto más tráfico sexual. De hecho, es la ciudad número 1 con más tráfico sexual. La diversidad hace que la violencia sea diversa y sea muy fuerte. Yo no te puedo decir que hay más violencia aquí que en Puerto Rico o en Puerto Rico más que acá, pero definitivamente hay mucho trabajo en Houston, muchísimo. En Puerto Rico la violencia es como, yo diría, diferente. O sea, no es que es menos, pero se trabaja de manera diferente. Yo trabajé en un albergue de violencia doméstica, pero tú trabajar con puertorriqueños en tu isla es muy diferente a trabajar a nivel de diversidad en una ciudad diversa.
Tan grande también.
Yo no me atrevo a decir que bueno, obviamente Houston tiene una mayor población, la violencia es mayor, el tráfico por la frontera, el tráfico sexual es es aterrorizante, es horroroso, no sé ni cómo meterle mano, ¿entiendes?
Wow.
En Puerto Rico se ha luchado mucho y se habla de feminismo abiertamente. Yo estoy muy orgullosa de mis líderes, de las mujeres que me enseñaron sobre feminismo en Puerto Rico. Son unas mujerones, y de las literatas que están en Puerto Rico, Mayra Santofebre, Yolanda Arroyo, son mujeres que están llevando el feminismo y todo lo que es afro afuera. Entonces venimos de una escuela feminista muy fuerte y esto tiene que ver con el Caribe mucho. Pero sé que todavía nos falta mucho, ¿no? Nos falta muchísimo en los dos lados. Perdona que hable tanto.
¿Y ustedes pertenecen a alguna organización específica, la que ustedes están trabajando?
Bueno, acabamos de formar, así que salió del horno, la Coalición Feminista de Houston, y es la primera coalición feminista que surgió así en una conversación entre café, vinos y necesidades. Y decidimos organizar una coalición. Están escritoras, antropólogas, abogadas, reporteras, tenemos tú dime, y ahí está la mujerona.
Yo creo que también, aparte de añadiéndolo, el ejemplo de que fuese en Houston también es que no solamente es que somos latinas, pero también abarca una comunidad mayor de personas, ¿no? No solamente son puertorriqueñas, no somos solamente latinas, pero también estamos impactando a una población mayor de personas y de mujeres que también están o enfrentando por esto o que en algún momento han enfrentado alguna situación similar y que tienen mucho que decir, que tenemos voces que decir, ¿no? Yo creo que
nos escuchen, ¿verdad?
Sí.
No, es una causa muy interesante y vamos a ir un cambio y luego del break podemos hablar un poquito más y cómo ayudar y cómo involucrarnos. Y sé que van a tener un evento muy grande que viene en menos de un mes, el 25 de enero. Así que bueno, vamos a ir cambio, un break y ya regresamos. Gracias. ¿Alguna vez ha visto un anuncio de su trabajo soñado, pero requiere que hable perfectamente otro idioma? ¿Alguna vez ha hecho un negocio con una persona de una cultura diferente a la suya? En el mundo de hoy, muchas personas de éxito en negocios, como también en sus relaciones personales, son fluidas en más de un idioma. En efecto, hablar más de un idioma le puede abrir un mundo de oportunidades en donde le permite comunicarse, interactuar y tener éxito. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, usted aprenderá cómo convertirse más fluido en el lenguaje que siempre quiso, ganar más experiencia, convertirse en un ciudadano del mundo, expandir su carrera, sus oportunidades, disfrutar en un ambiente altamente interactivo, convertirse más confiado en sí mismo y creativo, crear presentaciones de negocios y tener éxito en un mundo global en nuestra economía actual. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje le ofrecemos gran flexibilidad a nuestros estudiantes mientras que les proveemos con un currículum especializado. En efecto, nuestros estudiantes pueden escoger registrarse en una clase específica o en una clase privada y de tutoría. No importa su meta, su edad, su nivel de conocimiento de la lengua o sus habilidades, usted puede crecer con nuestras clases divertidas e interactivas dirigidas por instructores altamente capaces que le aseguran sus resultados. Regístrese hoy y empiece a aprender un idioma que siempre quiso. Estamos de vuelta a su programa Conversa con Marisa y para mí es un honor tener unos invitados especiales el día de hoy porque es un tema que de verdad que yo pienso que hay que educar a la gente. Y eso es lo que a mí me encanta. Yo he sido educadora por más de 15 años. Estaba enseñando en high school y no solamente enseñaba español, me encantaba enseñar más de los valores. Yo les decía, si ustedes no quieren aprender, por lo menos respeten. Y les enseñaba a ser cordiales, les enseñaba de geografía, cosas que yo veía que les faltaba a los estudiantes. Y bueno, me encanta enseñar, así que hoy pues estoy aquí con Miriam y Mirta, que nos están educando un poco de por qué en Houston se necesita también más fuerza, que nos escuchen a las mujeres.
Claro.
Y también, lamentablemente, es una ciudad número 1 con más tráfico humano. ¿Me puedes explicar un poquito más de eso, de lo que está pasando con el tráfico humano, por
claro
favor?
Que sí. Yo
Miriam.
trabajo en una organización, no la estoy representando ahora en este momento, pero trabajo con una organización que la conocen todos. ¿La puedo mencionar?
Sí.
HOC, es el Centro de la Mujer. Y nosotros recibimos muchos casos de tráfico sexual. ¿Por qué? Porque está el tema de la frontera, por la diversidad y por la falta la educación, ¿no? La falta de educación a nivel general, que viene de todo lo que es las segregaciones, ¿no? Que hay en Estados Unidos, que cómo segregan socialmente a ciertas sociedades y de ahí salen se acompleja socialmente y de ahí sale el tráfico sexual.
Sí, porque Houston es bien diverso y entran personas de diferentes países y ahí tú dices se están aprovechando.
No es por culpa de eso, porque se escucha horrible decir eso, ¿no? Pero debido a que hay una diversidad, obviamente va a haber mayor tráfico sexual, porque es más apetitoso para los traficantes el buscar acá, ¿no?
En esta área.
Sí.
Bien interesante.
Estamos más vulnerables a ellos.
Y entonces tú estás escuchando y te estás empapando un poco del tema con esta organización. ¿Y cuál es el evento que van a tener? ¿Y cuál es el propósito?
El evento se llama Un violador en tu camino, es un performance y surge en Chile. Entonces en Chile, con las protestas de Chile, están estas mujeres que se llaman las tesis. Y ellas dicen, vamos a hacer un performance de esta mujer maravillosa feminista que se llama Rita Segato, que ella es la super número 1 feminista del momento contemporánea. Y hacen un performance de esto y dicen, vamos a hacer toda esa teoría feminista que es bien académica, que nadie entiende, que se le hace difícil a la gente masticar. Vamos a ponerlo en música y vamos a hacerlo pegajoso para que todo el mundo lo baile y lo cante.
Utiliza el teatro también.
Y interactúa el teatro, como dice mi compañera Mirta. ¿Y qué pasa? Ellas hicieron eso en Chile, se mueve a Colombia, se mueve a México, lo hacen en Brasil, en Pakistán creo que lo hicieron. En algunas, o sea, se ha hecho un movimiento gigante, masivo. Yo he tenido amigos súper machistas que me han dicho, Miriam, ¿cómo te ayudo? Me quiero reeducar, ¿no? Les he visto cambios, tengo mucha esperanza. Y pues yo llamé 2 amigas llamaron 3 amigas, y ahora somos más de 100 amigas que estamos juntas. Y nuestra culpa, no es la culpa de la mujer, no, que las violen, sino que es algo que tú tienes que entender que el patriarcado te dio tanto poder a ti que lo estás usando con violencia cuando tú quieres, ¿no? Y por eso dice, el patriarcado es un juez que nos juzga por nacer, ¿no? Esa canción está súper pegada, pero me encanta porque es bien explícita, bien contundente, y explica toda la teoría de una. Y así se llaman ellas, las tesis. Entonces nosotras le vamos a hacer ese honor de hacer el performance.
¿Es una obra de teatro o a qué te refieres con performance? ¿Incluye música? ¿Qué más? Todo.
De todo.
Ah,
Entonces,
ok.
lo hicieron en una plaza pública para que entonces fuese más llamativo.
¿Y este evento tiene algún costo?
No, es gratis. Y nos
Ok.
vamos a estar sumando con la Marcha de la Mujer. Y va a ser en el City Hall. Y ahí vamos a estar presentes. Ellos empiezan a las 10 de la mañana, van a estar hasta las 3 de la tarde. Entonces nosotros esperamos en el City Hall, ahí en la plaza, hacerlo pues gigante, ¿no? Y tenemos mucho apoyo de muchas organizaciones.
Y cuéntame, me mencionas que tenés amigos machistas, esto pasa mucho, hay gente que está en contra del feminismo. ¿Tú qué opinas? Cuéntame, una de ustedes, ¿qué es una mujer feminista en tus ojos? Para que la gente que no entiende el término.
Sí, lo voy a tratar de poner lo más básico. De hecho, todo este proceso ha servido no tan solo para nosotras mismas, pero, como comentaba con Damari los otros días, que es parte de un proceso de enseñanza también con nosotras mismas, porque las mismas mujeres o personas que se consideran mujeres no tenemos también cosas que aprender y desaprender. De los procesos culturales y políticos que vamos arrastrando, ¿no? Entonces, el feminismo va a la base y lo que te dice es queremos igualdad de oportunidades, queremos igualdad de derechos y nos merecemos lo mismo que otro tipo de género. Tenemos la capacidad y vamos a luchar por eso, para que también tenemos mayor inclusión, tengamos mayor acceso a poder, mayor acceso a beneficios y a recursos, igual que todos los tenemos. O sea, que sea una sociedad equitativa y que todas tengamos más o menos la misma participación, todas y todes, tenemos la misma participación en la sociedad y a nivel, no tan solo político y público, pero también a nivel individual y privado, ¿no? Entonces, en todas las facetas, no tan solo individual y público y privado.
Y a través de la historia el feminismo ha venido marcando las necesidades de las mujeres. Por ejemplo, antes no podíamos votar, pues ya podemos votar. Todos estos movimientos han sido movimientos feministas, que mujeres han salido a la calle con derecho a que se le pague igual o que se le pague igual por igual trabajo, a tener equidad, a votar, tener su derecho al voto, a divorciarse, ¿no? Y ahora lo que exige el feminismo es derecho al cuerpo, ¿no? Este es mi cuerpo, es mío. Y otro tipo pero ahora mismo la temática caliente que tenemos que es radical es nuestro cuerpo. Es mi cuerpo, cuerpo mío, ¿no? No me lo vas a violar, no me lo vas a tocar, no me vas a decir cómo lo tengo que usar, ¿no? Y hay muchos tipos de violencia en relación al cuerpo. Y eso es lo que estamos tratando. Claro que hay unos micromachismos que cuando trabajas te contratan, te pagan más si eres bonita o tratan de hostigarte. Pues ese tipo de cosas también obviamente las trabaja el feminismo. Pero el feminismo le ha hecho mucho bien a los hombres. Por ejemplo, si tú quieres un novio sensible que llore, eso es gracias al feminismo, ¿no? Un novio músico, eso es gracias al feminismo. Un novio que probablemente no sea el proveedor principal, pero que pueda aportar y se pueda quedar en la casa.
Que se encargue de los niños.
Y que se encargue de los niños. Pues mira, a las feministas muchas gracias. Porque antes eso no era posible, porque el hombre no puede llorar, no puede sentir, no puede, usted se calla, no llora, los hombres no lloran. Entonces esto es una batalla, una lucha de todos, de todes, como dice mi amiga, mi compañera, es una lucha para que todos nos unamos, ¿no? Y que todos estemos de la mano, ¿no? Ayer un chico me escribió y me dice, Miriam, yo hice un comentario porque también estamos en esto de desaprender, ¿no? Y a veces me molesta mucho las injusticias sociales. Y un muchacho me dice, Miriam, yo nunca pedí ser hombre, o sea, yo amo ser hombre, pero yo nunca pedí ser el proveedor principal. Eso me da mucho estrés.
Mucha responsabilidad,
claro,
presión.
Yo no pedí tener esa responsabilidad, se me hace difícil. Yo quiero hacer otro tipo de cosas, porque tiene que ser así.
Exacto.
Y hay una espiritualidad sagrada del masculino, ¿no? Que ellos también tienen que pararse y decir, yo quiero llorar, yo quiero hacer esto, ¿no? Vamos a ser masculinos de todas las maneras posibles.
Bueno, la idea es que tengamos apoyo no solamente mujeres, también hombres.
De todos invitados. Sí.
Estar en una marcha y luego la obra con música y todo va a ser, puedes decirle a la cámara dónde encontrarnos,
sí,
dónde
va
ver
a
tu
ser en
información.
City Hall en Houston y vamos a estar todas juntas amándonos, dándonos la mano. Esta es una marcha de amor. De todo lo que vamos a llevar es esto, es un mensaje de equidad, de unidad y están todos invitados. Va a haber una marcha también en portugués y en inglés y vamos a tener la batalla allí con los tambores, vamos a disfrutar, vamos a celebrar nuestros cuerpos y vamos a erradicar la violencia y ya que no violen más ninguna mujer o hombre, claro.
Bueno, sí, aquí iba a añadir que además de español también queremos hacerlo en inglés y abrirlo porque que sea no solamente de una sola comunidad, sino que como es Houston, parte de muchas comunidades, que también impacte a que todas las comunidades estén representadas en el performance y que es un problema que todos tenemos en todas las sociedades, ¿no?
Bueno, gracias, las admiro y ahí vamos a estar, si Dios mediante, los que puedan ir en enero 25 al City Hall en la tarde, ¿verdad? ¿Qué hora?
Desde las 10 de la mañana hasta las 3 de la tarde, bueno, yo creo que hasta las 7 de la noche.
Gracias y gracias a todos los que están viendo Conversa con Marisa. Nos vemos pronto.
Gracias.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Bienvenidos a su programa Conversa con Marisa. Soy Marisa Borres y soy la fundadora y la directora de la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje en Houston. Y nosotros pues estamos para servirles en nuestra página web www.acalanguage.com y si no en Facebook Academy of Culture and Language. También nos pueden seguir en Instagram y tengo un canal en YouTube con nuestros videos y nuestros programas de Conversa con Marisa. Me buscan por ACA Language. Bueno, el día de hoy tengo una invitada muy especial. Ella es mi hermanita del programa Big Brother, Big Sister de aquí de Houston, pero ya está grande. Nos empataron, como se dice, hace muchos años con un programa de que yo era su mentor. Y estoy muy orgullosa de ella. Ahora trabaja en una compañía fabulosa. Es la compañía de mi marido. Y pues tengo mucho que conversar con ella porque ellos tienen un producto que es el que me da mi energía y que también otras cosas que les vamos a explicar en un momento. Bueno, démosles la bienvenida a Cassandra García de My Vital Sea. ¿Cómo estás?
Hola Marisa, gracias por invitarme.
Bueno, un placer tenerte aquí el día de hoy. Cuéntanos, Cassandra. ¿Quién es Cassandra García de Escalante? Si hablamos en español es de Escalante. Ajá. Cuéntame un poquito de ti, de tu historia, de tu familia, un poquito para conocerte un poquito más.
Bueno, soy mexicana-americana. Mis papás emigraron aquí hace unos años y yo he nacido, he vivido toda mi vida aquí en Houston, Texas, que es un lugar que tiene muchas culturas, hay muchas personas de diferentes países aquí. Me encanta que me crié aquí en Houston. Bueno, ¿qué más? Mexicana.
¿Qué más? A ver, entonces, Cassandra se casó con el hermano de una muy buena amiga mía que también la traje aquí a la entrevista una vez, a Lili, que tiene un spa también fabuloso. Pero bueno, háblame un poquito más de la compañía para la que trabajas. ¿Cómo llegaste a trabajar en My Vital Sea?
Bueno, primero cuando estaba en la high school aquí en Houston, decidí hacerme doctora, que yo quería ayudar a gente. Bueno, después en el colegio decidí mejor no y me entré a psicología y yo estudié y me gradué de la Universidad de Santo Tomás aquí en Houston.
Muy bien.
Y con psicología. Y yo después, buscando un trabajo, unos años después, encontré con tú y Chris y que estaban ustedes promoviendo el producto y me gusta la idea. Y después me llamaron, me entrevistaron y dijeron, bueno, vamos vamos a emplearte aquí. Y después de eso, ahí es toda historia. Me encanta trabajar por esta compañía. Es una compañía que se enfoca en hacer productos de altísima calidad. Y este producto se llama ESS60 en aceite de oliva. ¿Qué es el ESS60? Que es algo que mucha gente no ha escuchado. Y eso es...
¿Qué es el ESS60?
Sí, es una molécula que fue descubierta. Se parece así. Es una molécula.
De fútbol.
Se mira como un balón de fútbol. Bueno, la molécula tiene 60 átomos de carbono. Entonces es algo que se puede encontrar en la naturaleza, pero nosotros la hacemos en grande, la producemos para ponerlo más cantidad y hacer este producto que es S60 en aceite de oliva. También lo tenemos en otros aceites, pero el aceite de oliva es lo que ha hecho.
Sabe hasta bien rico también. Y cuéntame un poquito más. Entonces, ¿dónde fue descubierto esta molécula?
Bueno, tiene mucha historia aquí. Esta molécula aquí en Houston fue descubierta en la Universidad de Rice, aquí en Houston. Y después Chris y Robert también, ellos se hicieron business partners aquí en su Houston. Igual, no hay que movernos de un lugar donde aquí está la molécula. Y ellos figuraron cómo producirla y empezaron este negocio del My Vital Sea. Y
hace años.
Y también, bueno, desde ese entonces empezaron a hacer el producto, pero antes del S60 vino el C60 y el C60 es algo que se podía usar. C60. Y se podía usar en diferentes industrias, pero no para consumirse. Y luego, después, en el 2012, se descubrió en la Universidad de París que esta molécula, casi magia, le extendió la vida de ratas.
Wow. Entonces, estos estudios se hicieron en Francia.
En Francia, sí.
En el año 2012. Y gracias a la social media, ¿verdad? Que ahora que se está poniendo más popular. A ver, cuéntame, ¿y qué hace esta maravillosa molécula mezclada con el aceite? Pero recuerdan que tenemos que protegernos.
Bueno, primeramente el producto no ha sido evaluado por la FDA y no está intended para curar, ni tratar, ni diagnosticar cualquier condición o enfermedad. Eso es primeramente. Lo que decimos aquí es basado en los testimonios de la gente. y la gente nos ha dicho muchas cosas. Les dan energía, pero no el tipo de energía de cafeína, el tipo de energía para durar todo el día y seguir como la batería Energizer Bunny, así. Y también nos han dicho que le ha ayudado con la inflamación, especialmente con las personas que sufren de artritis.
Wow.
Les ha ayudado mucho en las manos, especialmente es lo que nos dicen.
Bueno, sí, te puedo decir, yo lo tomo y me quitó el dolor aquí en las muñecas, que te estaba sufriendo por mucho tiempo. Fabuloso.
Y también con la energía que le da a la gente, pueden ir al gimnasio más frecuentemente, como a ti te ha dado.
Corro más rápido ahora.
Sí, hay mucha gente, hasta gente que dice que yo no he podido salir de mi casa porque tengo mucho dolor de una que se lastimaron previamente y todavía están recuperando de eso. Bueno, les ha ayudado quitar poquito de la inflamación suficientemente para poder caminar afuera de la casa.
Wow. ¿Y eso cómo se toma?
Oralmente te lo puedes tomar. Bueno, tenemos 2 métodos. En este botecito y en este que se llaman los single shots. Solo se toma oralmente una vez al día.
Se abre acá, se toma uno por día.
Uno por día.
¿Y esta dosis dura?
30 días y esta dura 24 días y se tome una cucharada al día.
Bueno, vamos a conocer un poquito más de My Vital C cuando regresamos de este cambio. Gracias.
Transmitiendo de...
¿Alguna vez ha visto un anuncio de su trabajo soñado, pero requiere que hable perfectamente otro idioma? ¿Alguna vez ha hecho un negocio con una persona de una cultura diferente a la suya? En el mundo de hoy, muchas personas de éxito en negocios, como también en sus relaciones personales, son fluidas en más de un idioma. En efecto, hablar más de un idioma le puede abrir un mundo de oportunidades en donde le permite comunicarse, interactuar y tener éxito. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, usted aprenderá cómo convertirse más fluido en el lenguaje que siempre quiso, ganar más experiencia, convertirse en un ciudadano del mundo, expandir su carrera, sus oportunidades, disfrutar en un ambiente altamente interactivo, convertirse más confiado en sí mismo y creativo, crear presentaciones de negocios y tener éxito en un mundo global en nuestra economía actual. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, le ofrecemos gran flexibilidad a nuestros estudiantes, mientras que les proveemos con un currículum especializado. En efecto, nuestros estudiantes pueden escoger registrarse en una clase específica o en una clase privada y de tutoría. No importa su meta, su edad, su nivel de conocimiento de la lengua o sus habilidades, usted puede crecer con nuestras clases divertidas e interactivas dirigidas por instructores altamente capaces que le aseguran sus resultados. Regístrese hoy y empiece a aprender un idioma que siempre quiso. Bienvenidos de regreso a Conversa con Marisa. Y nuevamente aquí Marisa Burres, su servidora. Si tienen alguna pregunta sobre lo que estamos hablando, el tema de hoy, que es My Vital C, también me pueden escribir a mí, si no ir a la página website de ellos, vitaless60.com. Y pues hoy tenemos a una persona experta de la compañía My Vital C, y ella es Cassandra Escalante, como hablé hace un ratito. Ella habla perfectamente español, está haciendo un excelente trabajo, aunque sea de aquí de Houston. Y pues
Gracias.
Cuéntame un poquito más, Cassandra, sin perder tiempo. A mí me encanta hablar, y también hablar de esto porque pues yo te puedo decir lo que ha hecho por mí. Pero quisiera que más nos cuentes tú, siendo que tú eres mi invitada especial el día de hoy. A ver, entonces tú lo tomas, Cassandra, por ejemplo. ¿Cómo te ha ayudado?
Yo lo tomo cada día y a veces si se me olvida, lo siento. Estoy bostezando al fin del día, se me antojó otra tacita de café. Normalmente yo me tomo un café en la mañana Y luego después no necesito nada más porque me tomo mi SS60 después de mi almuerzo y ahí estoy bien yo para todo el día.
Bueno, te cuento que yo soy bien sensitiva a la cafeína y mi doctor me dijo cuando tenía 18 años que no tomara cafeína, entonces yo dejé de tomar café. Así que me encanta esto porque me da la energía y no tiene la cafeína.
Sí, y mucha gente por una cosa o la otra no puede tomar cafeína o le da como... si tomas mucha cafeína te da palpitaciones del corazón y esto no te da ese tipo de energía que no es que es energía que se quema rápidamente, es una energía que dura durante el día y nos ha ayudado a nosotros.
Pero puedes, por ejemplo, tomar este producto en cualquier hora del día.
Lo recomendamos en la mañana porque por lo que te digo, unas personas que están más sensitivas lo sienten inmediatamente en la mañana y hay mejor que aprovechar la energía en la mañana. Y también se lo pueden tomar con comida, sin comida, se lo pueden poner en su ensalada. Si usted come una ensalada para el almuerzo,
pan también.
en el pan delicioso, que el aceite de oliva que usan está bien rico y tiene un sabor bien rico. Entonces, yo personalmente me lo tomo después del almuerzo porque yo no puedo digerir el aceite solo. Tengo que tener algo en el estómago. Entonces, para gente que es así, después de la comida o con tu comida.
O sea, varía para cada persona.
Sí.
Y también lo pueden tomar personas, por ejemplo, de edades adultas, mayores.
Sí, lo recomendamos mayormente para los adultos porque no sabemos de los niños. Entonces, adultos y especialmente, y no se me insulten, pero especialmente las personas de edad avanzada, porque tienes más estrés oxidadamente.
No, se oxidan. No, bueno, esto es un antioxidante.
Sí.
De por sí ya el aceite de oliva ya he sabido que es muy poderoso, que es muy bueno. Pues me han dicho, y también estudios, ¿verdad?
Sí, y hay un estudio que mencioné anteriormente que se publicó en 2012. Y después de ese estudio se hizo porque cuando descubrieron la molécula no sabían qué iba a hacer. Entonces, ¿qué hace esta molécula? No sabemos. Empezaron a dárselos unas ratas y luego se sorprendieron los researchers porque extendió la vida casi doble de las ratas y no tenían tumores, que es algo que ya saben que tienen estas ratas cierta incidencia de tumores.
Wow, increíble. Entonces, en el estudio tengo entendido que se les dieron el producto ya mezclado con el aceite de oliva, que es la molécula SS60, que es la que pueden tomar.
Sí.
Wow, increíble. ¿Y tienes algún otro testimonio? Por ejemplo, como tú dices, dormir bien, o alguien te ha dicho algo que te ha llamado y te digo, oye, quiero más botellas por alguna razón. Cuéntame.
Sí, bueno, hay una gente y también tenemos el producto de gatos y de perros. Hay mucha gente que nos dice, me ha ayudado con la inflamación, que es la artritis o inflamación de si se lastimaron o si se pasaron por una cirugía anteriormente, también hay cierta inflamación de eso. Por ejemplo, mi mamá tiene problema del nervio ciática y es bien doloroso para ella, pero tomándose el producto le da menos dolor de la ciática y sí ha notado la diferencia ahí. Y ella también la artritis le ha ayudado.
Wow. También he escuchado, pues, en mi caso, que te crecen las uñas más rápido. Es increíble. Entonces, hay muchas cosas que todavía no saben o que están aprendiendo en el camino. Cuéntame un poquito más. ¿Qué es lo que más la gente aclama que esto les ayuda?
Hay unas personas que sufren, por ejemplo, si tienen por problema del tiroides, que es algo que te causa otras cosas. Puedes controlarlo con medicina, que definitivamente si estás pensando en tomar este producto con otra medicación, consulta con tu doctor. Pero hay una persona que se lo ha tomado y cuando tiene ese problema de hipotiroidismo, se le cae mucho el pelo por la o por la condición o por la medicina. Se le cae el pelo y después de 6 meses tomándose el producto, notó una diferencia significante.
Significativa.
Sí, en el pelo.
Entonces, esta persona se dio cuenta después de 6 meses, en este caso, de que le estaba ayudando. Pero hay cosas que te puedes dar cuenta enseguida.
Sí, hay unas personas que inmediatamente notan, se duermen mejor. Ese día se duermen mejor y si tienen, por ejemplo, insomnia, eso definitivamente lo miras inmediatamente.
Muy bien. Entonces, vamos a ir a un cambio, a un break, y vamos a regresar y vamos a hablar también sobre los animales, porque yo sé que mucha gente ama a sus perritos y a veces nada más viven 9 años. Entonces, le gustaría de repente que vivieran más, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Ese animalito que tanto queremos, o por lo menos sanos. Entonces, vamos a hablar un poquito también de los animales. Gracias. ¿Alguna vez ha visto un anuncio de su trabajo soñado, pero requiere que hable perfectamente otro idioma? ¿Alguna vez ha hecho un negocio con una persona de una cultura diferente a la suya? En el mundo de hoy, muchas personas de éxito en negocios, como también en sus relaciones personales, son fluidas en más de un idioma. En efecto, hablar más de un idioma le puede abrir un mundo de oportunidades en donde le permite comunicarse, interactuar y tener éxito. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje, usted aprenderá cómo convertirse más fluido en el lenguaje que siempre quiso, ganar más experiencia, convertirse en un ciudadano del mundo, expandir su carrera, sus oportunidades, disfrutar en un ambiente altamente interactivo, convertirse más confiado en sí mismo y creativo, crear presentaciones de negocios y tener éxito en un mundo global en nuestra economía actual. En la Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje le ofrecemos gran flexibilidad a nuestros estudiantes, mientras que les proveemos con un currículum especializado. En efecto, nuestros estudiantes pueden escoger registrarse en una clase específica o en una clase privada y de tutoría. No importa su meta, su edad, su nivel de conocimiento de la lengua o sus habilidades, usted puede crecer con nuestras clases divertidas e interactivas dirigidas por instructores altamente capaces que le aseguran sus resultados. Regístrese hoy y empiece a aprender un idioma que siempre quiso. Bienvenidos a Conversa con Marisa, nuevamente su servidora Marisa Burres de la Academy of Culture and Language, Academia de Cultura y Lenguaje. En este su programa siempre les traigo gente muy interesante que habla español en Conversa con Marisa, o que ha viajado, o que ayuda a la comunidad, o que tiene unos productos increíbles que nos pueden ayudar, o algún servicio que hacen. Y pues estamos aquí en Houston hablando de un producto que fue descubierto en la Universidad Rice aquí en Houston en los años 80 y que años después, estamos hablando de hace pocos años, es que se ha descubierto ya científicamente que podría ayudar a la gente a mejorar su salud y a vivir el doble. Eso dicen. Y para eso tenemos una experta aquí el día de hoy, Cassandra Escalante, que trabaja con My Vital Sea. Gracias nuevamente por estar aquí, Cassandra.
Gracias.
Un placer tenerte.
Gracias.
Cuéntame, estábamos hablando de que no solamente ayuda a las personas, porque esto del placebo, de que la gente piensa, pues me estás diciendo que esto me ayuda para esto, es mental, y realmente no sirve, y eso no es así, porque en los animales vemos que funciona y ellos no saben lo que es placebo.
Sí, sí.
Bueno.
Entonces, estos animales no pueden decir, ay, me siento mejor, tengo más energía. Eso físicamente lo puedes notar cuando tú miras tu mascota. Entonces, hay mucha gente que nos han dicho, bueno, específicamente hay alguien que iba a tener que poner su gato a dormir por una cosa, y porque tenía enfermedad del gato, no estaba bien.
Estaba mayor también.
Yes, era un gato que ya tenía sus añitos, ya pasó sus 9 vidas. Pero por un último tratamiento le dieron el producto y después vivió más ese gato. Sí duró más vida, tuvo más vida en sus... ese gato y
sobrevivió, tiene una vida más. ¿Y cómo se lo dan a los animales?
Entonces aquí tenemos en este envase tenemos el dropper, lo que lo llamamos, le das, dependiendo del tamaño del gato, le das o perro, uno o tres diferentes droppers. Y ahí es como
goteros.
Sí, gracias. Mi acento es en español.
Perfecto.
Y entonces ahí se lo das. Es fácil dárselo a tu mascota en su comida, o hay unas personas que se lo dan directamente en un frasco así solito, pero le gusta mucho a los animales.
Tiene buen sabor para los animales.
Sí,
y
sí.
tienen para gatos y para perros.
Gatos y perros. El gato tiene salmón y el perro tiene tocino.
Wow. ¿Y más o menos cuánto es el precio de estos productos? Para dar una idea, un promedio. Por ejemplo.
Depende. Tenemos opción de suscripción, que es cuando cada mes se lo mandan. Y como es un producto que te lo tomas todos los días, mejor tomar a ventaja que te dan precio especial para estar en la suscripción. Entonces, ese es $75 en suscripción.
Promedio. Porque puede cambiar dependiendo cuando estemos en el video, si hay alguna promoción.
Sí, ahorita promedio $75 por un frasco. Esto ahorita está en especial, pero normalmente es $130 y este está como promedio $40. Entonces es algo que si lo agarras en la suscripción te dan un descuento. Normalmente una botella de esas es $99 sin el descuento de suscripción. Pero
y si llaman y dicen que lo vieron aquí en Conversa con Marisa, ¿les podemos dar un descuento a las personas?
Sí. Llámanos, díganos que nos escuchó en Conversa con Marisa y le damos un descuento.
Perfecto. Y pues también pueden buscarnos en la página de web que vamos a mostrar ahorita para que tengan una idea de los beneficios están allí. Ese es el formato. Háblanos un poquito más de que vemos cuando entramos a la página que es www.vitaless60.com.
Ahí puede mirar unos testimonios que nos ha dicho la gente. Todo está basado en los testimonios que nos dicen. Ahí miro que le ayuda mentalmente. Nos ha dicho gente que le ha ayudado con la memoria. Entonces es personas que no tienen que no sufren de algo y le ayuda la memoria. O también nos han dicho gente que los ha ayudado a sus papás que quizás tienen Alzheimer's o que tienen demencia y les ha ayudado en la memoria, que es algo que es algo importante de la memoria. Entonces ahí puede mirar diferentes cosas en nuestro sitio web. Tenemos ahí, miran la suscripción que está en descuento. Tenemos este producto nuevo que sacamos que es el single shot, que usted solo lo abre, se lo toma y ya no tiene que medir, no tiene que hacer nada. Ahí tenemos opción también si quiere solo darle una probada. Ahí tenemos el travel pack, o si usted se va a salir a diferentes lugares, mejor tener uno en su bolsa.
¿Y lo pueden ordenar en otros países?
Sí. Usted, si tiene la duda, si está en otro país, nosotros sí enviamos internacionalmente, pero por si no podemos enviar a su país, lo único que tiene que hacer es agregar el producto a su canasta y ahí pongan su país y ahí puede mirar si mandamos. Pero mayormente mandamos a donde sea, a Abu Dhabi, a Australia, sí.
Canadá,
sí,
Inglaterra. Wow. En Panamá, que está mi papá, para que sepan también, yo los pongo en contacto y él allá personalmente se los hace llegar. Pues tenemos distribuidores allá.
Tenemos distribuidores en Panamá especialmente. Ahí,
sí,
si usted
Centroamérica, en Colombia.
Muchos lugares tenemos distribuidores. Entonces, si tiene la duda, usted llámenos y ahí le podemos contestar si tiene una pregunta.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Bueno, ¿alguna otra historia antes de que terminemos el show de hoy que quieras agregar? Pues ya sabemos muchos de los beneficios que hace, cómo viene el paquete, que lo podemos conseguir, pero algo así que te ha pasado que tú te quedas, wow, que me alegro de estar aquí ayudando a la gente en esta compañía.
Sí, bueno, hay personas que nos han, puedo decir, personalmente yo se lo he dado a mi familia. Cuando primero estaba trabajando en la compañía, se lo di a mi esposo Y le dije, no te voy a hacer ninguna promesa, tómatelo y a ver con qué te ayuda. Y él tiene problemas de bronquitis, entonces le ayudó con la inflamación de eso. Y si ustedes saben de alguien que sufre con eso, con asma o bronquitis, saben que es algo que tienes que respirar. Entonces le ayudó mucho con la inflamación, específicamente para él, con la bronquitis.
Bueno, funciona diferente para todo el mundo. También te puedo decir que a mí me ayudó también cuando tuve el resfriado, la gripe bien fuerte, y al día siguiente ya estaba mejor. Entonces ahí fue que lo empecé a tomar yo hace 2 años y medio. Y aquí estoy, bueno, muchas gracias Cassandra y gracias a todos por estar aquí en Conversa con Marisa y nos vemos la próxima. Oye.
Así.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Welcome. This is Marisa Borres speaking with an accent. I'm very happy to be here today with a very special friend, and he's a musician. And he's telling me I should have put background music today for this program. But it's okay. We are going to give you all the information where you can find his music. He is from Peru, and he's a very good friend of mine, Enrique Infante, from Deja Vu Music, Latin Music Production. How are you today, Enrique?
Hello. Hi, Marisa. Good to see you again. In about 7 days, twice, is good.
Excellent,
It's
excellent.
perfect.
Oh, yes.
That's all the friendship should be about.
Yes, we were together a few days ago at the grand opening of the
Yes.
Academy of Culture and Language.
I got the privilege to play, and people were happy and drunk and
We had so much fun.
full
Yes.
of food.
And a lot of food. It was a rainy day, so a lot of
Yeah.
people came
Yeah.
for the food mostly.
Of course, of course.
And the music.
And the music.
And the music.
That's the hook, you know.
Yes. So before we talk about your music and what you do, tell me a little bit about your background.
My background. Well, let me see. Well, I was born in Lima, Peru, long time ago. And I grew up in the 70s and the 80s when I was a teenager, listening to all kind of music, all sort of music from different countries. Since Peru is like in the middle of South America, we're surrounded by, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Bolivia, and Chile. But a lot of music was coming also from Argentina, since Argentina is a very influential music worldwide, especially in music like rock and folklore. And also in the whole continent of America, Mexico is also a country, especially in rock, which
They like rock.
They like rock. I mean, the rock from Mexico, rock from Argentina are very popular, very commercial, and it was very well known around those days.
Spanish, in Spanish.
Yes, in Spanish, rock en español, right?
Exactly.
I don't know. I went to school. I finished high school, and then I studied business administration, and I got
Where?
an associate's in business administration back in Lima, in Peru, Instituto CPA. What else I did? I did theater, and I play with several bands, folklore music, rock, fusion bands. I moved to in one period of time I was part of a very famous band called Los Mojarras. With them, the music that we did for a movie, soundtrack for a movie, ended up being we recorded this music that was a soundtrack for this movie, and the movie went to a contest in Germany back in '95,
Okay.
and it won the first prize. So
Wow.
in '96 they hired the band to do a tour in Europe.
Wow. Los Mojarros.
Los Mojarras.
Mojarras. And it was only
It's a rock fusion.
guys.
We mixed guys. We
Uh-huh.
mixed chicha music, which is the cumbia, Peruvian cumbia,
Chicha.
with rock, classic rock. So when the leader was asked what type of music he will listen, he said Chacalón el Dulce, which is a very famous chicha singer and songwriter, and then he say also the Beatles and the Doors. So those type of music were his big influences. So after I came back, it was 96, 97, and I started working with an Indian folklorical band from Peru, and we opened it for a big name star from Mexico, Thalia.
Talia went to Peru, and you were the opener for her.
This was like a contest, like a lot of bands contest different type of music, and we won the first prize. So the first prize was, selected to go and open the show for her. So I met Talia, short girl, very beautiful. What happened after that? I got a visa. I came to the United States and moved to New York. Then I went to Columbus, Ohio. Lived there for about 15 years. Stopped doing music for about 4.5 years. And then I went back to music. I recorded my first album in Peru in 2006. Came back to US. Did a little tour here and there. Went to Mexico. 2010, I won a prize. And then I won another contest of songwriters. Then I recorded my second album. I went the solo career, and then I recorded my third album, and I released it here in Houston. I moved to Houston in 2013.
Okay.
So it's been about 6-7 years working here.
When we met.
Yeah, we met around 2014 probably.
Something like that.
2014. My mom was here.
Oh yes.
I remember that. Yes.
And where she live?
She went back to Peru. She said, "No,
Peru.
US is not for me. Nope.
No.
I stay here." Wise woman.
Oh no. Well, is she happy? Wherever you are happy. That's where you belong.
Exactly. I mean, if you want to move to another country, it's always a limit of age. After you pass certain age, you don't want to leave your country.
Adapt to the new.
It's hard to adapt.
You think so?
Yes, definitely.
But it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah,
sometimes we want our relative close to us. Sometimes we
Yeah,
don't.
Definitely. Yeah.
Sometimes we don't. Like, we are fine. We help you. You come and visit.
10 blocks
That's
away.
fine. Okay, so but how do you get your music from? Like, you said your influence, but also in your family there were other musicians, or when you started playing an instrument when you were little, just out of the blue. How did that happen?
My grandfather on my mom's side, Felipe Enrique Angeles Figueroa, he was a professional guitar player.
Okay.
And he toured the world. But when I was born, he was already retired. He was in his late 60s, I believe. He died at 92, so he stopped playing music professionally, I believe, a few years after I was born. So he was an influence for sure, but he didn't actually teach me how to play guitar. He wanted me to go to a school, and then he wanted me to go to a conservatory of music, but I didn't pay attention. I never did what he wanted to. However, at 9 years old, my mom got me a teacher, a guitar teacher, and I didn't like guitar then. And then I prefer drums, so I started playing drums probably about 14 or 15 years old, when I was 14 or 15. Then I saw my youngest brother playing. He learned actually at 9. I was 15, 16. And when I saw him playing a concert with a group of other kids in a church, I said, "Wait a minute. You are 9. I'm 16. You play guitar. I don't. Come over here." So I said, we sat in the living room. I said, "You got to teach me now." So he taught me the first.
Your little brother taught you.
Yeah.
How to play the guitar.
He was 9. I was 15.
Very talented too.
And he taught me all the chords that I needed to learn. The major chords, minor chords, and everything went from there. So a year later, I quit the drums. I kept on playing guitar, and then I started playing bass, and I started writing my songs, my first songs.
And you have a kid or two? I forgot.
I have 3.
3? Oh,
yes.
Wow. And are also playing any instruments, any musical abilities?
My oldest is 23. He's an actor.
Wow.
But he also plays violin and sings. My daughter she does ballet, classical ballet, and she also plays violin.
Wow.
She's 15. And my youngest is only 4, but he loves drumming, so he likes to beat and hit everything in the house.
He's very old. He doesn't look old. I'm just playing. You're not.
Very old. Very old.
No, he's not.
I'm close to 50.
A lot of experience in everything you have done. So out of everything, like all these places you have lived, you say New York, Columbus, now Houston, what's your favorite? Or Peru?
I visited some countries, because of the music, and martial arts because I'm also a teacher, martial art instructor. In fact, I got the visa to come to America because of an invitation I have from an opening tournament, martial arts tournament, back in '98. So I travel a few countries. I don't know. There's no place like home. And home, I think it's Lima where I was born. But I sometimes I feel like Columbus was my home when I was there. Now Houston is my home. I feel it that way. I mean, not favorite places. There's some really cool places here, cool places everywhere. And the most important thing is the people, not necessarily the places, but the people that you interact every day.
True. I don't remember this saying that there was somebody coming from a town and on the way to the next town bump into somebody and say, "How is the town I'm going?" And then he said, "How is the town you're coming from?" And he said, "Well, it's boring. Everybody's very mean." And then the person said, "Okay, this is going to be like that, boring, and people are going to be mean." And then another guy asked the same question, and he said, "Well, the place you are coming from, how is it?" And he said, "It's nice, wonderful, everybody's so friendly." And the other person said, "Well, that's exactly what you're going to find in the other place. So you bring that with you," right?
Exactly.
Well, we're going to go to a little break, and then we continue having a great conversation here with Enrique Infante from Deja Vu Latin Music Production. Have you ever seen a listing of your dream job, but it requires that you speak another language? Have you ever done a business deal with a person of a different cultural background? In today's world, most people that succeed in business as well as personal relationships are fluent in more than one language. In fact, speaking more than one language will bring you a world of opportunities to engage, communicate, interact, and ultimately thrive. At the Academy of Culture and Language, you will learn how to become fluent in the language you always wanted, gain a wealth of experience, become a true citizen of the world, expand your career opportunities, enjoy in a fun and highly interactive environment, become more confident and creative, master business presentations, and succeed in today's global economy. At the Academy of Culture and Language, we offer great flexibility to our students while providing a practical curriculum. In fact, our students can choose to enroll in a specific class or request private lessons and tutoring. No matter your goals, your age, or your current level and skills, you can grow with our interactive fun-filled classes led by experienced instructors that assure results. Enroll today and start speaking the language you have always wanted to learn. Welcome back to Speaking with an Accent, where I'm not the only one with an accent. So I love this show. And I like sharing my passion for other cultures and inviting people who like talking about learning a language, adapting to new cultures, how they became successful in what they do, and so we can learn and sharing their stories. But if you have any questions, please send me a message on my website, www.aclanguage.com, or follow us on Instagram, ACL Language, and my Facebook page is Academy of Culture and Language. And if you would like to come here to the show also, let me know. Well, we continue our conversation with a wonderful friend. He's from Peru, and he's a musician, but also he does martial art. So, Enrique, thank you again for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Having a great time.
Very good. Thank you. And I would like to know a little more about the martial art part. Like what specifically? What is your how do you call it?
The discipline.
That you practice.
When I was 9, I started with karate do. Karate in English will be say karate.
Karate. Is it different? It's different.
No, it's the same thing. Karate or karate.
Karate.
It's a
No,
Japanese
well,
word.
what I say is different. It's because I took classes. It was Shotokan. Karate Shotokan.
I did Shotokan and Shorin Ryu. That's what I did when I was little. But I did it for about only 3 months. There's like about 32 different karate styles. Shorin Ryu, Goto Ryu, Shotokan. I don't remember. I don't remember how to pronounce it. But I did Shotokan and then Shorin Ryu. I remember that.
What is it called again?
Shotokan and Shorin Ryu.
Shotin Ryu.
Shorin Ryu.
Shorin
like
Ryu.
R-Y-U in normal letters. Normal, you say.
Shorin Ryu. Okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, but that was only about 3 or 4 months. And then I practiced privately with a couple of friends that taught me on Shotokan until I became an orange belt. And then I changed to Taekwondo. I was then, well, I did a little bit of Kung Fu around those years too. So at 9 and until 10, I did karate. And then I did some Kung Fu from like 13 to 15. And then I went to Taekwondo. When I took Taekwondo, I stayed there. So I've been doing Taekwondo for the last 28 years or so.
And you teach.
And I am a teacher. I'm a third belt. Well, I haven't tested yet, but so I'm officially second Dan black belt or second degree black belt. So I'm certified by Cookie Wong, which is the headquarters of Taekwondo, the World Taekwondo Federation in Cookie Wong, Korea.
In Korea.
In South Korea. Huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you speak any language other than Spanish and English?
No. I try to communicate in Portuguese.
Dominican and Portuguese?
But that's it. You know,
but
there are five Latin languages.
Okay.
Spanish, Italian, French, Romanian. Not many people knows that. And what was the other one?
You say Portuguese?
In Portuguese.
Yes.
So 5.
Yes.
So it's easier to understand each other when we talk in those languages. So somebody from Italy will be it will be easier to understand him or her if we talk in Spanish and the person we talk in Italian or
we understand
or Portuguese with Romanian or Spanish with Romanian. It's easier because they're Latin. Many of the roots are Latin.
And when you sing, you can sing in Spanish. You say Portuguese.
I sing in Spanish, Portuguese, and English.
And English. Mm-hmm. And do you have songs that you mix both or three?
Yes. Some of my own songs mix both.
That's
languages.
Fun.
Both or three. I have a song that have first, second verse in one language, and then the third verse in another language, and the chorus in another language or whatever. It's whatever is easier. Whatever you have more options when you write a song. You have more options to rhyme. The words and the melody and the harmony. When you have more words in your dictionary, because
more vocabulary.
Well,
I grew up in Panama, listening to music in English, and I didn't understand it. But you go with the music, with the rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you memorize the lines.
Yeah.
And it's interesting how we do. Like if we enjoy music, it doesn't matter what they say. We create our own story.
Definitely. But as far as martial arts, I've been a competitor. I was a competitor since I started doing this. At 17, I remember I went to Arequipa. I won my first tournament. I got second, third place there, and then I started growing up in that sport. We prepared really hard. At one point in my life, it was 1994. I became part of the national group, the national team of Taekwondo. So I practice we train together with 3 other champions, in Peru. So I was very close to be in the Peruvian national team of Taekwondo. But those 3 guys beat me up, and I said, okay, that's the end of my career as a competitor. Even though I came here and I keep on competing, right? So and then I quit that, and I kept on teaching. So I have hundreds of students everywhere. I teach in different schools here, and I do private lessons and all that. So yeah, it's something that I've been doing for a while.
Well, we share that in common too, because we are passionate about education and sharing what we know. That's what I do in my school. But I know you also do you're writing a book, a poetry book. Tell me about it.
That's another thing that I do. I'm an artist. I consider myself talented enough to do certain things, and I know where are my limits. So I know I will not be doing cinema, for example. I know I will not be doing certain things like sculptures, or drawing or painting. That's not for me. I can't. I'm really bad at it. But I have this talent that is very developed, I guess, as a writer. Same thing, like a musician and a martial artist. So I got those three things really developed. Even though I probably mastered, I got more like mastering in music, and not in music, maybe more in martial arts. But let's say the music is my morning job, and writing is not my hobby, but my part-time job. And martial arts.
Your passion.
It's my passion. It's also my job, But between those three things, I can provide to my family. That's the most important thing, right?
Very important.
I can eat, I can pay the rent. That's all that matters at the end. And I'm happy because I'm doing what I like and what I love. And
so do you have a studio where the kids can go for your martial art, or you say you go to their house?
I used to have a school in Columbus, and I closed it in 2000. No, I started in 2011. I closed in 2013 when I moved. I have all my equipment, but I didn't have the chance. I didn't want to rent a space because the first year or so, you have to really be there every day, 24/7 to develop your business. But my business and my passion is my music, so that's what I do for a living. So I wanted to have good teachers, black belt teachers that can take care of the school. So when I'm ready to do that, maybe after releasing my next album or so, I probably dedicate some of my time to reopen my school. But so far, right now, I'm teaching privately in my garage, and then I go to like after school programs. So I'm working with this company that hire instructors all over the state, and they are the ones that actually hire the spaces like churches or community centers or schools. And we just go there. They send the students, they send the teacher, they pay us, and we just go. We don't have to worry about anything else.
Very
so it's easier. It's convenient for me.
Well, you tell me more where to find you, or look in the screen if you want to get more information about Enrique, and we'll show you a little bit of his website and more information right after this break. Have you ever seen a listing of your dream job, but it requires that you speak another language? Have you ever done a business deal with a person of a different cultural background? In today's world, most people that succeed in business as well as personal relationships are fluent in more than one language. In fact, speaking more than one language will bring you a world of opportunities to engage, communicate, interact, and ultimately thrive. At the Academy of Culture and Language, you will learn how to become fluent in the language you always wanted, gain a wealth of experience, become a true citizen of the world, expand your career opportunities, enjoy in a fun and highly interactive environment, become more confident and creative, master business presentations, and succeed in today's global economy. At the Academy of Culture and Language, we offer great flexibility to our students while providing a practical curriculum. In fact, our students can choose to enroll in a specific class or request private lessons and tutoring. No matter your goals, your age, or your current level and skills, you can grow with our interactive fun-filled classes led by experienced instructors that assure results. Enroll today and start speaking the language you have always wanted to learn.
We're
back!
Yeah! Fiesta!
Yes.
Party!
We are back here, my friends. Remember, please, to send us your message look in my website, www.aclanguage.com, or Instagram, or if you saw my message, you get my telephone number also for the Academy of Culture and Language. And I'm very happy to be here today with Enrique. And later we are going to do this program in Spanish too, for the people who don't speak English.
It will be convenient for us.
It's going to be easier. Yes, easier for me too. Well,
some people ask,
yeah,
and I wanted to talk about this. Some people ask if people that speak more than one language, we have to translate constantly in our heads. What do you think about it? I want to interview you now.
Okay. So what do I think? Well, to be honest, that stops happening when you start dreaming in the other language.
Okay.
And it happened to me when I lived in Germany as well. I was there as an exchange student, and then it just comes out. Of course, I was younger. When you're younger,
speak German?
I can speak German. Yes.
Excellent.
And I have German instructors also in the Academy of Language if somebody wants to learn. But I asked you about the martial art if you knew other languages, because I remember when I was little, I learned the numbers in Japanese and some words because that come from Japan. Tell me a little bit of this story. So karate is from Japan. You say from taekwondo is from
Korea.
Korea.
And kung fu, there's two versions. Some people say it's from China. Some people say, or the origins in India, and then it traveled to China.
And Jiu-Jitsu Brazil, but with the influence of Asia.
No, Jiu-Jitsu is also from Asia. No.
Originally.
But they have, originally. It's a Chinese name, I think, Jiu-Jitsu, but the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is a different,
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
It's a different style. And then we have Judo, which is also from Japan.
Oh,
Japan.
Yes. That's a word that is talking about words you were asking me in languages.
Each Nisam Shigoro Sis Hoju, right? Those
yes,
are the 10,
and I do all
1
this.
to 10. And
Jumping.
In Korean is Hana Dul Set Net Daso Jasot Igol Jodol Ahop Jul. Those are the 1 to 10 in Korean.
See, you can speak other languages other than the Latin ones.
Some words.
Very good.
Yeah.
Well, tell me more about going back now to the music. So if somebody would like to become a musician or start performing, and is from another country, they are here in Houston, what do you recommend to them?
Well, study always. Try to look up for a teacher, an instructor, somebody who is very capable to teach, have time to teach, and have the tools, herramientas to teach. If you don't have enough money to go to college, but the idea, if you want to become a professional musician, is always to go to college, always to go to school.
You recommend to go to school?
Yeah, go to school, study 4 years, at least 4 years, graduate something, learn how to write and read and, music, and choose the genre that you want to work, or the field that you want to work in. You want to be a songwriter or a producer or sound engineer or a concert pianist or whatever you want to do. You have to choose, from now. Normally, in this country, fortunately, little kids, they start taking music lessons when they're little. So when they became teenagers, they already know how to charts. Something that in our country is more difficult. So I never really learned how to reach. I read some, but I had to take some extra lessons when I was an adult. But
or learn by yourself.
Right, you learn by yourself. It takes longer. It's not the same. But here in US, you have always that option there. There's music teachers, and there's of course you go and you study. You pick the instrument you want to learn, and right there from first day you start reading partitures, charts. So education is the most important deal.
Education, and you mentioned a mentorship.
Yeah, mentorship.
Find mentors. Surround yourself with the right people.
And find that music that you like the most, and listen to the music as much as you can. Also, listen to all types of music, so you have more options also to become a professional and work at any field. And also, I don't know, accept other people's cultures, as far as music. It's so important to be open mind, open-minded.
Be open-minded, accept criticism.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not everybody's gonna like your music, right? So that happened to you when you're performing, that you have this sense, oh, maybe I have to change these songs because that doesn't work for this crowd.
There are many things. In art, there is a very, very fragile line that can tell if somebody is liking your music or not. Because it could be anything. It could be your music, the way you interpret music. It could be your voice. It could be the tone of your voice. It could be
the energy.
It could be the energy. It could be the volume. It could be the sound system. It could be your guitar that is out of tune. Many things. Maybe the person is just having a bad day. Maybe your features, like the picture that the person is in front of you, love your features and love your whatever, your hair. Some people is gonna love you. Some people is gonna hate you. That's always like that. It happens with all big stars.
Yeah.
Not many people like Juan Gabriel, Alejandro Sanz, Jesse and Joy, Calle 13, Dave Matthews. Not everybody likes, some people like this type of music or this other type of music or this artist more than this other one. But you have to be open-minded, listen to everything. It will give you a vast, knowledge in general, It's like reading books of all types. You have to read too. If you want to be a songwriter, you have to read a lot. Read as much as you can, so you have more options too, more tools.
And what kind of music you play? What is your type of lyrics? Like if it's romantic or about anything?
It could be anything. People is more engaged with romantic songs. Some people, like some cultures, like in Mexico, for example, they're more engaged with romantic songs. But on the other side, like when you lose somebody, when you are loving somebody that is not there or doesn't love you back. So it's in our culture too. But there's all sort of music, all sort of lyrics that you can write about. You can write about this moment, about a woman, about a guy, about relationship, about somebody who passed away, about God, about demons, about evils, about mystery. About
like, for
anything.
example, what is the name of a song of yours?
The name of what?
The name of one of your songs.
I don't know. I have many.
In English, do you have one in English?
One in English. I wrote a song and I recorded it and I produced it and I published it. The only one song that has full lyrics in English. It's called She. And that song, it's inspired in a woman.
She.
Yeah, it's just called She. Not necessarily something that happened to me, but when you're writing something, you are the vehicle, So you create this story here because you probably saw it somewhere or somebody told you that. In my particular case, I think it was something that somebody told me, but I kind of mix also my own experiences with that and the feelings and the emotions. So I put everything in the paper, and then you start deleting some lines and putting some other ones back. And then you write a melody and all that. So yeah, it came out really nice. It's a pop ballad, and we did it with piano, grand piano, and cello. That was it, in voice.
Nice.
Yeah.
But you usually like the happy, the dancing flavor.
Yeah. Most of my music is influenced by Caribbean and Afro-Peruvian rhythms. But it's combined with pop, rock, and funk. That's what I like the most about. And some jazz too. Why not?
Very nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we end this program, I would like you to look at the camera and invite people to get access. I don't know if we can show a little bit of his information. He has a website, enriqueinfante.com.
Yes, and my phone number it has the area code of Ohio still, but since I'm always touring, so the number is 614-273-9029.
One more time.
614-273-9029. We do also private parties and different ensembles, like 1, 2, 3-piece band up to 12 bands. We do weddings, prom parties, birthday celebrations, and we do shows like tributes to different artists like Fabulosos Cadillacs, Rubén Blades, Rock Argentino, Silvio Rodriguez, Santana is coming up in December the 7th. So we have a lot of different shows everywhere. Some of my music, you can find it on YouTube, Pandora, Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, Google Play. So it's out there. It's out there, you know.
Okay, perfect. So we can find more information at your upcoming events on the internet, also Facebook.
Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, Enrique Infante. You'll find me. Just Google my name, Enrique Infante. You'll find me. I'm the only Enrique Infante in the world that sings, I guess. I mean, at least as a public, musician. You'll find me. Oh yes, this type Enrique Infante Houston, and you'll find me like that. This is my logo, the logo of the company, the band, because there is a Deja Vu Latin Fusion Rhythms, which is the name of the band, and Deja Vu Latin Music Productions, in which we help other singers, songwriters to publish their work. I'm working with a Latin Grammy Award, and we are recording music for other artists too at this time.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you everybody. See you next time in Speaking with an Accent.
See you later, alligator.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
The accent is the way we sound when we speak, and it comes from the geographic location and social groups where we grew up. Each language has its own combination of letters and their unique mix of sounds that have evolved over time. In fact, everybody has an accent, and speaking with an accent will make the difference between you and other groups of people. If you are not used to it, the accent of a person can make you believe that they are speaking in a totally different language. When you learn a new language, you start understanding and appreciating other accents. At the Academy of Culture and Language, our instructors will teach you techniques to improve your pronunciation of the language in study. Just remember, no one accent is better than another accent, and our accents make us feel proud of who we are and where we came from. Look sleepy. Hi everybody, welcome to Speaking with an Accent. I'm Marisa Burres. I'm the founder and director of the Academy of Culture and Language. And this is a show where I'm not the only one with an accent. I'm very happy you are here today. If you have any questions, if you would like to be on this show, just send me a message at www.scllanguage.com or follow us on Instagram at sclanguage. And today I have a very special friend of mine who, last minute, I told her, hey, Rula, can you please come to my show? And she said yes. She is such a good friend, and she would like to share a little bit about her experience, other culture, although she claimed I'm her Latin friend here in Houston. So I take her sometimes with me to experience a little bit of the Latin vibe, and she loved it. I just recently came back from Panama. I purchased this little ornament here. It's called tembleque, and it's what they wear in the national dress, la pollera, in Panama. So I decided to wear it today. But first, let me introduce you to my very good friend, Rula Jabri. She's a realtor, and I'm very happy she's here. Welcome, Rula.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, even though short notice. Good to be here. And
well, I'm happy you're here, my friend. How long, we know each other, like a year?
About a year.
Something like that.
Yeah, about a year. And I guess we're just inseparable since then.
Exactly. Very nice. I'm very happy you're here.
Thank
and
you.
I would like to ask you, what is your background?
Well, I'm originally from Beirut, Lebanon, and I moved here at a very young age with my parents, and this is home. I've been here ever since, and went to school, went to college, married, had my children here, so I guess I can call myself a Houstonian.
Houstonian.
Yeah.
And do you speak other languages?
I do. My primary language is Arabic, and then I learned English at a young age, and Spanish. Being a Houstonian, you have to know Spanish for sure. Now, I'm not fluent Spanish. Maybe you can help me with that. And of course, growing up in Beirut, you have to learn French, but not using it often in Houston, you lose it, I guess, when you don't use it. So, yeah, and that's a bit about my background.
Very nice. And your family, they do live here in Houston?
They do, yeah. They're all in Houston, which is great to have family around, parents, aunts. I don't have siblings. I only have one brother, and he's overseas, and we see each other once in a while. But yeah, I wish I had more siblings. That's why I had kids of my own. I don't know if you knew, but I am married with, and I do have 5 children.
Wow.
One boy and 4 girls. And it's great to have a big family. It keeps you on your toes.
You're a very busy woman.
Busy woman, yes, very busy.
So besides being a realtor, I hear also you play tennis now. How is that working for you?
I love tennis. It's wonderful. Yeah, it's the only downside is the sun. I love the sun, but it causes so much damage. But I have to deal with that.
Well, we put sunblock.
Yeah, but when you're out there so long, it doesn't work anymore, I guess. You just gotta, everything has its cost. You want to play tennis, you gotta take the sun, absorb it.
And do you like traveling? Tell us about where have you been around the world?
The last trip that I took was in Dubai. I went to see my brother, actually, and it was great. Before that, Europe, we love to ski, so we went to the Alps to ski. All over Europe, love to travel. Every couple months, I love to visit a new place, learn a new language. At least, I'm not going to learn it fully, but be exposed to a new culture, and it's great. It's really great to go out, and it just opens up your mind to so many things that you don't think that are out there.
Yeah, the world is big. Why do we stay in the same place, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yes, love traveling. I was gonna go to Panama with a friend of mine, but it did not work out, unfortunately. Maybe next time we'll
Definitely.
go. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, I should have brought my pictures and shared with you. It was so beautiful.
I was jealous.
It's beautiful. And today is very cold here in Houston. How is the weather when you travel, like where your family is from?
Well, in Lebanon, the weather, fortunately, we do have 4 seasons. We have the winter and the fall and the summer and the spring and all that. So right now it is cold. We have mountains where you have snow on the mountains, and it's a typical 4 seasons country, which is great. In the summer it's hot, and again, we are fortunate to be in Houston as well, because living in a cold place is not easy. So yeah, 4 seasons is good, but Houston is excellent as well.
But it's good to know because I don't know much about Beirut. And Lebanon. I don't know. I have some friends, very nice people, and the food. Tell me about it.
Of course, everybody knows about the food. The olive oil. It's used up on almost everything you eat. Olive oil. You want to make something taste better? Olive oil. But of course, our famous salad, the tabbouleh, and our grape leaves, and the kibbeh. Those are like the most.
So you guys eat hummus, baba ganoush?
Yeah.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, we do that. And sometimes we get sick of it because we make it all the time.
Really? It's like your daily snack.
Yeah, definitely.
You are a baby, and instead of giving them a little bit of, the baby's food, like here, hummus.
Yeah, hummus, pretzels and hummus, carrots and hummus.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How do you become a realtor? How long have you been doing that?
Well, I've been a realtor. This is my 4th year, and I love what I do. I decided to be a realtor when I had my last child because I was home and I didn't want to be home. I wanted to do something, but I really can't do something full time just because I have a baby. So I decided to look into it, and I looked into taking the test because you do have to get a license. You have to do your Texas license, and there's a quite difficult test for that. So I went that route. I did the course online, and I studied, and I took the test. I got my license, and then by that point, I was able to have my daughter, stay with a babysitter or preschool or something. And I was like, okay, now what? I have to get a broker to, to adopt me or sponsor me. And I did. I am currently with Better Homes and Gardens, Gary Green, and I've been with them for about 4 years, my 4th year. My broker is Judy Lefico, which is a wonderful broker. She's the kind of person that would go that extra mile to help the agents in her office. And it's been great since then. I love it because my schedule is my schedule. I write down the schedule. It's not a clock in and clock out 9 to 5 kind of thing. And my schedule is based on my schedule and my client's schedule, and it's been great.
So you like it, you're very passionate about it.
I do.
What are the skills? Somebody in the past approached to me, oh, you should be a realtor, but I didn't have the passion for it. I'm in education, I'm language, I'm the culture, and I didn't see myself as a realtor. But what are the skills somebody who would like to be a realtor they need to have?
You really need to be able to read people.
Interesting.
Yeah, you have to be a people person. Some people are shy, some people are not, some people are very outgoing. And you got to know who's outgoing and who's not, who can talk or who can, communicate with their needs. And some people just expect you to know things, which makes it more difficult. But you really need to know how to read people, keep things organized, negotiate. You got to be good at negotiating. Yeah, because, you want the best for your clients. And negotiating doesn't mean I'm going to lower the price of a home by $50,000 or lower, negotiating. Maybe you can get a benefit out of this, like not lowering the price, but getting a warranty service or getting there's other benefits other than lowering the price of the house.
So reading people and a good negotiator. Mm-hmm. But they also say you have to be beautiful inside and out. Anything else that, they say?
I mean, it's not like beautiful as beauty. It's more like the way you treat people. Smile on your face, be courteous, be respectful. I think that's more important than, looking, having that model look, I guess, or I don't know what you mean by beautiful, but yes, my translation of beautiful is just the way you treat people is
very nice.
Is
I like that.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
How beautiful, but also how you dress.
Yes, you have to be professional, for sure, professional and conservative as well. So that will direct you to the right direction.
And some people say that, okay, but you have to work really, really hard if you want to make it, like through the difficult times in real estate. You have to work weekends. What do you have to do extra to be more successful?
Like any other job, honestly, when you go up the ladder, you really have to work extra. You have to go that extra mile. You gotta stay up late to get ready for the next day. So yes, real estate requires a lot of weekends because many people that work, they want to look at homes on the weekend. So if you have a family, you have to sit and talk to your family, make sure it works with them. And thankfully, my husband is understanding in that category. We alternate weekends, one weekend for real estate and one weekend for the family.
Okay.
So that works out well. And you have to just keep your eye on the market all the time. Network all the time, know your neighbors, always communicate with your neighbors, let them know, hello, I'm here, I am in real estate. People forget. I have a lot of friends that, I see them at least once or twice a week, and then they're like, hey, I'm buying a house, or I bought a house, and I'm like, what? And I'm like, hello, I'm right here. They're like, oh, I forgot you're in real estate. So you always have to say, I'm in real estate. I'm in real estate. So
you have to remind them.
You have to remind them all the time.
And there are many realtors out there. What do you think is the difference with you? Like if I recommend my friends to you that you're going to do for them different than other realtors?
Well, first of all, I put my client's benefit first. If they want to buy or sell whatever they want, again, you have to, like I said, it is a talent. You have to read people. Once you read people, you'll know what they want, and you put that as a priority. Some people don't have that talent. I'm sorry to say that, but they don't. They just go with the flow, and let's see what happens. No, it doesn't work like that.
What did you study in schools? I missed that.
I majored in management. And minor in marketing and advertising.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So I love to market and advertise. And it's perfect. I manage my own business. This is, my own business,
so
basically.
That's the beauty of being a realtor. It's like a business owner.
Definitely. It's my own business. I market my own business. I travel with my business. I could be negotiating when I am on the mountain skiing or on the beach in Panama with you.
You manage your time.
There you go.
And your finances. So how do you see the industry going in the future into 2020 for real estate?
Now, basically, everybody, when they see me, so what do you think of the market? Well, Houston, we are very lucky. We are very lucky to be in Houston. If you compare Houston to other cities in the United States, homes are selling, people are buying. So if you compare Houston to other cities, we are in good hands. If you are comparing Houston to Houston a few years ago, there has been a difference, of course. There has been a lot of changes. We're always tied to the oil and gas industry. What happens to them will affect what happened to us. I can say right now we are in a buyer's and seller's market. So we're at a good place. There's a lot of homes on the market, and there is demand. So it's a good time to sell. It's a good time to buy. That's my recommendation, honestly. Yes,
so
definitely.
It's good right now for both sides.
Mm-hmm. And I do have a couple of recommendations if you do decide to buy. Actually, more than a couple, but I'm just going to choose a few to talk about.
So you focus on residential.
My focus is on residential. I do if you have a commercial, if you want to lease or purchase a commercial lot, let me know. I will take care of that as well. But primary is residential, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your recommendations?
My recommendations, as of right now, if you want to purchase a home in the next month, 3 months, 6 months, or a year, whenever, start saving for your down payment.
Save for your down payment.
Save for your down. Yes, definitely. You always need 10 to 20% for down payment. Some loans require 3%. Whatever the percentage is, start saving. Just put a sum on a side if you are planning on buying a home. That's number one.
And you help them with the credit also. How to keep their credit high so that they get better rates.
Very important. Make sure that you have a good credit score and start monitoring.
Important.
There's many programs that they're free programs you can get on. And just start with that and monitor. Make sure, if you're 500, try to move to 600 and 600, maybe 700. The higher, the better.
Of course.
So, yeah, definitely.
So the next recommendation.
And then another recommendation.
We have 2 minutes.
Okay. If you're trying to purchase a home, like in the next year or near future, don't purchase anything huge. Don't go buy a car or a huge piece of furniture right now. Hold it off. Not just because to save money, just because you don't want another loan or another, a large amount taken away from you. So leave those until you buy your home, and then purchase those large purchases.
Very good.
Now, that's if you want to buy.
Yes.
Now, if you want to sell, that's another thing. We can go over that another time if we don't have time right now.
If you want to sell, we don't have more time. We have to bring you back here.
Definitely.
So where can we find Rula if we want to have you as our realtor?
Definitely. First of all, I do have a webpage, rulajabri.com. And you have my email. You are welcome to email me anytime. My phone number, you can call and text anytime. And also, I am always at my office at Town and Country. That's near Beltway 8 and Memorial.
Thank you, Rula, for being here today.
Thank
it's
you
been
for
a pleasure.
having me. Yes. Pleasure is
And
mine.
we'll go to a break, and then we have another guest today.
Awesome.
Now we're going to switch into insurance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have you ever seen a listing of your dream job, but it requires that you speak another language? Have you ever done a business deal with a person of a different cultural background? In today's world, most people that succeed in business as well as personal relationships are fluent in more than one language. In fact, speaking more than one language will bring you a world of opportunities to engage, communicate, interact, and ultimately thrive. At the Academy of Culture and Language, you will learn how to become fluent in the language you always wanted, gain a wealth of experience, become a true citizen of the world, expand your career opportunities, enjoy in a fun and highly interactive environment, become more confident and creative, master business presentations, and succeed in today's global economy. At the Academy of Culture and Language, we offer great flexibility to our students while providing a practical curriculum. In fact, our students can choose to enroll in a specific class or request private lessons and tutoring. No matter your goals, your age, or your current level and skills, you can grow with our interactive fun-filled classes led by experienced instructors that assure results. Enroll today and start speaking the language you have always wanted to learn. Welcome back to Speaking with an Accent. I'm Marisa Burres, and I'm the founder of the Academy of Culture and Language. If you have any questions, please go to my website, www.aclanguage.com, or follow us on Instagram at ACA Language. I also have a Facebook page, Academy of Culture and Language. And my goal is to bring people here from different cultures, talking about what they do, how they are being successful, how they help their community. And I'm very happy today because I have another guest this special day. And it's another friend of mine, Carlos Nazar, and his industries in insurance and finances. So I'm very happy to have you here today, Carlos.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, Marissa.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming. And we know each other also for a few years.
Yeah, I think it's already been 4 or 5 years now.
Probably.
Time passes fast.
I mean, I am learning so much about you and what you do, but I would like you to share with everybody here who is watching. So first, tell me a little bit about who is Carlos Nazar. Who are you?
Well, that could be a very deep question, or it could be a very short answer. I mean, as you mentioned, I'm in the insurance and financial business. I've been doing now going in my 13th year, specializing in Medicare and retirement planning. So that's my niche market in this business.
Okay, and your background, a little more. You're telling me what you do, but who are you? You can say whatever you want.
Well, my heritage, my background, the last name Nassar is Arabic. It's also from Lebanon.
What?
And yes, my grandparents are actually from Beirut, Lebanon. They moved to Mexico in the early 1900s. My father was born in Mexico. My mother's from Mexico. They met each other in Houston. And so I have a Lebanese background.
That is funny because my friend Rula, who was here, she's also from there.
Exactly.
So that's very cool.
Exactly.
So you have that was the Nazar name.
So when you're talking about accents, it gets even more interesting in my background. So I have a Lebanese background, a Mexican background, And when my parents met each other, they got married and moved to Arkansas. I grew up in Arkansas, so it is much a very varied accent in across all languages and cultures in my background.
But that's what I'm saying. Everybody has an accent. I know the only one. That's awesome.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. When I first moved to Houston 20 years ago, it was like, you have an accent. And I said, I thought you had an accent. I don't have an accent. Whose accent?
And you speak Spanish. You claim you don't, and you do. You understand every time I send you a message or I speak to you in Spanish, you understand everything.
Yeah, that's correct. I do speak Spanish. I don't advertise it a lot because I'm very intimidated sometimes when I get too deep in a conversation where I can't remember my schooling and my vocabulary or my conjugation, much like. But I would say English has been my first language growing up and being born here in the United States. So my mother wouldn't want me to say that, but
But you still have the culture, the food.
I still have the culture,
you know,
the food,
all the good
yes,
stuff.
everything about it. So that's what's really kept me grounded and rooted in my culture is the food and the music, which I love music. And
you do?
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
Well, when I graduated college, I became an opera singer. And
Wow.
so I graduated opera singer, and I was studying to all the different kinds of language: Italian, German, French, and of course Spanish. So
In opera is not like barriers. Like you can just sing and everybody will love it, even if they don't understand it,
yeah,
right?
well, hopefully if you're good.
If you're good. Otherwise, like, it sounds weird.
Exactly. So I guess I wasn't that good because now I'm an insurance agent.
You are insurance and not singing.
No,
but do you still sing when you have a chance?
No, I still sing, and I was singing at a very high level. It was a family medical reason that brought me back to ground.
Okay, personal medical
fa-
reasons.
Yeah.
Okay, but you still have a passion for the music.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, definitely. It still runs deep. And I think that's the culture that was really instilled in me as a young child from being Lebanese culture and being of Mexican culture, where both cultures love music and food. It's just, that stays with you, and I think it's very important. So I really respect and appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Now tell me, how did you get into insurance and finances?
Well, interesting enough, because again, that really comes from my culture. When my parents immigrated here to the United States, they didn't have any kind of knowledge of Medicare when they were turning 65 and going into retirement, nor did they have some sensibility of what is retirement. And they were just taught to work hard and everything will work out. Well, this is one of those things where reality sets in whenever you realize that's not exactly enough to live off of in my golden years. So whenever I moved back here for the family medical reasons, as I mentioned, one of the things that really played into detail was how many people really need help understanding this maze of Medicare and how it connects with your retirement and how that's all connected. And so when I found out that my parents didn't understand it, then started the research and found out how many people, Native Americans, that didn't understand it. And it just crosses all cultures, as you say, that nobody really understood it. So I found a niche, found a growth, and I started my own business.
Very nice. And how can you help people, like with what you do right now?
Well, what I do right now is helping people understand the laws, and I help educate them on understanding how to really navigate through the maze of Medicare and helping them choose the right plan that's for them and choosing the right avenue for them so that it doesn't lead them down financial ruin if there was a major life event and medical event. My grandmother had cancer. And if she didn't have the right things in place, it would have been financial ruin for her. So, and then that's what a lot of people don't realize. And it's not just cancer. It could be a stroke. It could be anything that leads to long-term care or whatever that relates to their insurance and having to dip into their nest egg, if you will.
And then when we talk about finances and insurance, do you do like, there are some people who approach to me, oh, I can help you with your health insurance, but then they want to know all my finances. I'm like, well, are you going to help me for insurance or are you going to help me for finances?
Right.
Is that kind of what you do?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question because actually statistics show that in the last 5 years of your life, 70% of your net worth is built on medical, on your health. So when an agent or someone is asking you to consult and advise you on your insurance and they're asking you about your financial, I can understand where it gets taken back. And that is the disconnect that a lot of people have in this business. And that's the niche that I fall in because they don't understand the connection. So, yeah, that's a great question.
So is it depending how much money you have or money you are making, is how much insurance you need or saving?
No.
How does that work?
Not necessarily. Depending on how much money you have is depending on really what the agent wants to do is bridge that gap so that you don't have a lot of financial exposure when something happens to you. So if your insurance is going to have gaps in your insurance, then you have what we call exposure. So you want to make sure that that financial exposure is not too great where it's going to dip into that nest egg. So you can be overinsured in a situation.
Or sometimes that happens, like I'm paying every month for something that I really don't gonna see ever. Like I wasted money.
Exactly. So that's what I would call being overinsured. So you don't want to be overinsured at the very least. That's when, in my industry, agents get a bad rap and get a bad name for themselves. And, the only thing in this industry is that you have your integrity. So if you're not giving all of that 100% honesty to your client, then you probably got the wrong agent.
And that's why it's important to find people like you, because others will take advantage of the elderly and they don't know what's going on and they will tell them the wrong information.
Yeah, you're exactly right. A lot of times in the elderly market, there's so much abuse and people taking advantage of the elderly market. And of course, me being who I am and having two parents not understanding that, I really recognize how fragile that is into protecting that relationship and looking after and being an advocate of the elderly to make sure that they don't get exposed financially or through just wrong, bad business dealings with unscrupulous people.
Wow. No, well, thank you for what you are doing, and I know you're doing very good. So you
Thank
also
you.
do presentations or always is one-on-ones, or you do group presentations? What do you do?
Well, occasionally I'll do presentations, but mostly being in business now 13 years, I've pretty much done everything one-on-one, where I get a lot of referrals and a lot of hand business because they really understand that they can trust me. So, but, as far as presentations go in my business, there is a compliance issue, and sometimes I just like to stay away from anything that will lead down the road or speculate into being non-compliant in that issue.
Very interesting. There are people doing groups where they bring other industries, either realtors to help elderlies, or like different fields, and they work together. So you don't recommend doing that, or?
Well, a lot of times
that's okay.
Sure, a lot of times it's very good as a business to partner and co-brand with another person in the business. That will really help to get exposure for yourself as an entrepreneur, as a self-employed business person or small business person. But it just depends on that person. I really enjoy the one-on-one relationships and making a difference in people's lives, and so that they can understand it. So it just really depends. A lot of times you lose that effect when you have a group setting. It's just all about just the group setting. You don't give that individual attention, much like being a teacher, I guess you could say.
People like attention. People like to be listening, like somebody's listening to them.
They want to be heard. Yes,
Okay.
they want to be heard.
And any can you give me like 3 advice? Well, I would like, we only have 2 more minutes. So basically 3 advice, somebody who will go through their finances or insurance and the market you work with, what would you tell them?
Yeah.
Any advice?
The main thing that I would say is basically what I've already said, is don't allow yourself to have any exposure. Close those gaps for financial ruin when it comes to insurance. You want to choose a credible company that has been backed by a number of years. I always strive to stay with the big 5 of insurance companies. And when it comes to, retirement planning and things like that, it's just, you don't want to make sure that you have anything that's lingering that is vague in any of your types of dealings. If you put your money in the market and you're retiring, that could be very broad. So if something happens overnight in your retirement planning, you've lost it. So you want to be more conservative in your retirement planning with just a little bit of growth, but something where it's going to grow enough to offset the cost of inflation, offset the cost of insurance, inflation, and offset the cost of any type of life events medically that you may go through.
Very nice. And how can we find you if we need to talk to you?
Well, my email is carlos@thenassargroup.com. You can also reach me on my phone, 832-876-2817 through text or email. I'm there. And professionally, I'm also on LinkedIn as well.
LinkedIn, find Carlos Nassar.
Carlos Nassar.
From Houston.
Yeah.
And that's your company, the Nassar Group.
That's it.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here.
Sorry, interrupt you. Definitely bring you back.
Wonderful.
But thank you, everybody, for being here in Speaking with an Accent with 2 friends of mine, one from real estate and the other one was insurance and finances. And if you have any question, please go to my website, www.acllanguage.com. Until next time.
Transmitiendo desde Houston, la ciudad espacial, estás escuchando NowMedia Radio.
Welcome to Speaking with an Accent. This is Marisa Burres, and I'm the founder and director of the Academy of Culture and Language. And for me, it's a pleasure to be here in Houston this afternoon. It's a beautiful weather, and I have a special guest today. And that's what I love about this show. We can talk about pretty much anything. I'll bring people from different backgrounds, different cultures, people who like helping the community, and Houston is so diverse. I just love being here. I've been here for almost 18 years. Unbelievable. Well, anyway, I'm originally from Panama, and my guest today is actually from so many places. You have to meet him and what he does. He's my friend because his kids were in jiu-jitsu with my kids. Yes, I have kids. Yes. Anyway, I have to introduce you. He's going to do all the talking, although I like talking a lot. He may not have an accent, maybe a little bit. I don't know what accent he has. And he is Kylie Wong. He is the owner of the Athletic Room and the Region Room. And it's all about health, about how to keep us all beautiful, in good shape, and without pain. So he'll tell us about it. But hi, Kylie. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. I tell you what, it's funny because, yes, I don't really have an accent. And unfortunately, I wish. It's ridiculous that I don't speak more languages, right? Because my wife she's Latina, she's Mexican, and her grandmother, otra nana is what we call her, other grandmother, is we can't speak to each other at all. In fact, we just sit there around holidays and we just smile and hug, and she feeds me and I hug her more, and that's but the fact that I haven't learned Spanish is ridiculous. But I do have diversity covered because I got it all. I'm Chinese, Hawaiian, black, white, Portuguese, you name it. I have a little bit of it in me.
Wow, that's interesting. But then it's kind of like what do you do with your kids? Are they when in a school they are known as what? When you sign, like, is there
You know, it's funny. And I don't know if you guys do this either, but it was like, so one of the things I did is I went to Stanford University. And, you know, being Asian at Stanford University, from a diversity standpoint, it doesn't let you get in nearly as well. So in that case, I'm black. Because, you know, there was obviously, or not obviously, but there was a lower percentage of black college students at Stanford than there were of Asian. And so that's kind of the same probably approach that we take with our children is, look, man, you're just you. You are you. Here are all the wonderful cultures and this beautiful blend that you have inside of you. And you should own it. Like, appreciate all of them, because all cultures are really beautiful. And at the end of the day, anything that is tying you to your ancestors or to your family is wonderful, and we highly promote it.
Excellent. As long as they can eat, you know, delicious food from everywhere, especially Latin America. That's my favorite food.
Me too. I'm Hawaiian. I mean, that's how I identify. But man, when I'm exposed, is hands down. Latin American cuisine is my favorite food as well.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
And I know you're very busy. You are on 2 businesses. But tell me a little more about, before we go into what you are doing right now, how you got here. And I know you are a former football player for the Texans.
Yes.
How amazing is that?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I mean, you know, played for the Vikings. So I was drafted by the Vikings. I played 4 of the years there, and then I played 5 years for the Texans. And, you know, so my career in the NFL was just, it was amazing. I mean, it was really, truly my dream as a child. And that's what I wanted to do. I was born, I identify with movement and being an athlete and all that type of stuff. Towards the end of the career, you know, I do have 4 children. I have a beautiful wife. Her name is Marisa as well. And I was looking at retiring, and it was really a product of, I wanted to be smart. I identified with being an athlete for life, of moving for life. And I didn't want my body, I didn't want to regret a couple more years of playing football. And, you know, that activity, when I get older, be taken away from me. So I decided, okay, I have a degree from Stanford. I'm going to go work, and I'm going to use my brain. So thinking that was going to take care of my body. The irony is I actually felt better when I played football than once I moved into corporate America, right? So once I moved into corporate America, I didn't have access to all these things that I was privy to as a professional athlete. And because of that, you know, my overall health kind of started suffering. And so now I'm, you know, 30 something, and I'm sitting behind a desk at a computer, and I'm like, my back hurts. And this is the first time my back ever hurt, despite the fact that I was running into 300 pounders, you know, 25 times, you know, a game. And so that was a big wake up moment. That was a big aha moment. And, you know, kind of from there, that's kind of where my journey and my businesses started, because the idea is, the way pro athletes take care of their bodies, at that time, it was so obvious your body's a tool to make money, so of course you're going to do that. But when I moved out in the regular world, I realized these same approaches, these same methods that we used as pros should apply to everybody, because their body is just as important to them as a pro athlete's body is to them, as to what they do. And so, regardless, mobility, movement, feeling well, health, that all allows you to earn more money. And so without taking care of that first, you're just not going to have an opportunity to have as long of an earning career, or to have as much, you know, joy and movement and happiness kind of in your day-to-day activity. And so that's kind of what the premise of these 2 different businesses are. And I'll actually tell you about a 3rd one that I'm going to be launching in 2020.
Oh, we want to know about it.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. And then you're doing this business with Marisa, your wife.
Absolutely. So, yep, my wife, I mean, she's my life partner. So that's, you know, first and foremost. They always say, you know, behind every man, there's a great woman. And there's no different in my situation. That is absolutely true. She kind of keeps me on track and keeps me focused and helps me tremendously with the business, and all of that. And she still balances, you know, the fact that we have 4 children that are super active and busy, and she's pretty remarkable.
I agree with that. And I know she wrote a book for kids and all that. Well, very nice, very nice. And tell me, how was it when you were with the Texans?
Tell you more about that?
Yes.
I mean, it was just, it was such a wonderful experience, especially, there are just moments in the NFL. But the one thing that you just take away from kind of all the fanfare, all the lights, all that stuff, it's a job. It is a job no different than, a lot of other people's jobs, to where you just can't have a bad day, right? And, one of the things that was really interesting when we talk about, being a pro, and that's kind of what this athletic method that I'm going to be launching is about, is I was not the guy that had the most talent out there, right? I was not the guy that was fastest or the strongest or whatever, but I was always willing to do things that I felt as though gave me an advantage over my competitors, right? And how I really looked at my job was around recovery, around how am I going to take care of my body from Sunday when I walk off the field to the very next Sunday so I can perform my best, right? How do you recover mentally? How do you recover emotionally? How do you recover physically, right? Because those three factors all are going to play into kind of how you're able to perform the next week, and whether or not you're going to have somebody else take your job or you play another year. And so that is kind of the idea of what all of these different businesses are around. Is we're trying to provide a structure and a system that is proven by elite athletes to be very effective, but bring that to everybody, because we believe everybody has the opportunity to have access to this type of recovery.
Very nice, and that's what you're doing right now, helping people and not just athletes. Like I like running.
Yep.
And I actually, I've been in the athletic room before.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And I want to know more. So many people don't know what that is about.
Absolutely. So the athletic room, by and large, is we have ex-pro athletic trainers, and an athletic trainer is different from a workout, like a personal trainer or physical fitness. This is all around. We primarily focus on three things: reducing overall inflammation, right? Because inflammation is basically where pain occurs, and where pain is, there's always inflammation. We're working on improving circulation and blood flow, because getting those toxins out of your body is very, very important, and that's actually one of the things that actually starts breaking down later on in life. And then the third, and one of the most critical components, is just constantly working on stretching, flexibility, and mobility is how we call it. And, kind of combining those three to try to help people move and feel better and be proactive about their movement, right? Because, inflammation is a big, major concern right now going on, in Western cultures. So if you think about 8 out of the 10 leading causes of death are all inflammatory related, right? The reason why most of us are going to the doctor is inflammatory related. And so trying to get at the root of what's causing that, trying to, non-drug, non-Advil, non-prescription based, trying to reduce that so people can just feel better.
Yes, like even sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
People don't sleep well because of inflammation.
Absolutely.
And if you sleep better, you are healthier.
You are. And if you sleep better, your inflammation markers actually go down, right? So it works, in tandem. And then if you sleep better, your hormones are more balanced. So therefore, the problems around weight or stubborn weight or all these type of things, it's amazing how just the body, how sophisticated the body is, but yet how simple it is to start making some of these little changes that take maybe no more than 5 minutes a day.
Very interesting. And was it hard to get to, become the owner of this business? How long it took for you to get to that? Because maybe you have to go do research, find the right products. Maybe you need a doctor's input. How did that work for you?
It was. No, I mean, they're long. It's a long process, right? So the athletic room, that was a little easier because I was a little more familiar with it. Having been a pro athlete, I had access to exactly what we created at the athletic room. That's what being a pro athlete, that's what you do every single day before you leave your facility. And so, from the standpoint of I went out there and I looked at what do the Texans have? What do the Rockets have? What do the Astros have? What do other pro teams in the country have? How's it working? What are their outcomes? How is it, how are people responding to it? And then I just put that in the athletic room, right? So that was a fairly simple process. It wasn't like I was the one doing the research. The teams were already investing heavily in figuring out what works best. I just said, hey, guys, do you mind letting me know, like, what is your best piece of equipment that's helping people with knee pain, runner's knee, or something like that? And then they would just send it to me, or they would tell me, they would give me the link, and I would go out and do it. So that's kind of how the athletic room was built. The regen room is kind of an add-on to that, because once I was able to build the athletic room for myself, to get my body back in shape and the way I wanted to move, and I started, that's when we first met, is when I started getting into jujitsu again. I was able to get back to doing the things that I wanted to do, that I identified with doing. There was one little problem that was still bothering me a little bit, which was my shoulder. And my shoulder I needed some issues. I was told that I needed surgery for it. And so the regen room came about because I started asking all these different athletes around the country, how are you fixing this? How are you doing this non-surgically? And a lot of them were flying to Europe. They were flying to Panama. That's a very big regenerative medicine area. And I just wondered, do you really need to go to Panama or Mexico or to Europe to get these type of treatments? And so we brought those to everybody as well. So that's the
because not everybody can afford to do that. But thank you so much. We're going to go to a break, and then we continue talking about this amazing information.
All right.
Yes. Have you ever seen a listing of your dream job, but it requires that you speak another language? Have you ever done a business deal with a person of a different cultural background? In today's world, most people that succeed in business as well as personal relationships are fluent in more than one language. In fact, speaking more than one language will bring you a world of opportunities to engage, communicate, interact, and ultimately thrive. At the Academy of Culture and Language, you will learn how to become fluent in the language you always wanted, gain a wealth of experience, become a true citizen of the world, expand your career opportunities, enjoy in a fun and highly interactive environment, become more confident and creative, master business presentations, and succeed in today's global economy. At the Academy of Culture and Language, we offer great flexibility to our students while providing a practical curriculum. In fact, our students can choose to enroll in a specific class or request private lessons and tutoring. No matter your goals, your age, or your current level and skills, you can grow with our interactive fun-filled classes led by experienced instructors that assure results. Enroll today and start speaking the language you have always wanted to learn. Welcome back to Speaking with an Accent. And if you have any comments, please go to my website, www.sclanguage, or look for us in Facebook, Academy of Culture and Language, and Instagram at SCLanguage. We have today Kylie Won. He is the owner of the athletic room and also the Regen room.
Correct.
And we are talking very interesting information how to keep us almost like athletes and be in shape, sleep better, have more energy, and basically like how I feel. I feel younger for my age, but we are not going to talk about age right now. Well, anyway, but tell me something. Tell me more. So he was actually a professional football player. What other sports? You say jiu-jitsu. What else do you do?
I love basketball. So I love playing basketball. I ran track. I like to run. I like to do it all. And so one of the things you said in the beginning, which is kind of what the athletic room and the region room are kind of built on, is what I'm trying to preach is we're all athletes, right? Like we are all designed for movement. We're designed to move. That's just quality of life and all that type of stuff comes out of movement. And a lot of our issues, a lot of the things that we're kind of suffering from, as a society, that we're visiting doctors for, are just muscles that are starved of movement. And so my big mission is to try to inspire people to just move more, because we know, just like you talked about with sleep and nutrition and movement, they all go hand in hand. Mental health, they all go hand in hand with lowering inflammatory, systemic inflammatory responses within our own bodies, and allowing us to move and feel younger and really defy aging, as you were saying, right? Like defy aging, anti-aging. A lot of those things are just in our own control, and so that's kind of what I'm trying to promote.
Now these days, that's what we are looking for, like how to live longer, how to live healthier. So what do you think about also that this is popular now, becoming vegan or vegetarian or changing our eating habits?
Yeah, so there's probably a much better case. So I'm not a nutritionist. There's probably a much better case to being a vegetarian, in my opinion, than there is in some of the other types of diets, right? Like, for example, don't get me wrong, if you eat keto or you have a carnivore diet, without question, I'm certain you're going to lose weight for a period of time. But I actually think that, in reality, there are a number of other health diseases when we talk about longevity that start coming into play. So for me, that's not my personal choice. Okay. From a vegetarian standpoint, you have to be very, very smart about your protein intake, right? So again, one of the things with vegans that you'll hear, somewhat commonly is, teeth start becoming much more brittle. And so I just think that everything in moderation. I'm a huge advocate of putting more vegetables on your plate, without question. I think probably just common sense, 50 to 60% of your plate should probably be vegetables. There has to be some component of proteins. And so however you get that protein is kind of the important key for me.
Excellent. Yeah, there is a lot of information. We are not the experts maybe on that aspect, but we can help and give our own opinion.
Absolutely. There is some interesting, there is a lot of interesting data, and it seems like this is true data that pretty much is undisputable for everybody, is that fasting periods increase longevity. So whether that's intermittent fasting, or whether that's an actual 2-day fast, water fast, like that is very, very healthy for your cells, and actually increase your own stem cell activity. Right. So we know from a longevity standpoint that is actually one of the key principles that are very important.
Very interesting. I did one time 3 days only grapes diet to clean my system, and I felt great about it. Maybe I'm gonna look longer, just 1 day longer. Who knows? 5 minutes longer. Who knows?
It's great for yourselves. No, there's no doubt about it. It's very, very good. And I think regardless of what registered dietitian you talk to, or what nutritionist or what eating plan, that's one thing that everyone is kind of on board with, is that fasting is actually a very very healthy and good thing for you. Might not be a weight loss thing, but as far as longevity, it's really good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I love what you're saying about movement, and that's what you're trying, to incorporate and also educate people that what they will help them. And I'm gonna give you something what happened to me recently. I hurt my back, and then I didn't know if I should go to my regular doctor, should I go to the chiropractor. or should I go to get a massage?
Absolutely.
One of those. So I went to the chiropractor. He said, well, you don't have anything broken, otherwise you will be crying.
Yeah.
I actually went to work out, just try to not force my neck or my back, just work out my legs, try to keep going.
Right.
And then I went to the massage, therapist massage, and it helped me.
Absolutely.
And felt better. So
Absolutely.
maybe that's an option, like instead of doing all that, going to the region or athletic room. What do you say?
Well, no, without question. So like that's actually the stuff that we specialize in, right? So we're not a medical facility, so we're not, there would be no drugs or prescription drugs. I definitely think your choice was the right choice, the way you went down, probably starting with, functional, like a chiropractor, and then going to massage, because a lot of this stuff, and that's what we promote, is this idea of being proactive with your body. You felt something, you listened to your body, and you started to try to take steps to kind of fix that, to remedy that. And a lot of those could be very simple. When you listen to your body and it's whispering at you, you have a lot of choices on the table. Massage, chiropractic care, acupuncture, stretching, yoga, cryotherapy, Pilates. There are a lot of things that you can do, corrective exercises. Once it starts screaming at you, once it's yelling at you, you really don't have much choices other than, going to see a doctor. And so that is the idea of being a pro. When we talked about earlier about being a pro athlete, is that you're constantly focused on recovery. So any little twinge or pain that you start feeling in your body, you immediately start addressing it. And that's what I want to promote for everybody else, because we just know that you can take care of so much of that. You can delay so many issues if you just are smart with your body.
I bet you are constantly learning too.
Mm-hmm.
So you went to Stafford, you also work for oil and gas.
Mm-hmm.
You have done a lot. How do you feel now owning those businesses and a new one coming?
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. I mean, it's funny because, the dream is always to be your own boss. It's also really hard, right? Like it's a lot more work. There's just a lot of work that comes with it, but it's work that I love. I enjoy this type of work, and I enjoy sharing this and kind of promoting this message and hopefully helping people just feel better and move better and live healthier lives. I mean, that's the premise. We are trying to build the healthiest community in Houston, and that's what we want to do. And that's, through the athletic room, through the regen room, and now through the athletic method, just to say, we're going to meet you where you are, because performance is all relative. It's about, I'm not going to compare you to a pro NFL athlete who's, in their 20s, right? Because totally different. But performance to you, clearly running is important to you. Clearly moving with your children is important to you. Going on vacations and hiking, that's important to you. And so that's your standard for performance. And that's why I believe we're all athletes.
So do you do like an analysis based on everybody's different, their body shape? What do you do when we go to your athletic room or the region?
So all of our team, they understand all of our modalities, and they just try to listen to you and try to recommend things that would be really helpful and beneficial. All of the things we do at the athletic room are great for everybody. I mean, that's one thing. You're not, there's not going to be something that is just not appropriate for you. They're all just based off of those three categories. And so we'll just listen, and then, everybody needs to stretch. Everybody needs to help, especially once you get over a certain age, or if you're sore, needs to kind of move toxins and inflammation out of your body. Like these are all just common things that we're all designed the same way. And whether it's JJ Watt or whether it's you, your body works the same. It's designed the same. So we're going to treat it the same.
Very interesting. Well, thank you so much. We are going to go to a break. We continue talking with Kylie Wang. Have you ever seen a listing of your dream job, but it requires that you speak another language? Have you ever done a business deal with a person of a different cultural background? In today's world, most people that succeed in business as well as personal relationships are fluent in more than one language. In fact, speaking more than one language will bring you a world of opportunities to engage, communicate, interact, and ultimately thrive. At the Academy of Culture and Language, you will learn how to become fluent in the language you always wanted, gain a wealth of experience, become a true citizen of the world, expand your career opportunities, enjoy in a fun and highly interactive environment, become more confident and creative, master business presentations, and succeed in today's global economy. At the Academy of Culture and Language, we offer great flexibility to our students while providing a practical curriculum. In fact, our students can choose to enroll in a specific class or request private lessons and tutoring. No matter your goals, your age, or your current level and skills, you can grow with our interactive, fun-filled classes led by experienced instructors that assure results. Enroll today and start speaking the language you have always wanted to learn. Welcome back. I'm very happy to be here today, and we only have a few more minutes, so I'm gonna keep asking questions to my guest today, my friend Kylie Wong, and he's here to talk about how to keep us healthier, breathing, happy, because if you are healthier, you are definitely happier, like we are. Well, thank you for coming again. Okay, so we were discussing during the break that you have some exercise or tips or that how to stay healthier, like little things that we can do.
So one of the things that we're going to be rolling out in 2020 in both the athletic room, it's a part of the regen room of what we try to do, and then also is the athletic method is this idea of mindset, right? So we are all very, very stressed right now, and you're seeing prescription drugs such as Prozac being used at an all-time high. So one simple technique, one thing we know about longevity is that chronic stress reduces kind of longevity. So we're gonna take a moment, and this is a part of the athletic method, and we're just gonna do a little breathing. And you said you're very uncomfortable with breathing. And here's what I'm gonna say. Here's my pitch to everybody at home, and I would like for you to try this at home, is that breathing affects everything in your body. It affects performance. It affects hormonally what's going on. It can help you lose weight because it reduces cortisol levels, which are basically stress hormones. It can make you happier, right? It can make you run faster. All of these things happen with just through simple breaths. And what's really taking off at the highest level right now in all of pro sports is there's understanding of breath to movement to performance, right? This is a technique that is used by the Navy SEALs. It's also used by NFL players. You can actually see it now a bunch in the UFC. And this is a down-regulated breath. It's called box breathing. So the reason why it's called box is it works in a box. We're gonna breathe in through our nose for 5 seconds. We're gonna hold it for 5 seconds. We're gonna breathe out through our nose for 5 seconds, and we're gonna hold it empty lungs for 5 seconds. And we're just gonna go like that, okay? And the idea is we want you to get in a parasympathetic state, which means rest and digest. We want your belly, it's belly breath. Think of your child, think of when you had your baby, the way they breathe. That's what we're gonna do. You down? Are you ready?
I had twins, so it was
babies.
3 breathing systems.
So all right, are you ready to try this?
Okay, so repeat the instructions and I'll try.
All right,
I promise.
We're gonna breathe in through our nose for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hold it for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hold, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it. So you do that over. Yeah, 4 steps. It's called a box. You do that. So that's just one little breathing technique. Now, mind you, this is used by Navy SEALs. This is used by anybody who needs to improve their focus. Anytime you're stressed out at work or you're driving in a car. Well, don't do it driving in the car, actually. That's a bad idea. Don't do it in the water. But when somewhere where you're sitting, to where you don't have to be engaged, you just go through that process and immediately your stress hormones will lower. So, for example, there's a Japanese study that said 5 belly breaths will decrease your blood pressure and decrease your stress hormones like that.
Wow.
Right? So think about respiratory rate.
It's very good. I can't wait to keep practicing that.
It's a great thing to go to bed.
You know, they actually teach you just to like exhale, inhale, exhale.
Right.
And no time for the process that you're saying. And I never done that, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good. I recommend it. Very nice.
Good.
So any other tips that we can use besides that? Well, that's a great one. About or walk us through the process, what to expect when we go to the athletic room or the region room.
Okay. So they're 2 different businesses, but they're based off the same concept, that we're providing access to everybody that elite athletes have been using or use, for years, right? So at the athletic room, we'll go through that one first. You're going to walk in and you're going to meet someone at our front desk who's called an athlete advisor. And they're the ones that will kind of recommend kind of what you can do. And so we have compression, which is, I would say, it's kind of like a massage. Or we have Game Ready, which is hot and cold contrast therapy. So really good for knees or sore shoulders or necks or backs, right? That would have been a good thing to kind of calm your back down. We have our stretch mobility team, and those guys are, highly, they come from the highest level of sports, and they're there to work with you in basically what we call flexibility sessions, to where they guide you on a table. It's like yoga on a table where you don't have to do anything. They stretch you, they take you through movement. It's just wonderful. You get up, and we've had so many fun experiences, right? People come in, they're really, really sore or very inflexible. They get up and they're like, oh my gosh, I can put on my shoes now. I can tie my shoes. Or, oh my gosh, I haven't touched my toes in 6 years, right? These are the type of things that we get to experience. And it's not rocket science. It's just some very basic body maintenance that we just neglect to do. We have this one new machine that I'm really excited about. It's called PEMF therapy. It's Electrons Plus. And what it does is it's the same technology that NASA astronauts have used for decades when they return from space. It's really big in Major League Baseball. It's really big in the NFL. And it's basically massage, but it's also then addressing kind of how the muscles are firing. So it's phenomenal. It's hard to explain because it is just next level, but it's amazing technology. So that's from the athletic room side. From the regen room side, the whole premise of the regen room was I had such great experience with my regenerative medicine procedures on my shoulders that I was like, wow, this has to be shared. More people have to know about it. The only reason I found out about it was because I was texting guys who are currently playing that have access to elite care. And they're like, oh, yeah, no, I'm doing this. I didn't do that rotator cuff surgery. Or, yeah, my meniscus was shot. They told me I needed surgery, but I did this instead, and it's been phenomenal. So much so that not only did my results were awesome, but so were my mother-in-law's. At the time, we didn't even have it, and I flew her somewhere to go do a regenerative medicine procedure because she needed a knee replacement. And so the idea there is you work with doctors, you work with a physician group, and they help you figure out a solution, a non-surgical solution to kind of get your body back on a path for more movement. So that's how the two of them kind of marry together. And the athletic method kind of ties in just the basic concepts that we all need: nutrition, sleep, mindset, stress management, supplements, whatever that is to help us just, again, feel and perform our best. And that's the whole idea.
Very nice. And I like the part of mindset because, you can tell me more about that. But how do you help people to change their mindset or to add to it?
Yeah. So, I mean, you can coach people with mindset, right? The mindset is a very, very tricky thing because at the end of the day, I could give you a cookbook, but you could still starve even if you had the food there by just reading the cookbook. The idea is taking one thing, making it a practice, making it a habit, right? And that's kind of what we try to do on the mindset portion. We try to give you a lot of different options of how you can go about this. But at the end of the day, we need you to decide which one you think works best for you. And we're going to try to coach you to try to make that a habit, become a habit in your life. And so that's kind of how mindset works.
Very nice. And you have us accountable for our success in whatever we want to achieve.
Absolutely.
Very nice. Well, we only have 1 minute. I would like you to talk to the camera and tell us where to find you. Although we already have your website, www.theregionroom.com.
Yep.
And if you have any special for us.
Yeah, so there's a couple of websites. So there's theregionroom.com or theathleticroom.com. Both of them are on Facebook or on Instagram, right, under the names. You can search it. It'll probably pop up, or it should pop up, I guess. And for the athletic room, anyone who sees us here and is interested and would like to come in on me, come and tell the athlete advisor at the front desk, say, hey, I saw Kylie on Speaking with an Accent. I love it. I'm interested. And I will give you a complimentary both cryo and compression session. So that promo code will be out there. You guys can redeem it. Come on in. That's good for one time. And just come see what we're about. And next door at the Regen Room, those doors will be open, and you can kind of see if that's something that would be interesting as well. Because the Regen Room is a little bit more medical, and you actually have to have like a much more major issue. But you'll have a medical provider there who can actually talk to you, can do a diagnostic, can see it, all that good stuff.
Thank you. And I recommend it. I did the cryo, and it's amazing. Very cool. Amazing. Yes. I felt so great after. But thank you, Kylie.
You're welcome.
Thank you for watching today. And now you know more information. And if you want to know more, please look for us in our website in Athletic Room or the Region Room or Academy of Culture and Language. Bye.
Thank you.